We're going to consider the options, given that Mr. Pagliano is non-attendance after he was issued a subpoena. We will deal with that after the conclusion.
And one of those things that we might consider is going into executive session, since Mr. Pagliano said he would be happy to come in executive session. Would that be one of the things?
I will entertain all of the potential requests, but I'm telling you, I have no intention of going into executive session when he thumbs his nose at the United States Congress, wastes this committee's time, U.S. Marshals having to serve subpoenas, and for him not to show. That is just not acceptable.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
Yes.
I just want to understand this as well as I can. Did the chairman issue a criminal referral on Mr. Pagliano?
When we heard that the FBI had not looked at anything that Secretary Clinton had testified under oath before Congress, we did give a referral.
Okay.
When we learned more information.
And that's outstanding, right? I mean,
we don't know. We don't know.
Well, you issued it.
We issued it, but we don't know.
Here's my point. Here's my point. You issued a criminal referral for an individual, and then you asked him to come in here and testify before Congress. Let me
clarify.
That would require him to surrender his Fifth Amendment rights if you're referring him and putting him under threat of criminal prosecution and then asking him to come in here. That's not fair, and the immunity doesn't cover him because your referral for criminal prosecution came after the fact and beyond the limited purpose for which he was granted immunity, sir.
There was no criminal referral on Mr. Pagliano. Did we refer the comments and the issues that Mr. Comey, as the director of the FBI, brought up? Absolutely, we did.
Right, which
he said he required of that. He required us to send that.
But it puts him at risk. What we have done as a committee, and through you, on this referral, is put him under threat of criminal prosecution because of the issue that you're investigating. I understand that. I understand that. But it puts him in jeopardy coming before this committee while that criminal referral is in existence. And I'm just saying, he's an American citizen. I know the Constitution gets in the way of this committee sometimes lately.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will suspend.
The gentleman will yield.
To clarify, the referral was to look at Secretary Clinton's testimony before Congress. Okay, that was the referral. Mr. Pagliano, his attendance is required here. There was interaction with Mr. Pagliano with another committee, but that's another committee. You have to bring that up with the other committee. I'm concerned about the integrity of this committee. I think we've done the right thing here. His attendance is required here today. He's not here, and we will deal with that afterwards. We do have Mr. Gambetta here.
Mr. Chairman.
We do have Mr. Thornton here, and we do have Mr. Cooper here.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Could I engage with the chair in a colloquy?
Yes.
I thought witness Pagliano was granted immunity.
That's what I've read.
Well, Congress can't prosecute anyone, so the one entity who can has granted him immunity. I'm trying to figure out what his criminal liability is.
If the gentleman would yield.
Well, I was having a colloquy with the chairman.
I understand
but if you can answer the question, I'll be happy to hear from you.
The FBI granted him limited immunity for the purpose of
the FBI didn't grant him immunity. The Department of Justice granted him immunity.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct. For that limited purpose.
How do you know it was limited use immunity? I haven't seen the immunity agreement.
Let me also inject here.
No, I have great respect for Mr. Lynch. I have asked what kind of a...
His attorney, Mr. Pagliano's attorney, says in his letter that he was given limited immunity for that purpose.
Well, that raises another interesting question that I hope the gentleman from Massachusetts will help me figure out, which is when you've reached an agreement with the government, oftentimes it includes cooperation with other entities within that same government. So I wonder whether the Department of Justice in their proffer or immunity agreement with Mr. Pagliano made it clear that he needed to cooperate with another branch of government. We can't prosecute anyone. Only the Department of Justice can, and they've made it, frankly, crystal clear they're not prosecuting anyone in this fact pattern. So where's the criminal liability?
The gentleman has constitutional rights under the Fifth Amendment. Whether they are violated by the FBI or violated here in Congress,
Well,
they're still violated.
But as the gentleman from Massachusetts knows, the Fifth
The witness,
Amendment.
he cannot be
Fifth
required
Amendment-
to be a witness against himself.
Right, but the Fifth Amendment doesn't protect you from non-incriminating answers.
Well, we've got a criminal referral here.
Not on
That-
him.
that-
He can
sure
say
it
his
is.
name.
Sure it is.
He can say where he worked.
Sure it is.
Every answer
It was
doesn't
issued
incriminate
after-
you.
The gentleman from Massachusetts will suspend. The gentleman from South Carolina, it's his time.
I was just inquiring of the chair. I thought there was an immunity agreement in place between the Department of Justice and this witness. So if he's been immunized and you can't prosecute anyone for anything, where is the criminal liability to him coming and answering questions? Which further assumes that every question you ask is going to expose him to criminal liability. There is no Fifth Amendment privilege against answering non-incriminating questions.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
But he can incriminate himself because we've issued, a criminal referral here.
He's got immunity.
Because of he doesn't have immunity. He doesn't have immunity. He doesn't have immunity.
You haven't seen the
I'll
immunity
enter this.
agreement.
Yeah, look at it. If you want to read it yourself, it's from the gentleman's attorney. He says he's got limited
No, I'm
immunity.
going to need a more reliable source than a criminal defense attorney. I want to read the agreement itself. I want to read the agreement between the Department of Justice and this witness, and whether or not that agreement requires this witness to cooperate with other entities of government. That is commonplace. For them to say you can tell us the truth but you can't tell Congress makes no sense. That's all I want.
Okay, the gentleman will suspend. The committee should also be aware that the committee did send a subpoena to Mr. Pagliano to produce this immunity agreement. That was due today at 10 a.m., and he did not produce that as well. So he was under subpoena to not only have his presence here, but so that everybody on this panel can see this immunity agreement, which he supposedly has in his possession. Those documents were also subpoenaed by the committee, and he did not comply with that as well. It's the intention of the chair here. We're going to move on. There's a lot to address with Mr. Pagliano. Like I said, we're not letting go of this, but we need to continue with this hearing. We have Mr. Gambetta, Mr. Thornton, Mr. Cooper here. We do appreciate being here. All witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. So if you will please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. We have not received any written testimony from today's witnesses. Mr. Gambetta, do you intend to make an opening statement?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Mr. Thornton, do you intend to make an opening statement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment constitutional privilege.
Mr. Cooper, do you intend to make an opening statement?
I have no opening statement.
Okay. Please, if you all can move the microphone a little tighter, a little closer, it's just hard to hear. Mr. Gambetta, we've sent a subpoena to you for your supposed, we had read that there was an immunity agreement. Mr. Gambetta, did you produce your immunity agreement this morning as required under the subpoena?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Mr. Gambetta, a couple of questions. Senator Johnson last year released a portion of an August 19th, 2015 internal communication between two Platte River Networks employees. Here's how it read. Quote, wondering how we can sneak an email in now after the fact, asking them, meaning them we read to be the Clinton Executive Services Corporation, when they told us to cut the backups and have them confirm it for our records, starting to think this whole thing is really covering up some shady, and there's an expletive there, I just think if we have it in writing that they told us to cut the backups, then we can go public with our statement saying we've had the backup since day one. Then we were told to trim to 30 days. It would make us look a whole lot better. As I understand it, you were one of the 2 employees assigned to PRN in the Clinton account. Did you send or receive this email?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Mr. Gambetta, 2 days after that last email, you wrote on August 21st, 2015 to an employee of a third-party backup firm called Datto. This is what it said, quote, "We are trying to tighten down every possible security angle on this customer. It occurs to us that anyone at PRN with access to the data partner portal, i.e. everyone here, could potentially access this device via remote web feature. Can we set up either 2-factor authentication or move this device to a separate partner account or some other method to allow only who we permit on our end to access this device via the internet?" End quote. If I understand the email correctly, every single employee at PRN could have accessed some of the most highly classified national security information that has ever been breached at the State Department. Can you prove that no other individuals accessed this data or even passed it on to someone else?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully refuse to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Well, one last one here. Mr. Gambetta, you're an IT guy who's paid by the Clintons. Generally, IT guys don't erase their clients' emails unless they're told to do so. So who told you to delete the emails?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Mr. Cummings, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Do you all plan to continue to assert your, Ms. Gambetta, Ms. Thornton, do you plan to continue to assert your Fifth Amendment rights? Is that your plan? Is that your plan?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully refuse to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
And you, Ms. Thornton?
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment.
I'm not going to have any other questions since it's clear that you're taking the fifth on it. And I can understand why you're doing what you're doing. We've had a case here before where answering a question or two, we then ended up in all kinds of litigation as to whether or not you had waived your Fifth Amendment privileges, and so I have nothing further. And I do know that DC Ethics opinion that addresses the abuse of witnesses trying to take their Fifth Amendment privileges, and as a lawyer, I'm not going to be a part of that process.
Mr. Gambetta, given that you have indicated that you do not intend to answer any questions out of respect for your constitutional rights, we will now excuse you from the table. Okay? Mr. Thornton. Yesterday, Chairman Lamar Smith of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee released an August 13th, 2015 letter from Datto to PRN's attorney, which said this, and I quote, "We have been following the news reports concerning various investigations related to Secretary Clinton's emails, including Platte River's provision of IT-related services to her. We have some concerns relative to data security. Platte has not enabled encryption at the local device. Given the sensitive, high-profile nature of the data which is alleged in press reports to potentially reside on the Datto device, it may be the target of a cyber attack from a multitude of highly sophisticated and capable entities or individuals. We believe such an event could place the unencrypted data itself at risk, as well as expose both Datto and Platte River systems to collateral damage. In its current state," and it goes on, "the device and the data that is stored thereon," and it goes on, "is more vulnerable to is more vulnerable to cyber attack than Datto believes is prudent under the circumstances. Mr. Thornton, given the vulnerabilities identified by Datto, are you aware of any hacks of PRN's systems?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment constitutional privilege.
I'd like to just ask you one other question that I can't imagine has any implications on any criminal culpability or anything else to the, just a simple question, yes or no, and if you'll answer this one, we'll cut you loose here. Were you interviewed by the FBI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment constitutional privilege.
You can't answer the question about whether or not you were interviewed by the FBI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline.
Mr. Cummings.
Again, as a member of the bar for 40 years, I'm not going to participate in this. I just think that when we bring witnesses here and we berate them, when we could do it in executive session or whatever, I think it would be unethical for me to do that. So I have nothing.
Given that the witness has indicated he does not intend to answer any questions out of respect for his constitutional rights, we will now excuse Mr. Thornton from the table. We will recess for 2 minutes while the clerk is able to reset the table. Committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order. As we last left it, there are some serious questions based on the emails about here you have some of the most vulnerable secrets in all of the State Department, all of the United States. People put their lives on the line for this country, and this data evidently is unencrypted without dual authentication, and it begs a lot of questions. Mr. Cooper, you told the FBI evidently that you helped to set up Hillary Clinton's, Secretary Clinton's New York and D.C. residences with an iMac, correct?
That is correct.
So did you set them up, or did you set them up with somebody else?
Those were out-of-the-box solutions that were set up prior to her.
Sorry, you got to move it a little closer. It's just we're having a hard
Those were out-of-the-box solutions that were set up prior to her becoming Secretary of State.
And where did you set them up?
They were set up in the offices that she used in each of her homes.
Did that include the SCIF?
At the time they were set up, those rooms were not used as SCIFs.
Did you ever have to service any of those computers or work on any of those computers?
Over periods of time, I did service and work on those computers.
You did or did not?
Did work on those computers.
Including the one in the SCIF?
I don't recall any specific time that I worked on it once they were in the SCIFs.
So, well, how many did you set up at her home?
There was a computer in her office in each of her homes. I've worked on their homes for a period of 15 years. And certainly when they were originally set up, they were set up primarily for the use of staff in her homes. And I would use those computers from time to time to print documents. Once they became SCIFs, I don't recall specifically using those computers.
Or servicing of those?
No.
Did you have a security clearance at that time?
No, I did not have a security clearance.
After you left the White House when did you leave the White House?
2001.
2001. Did you ever have a security clearance at any level after that?
No, I did not have a security clearance.
When you had full access to the whole server the entire time that you were working for the Clintons?
Yes, I had access to the server.
And you have no security clearance?
I have no security clearance.
You told the FBI that Uma Abedin recommended in the fall of 2008 that you contact Brian Pagliano to build the new server system. Is that correct?
I spoke with Mr. Pagliano at Ms. Abedin's request in fall 2008. We had an existing server system for President Clinton's staff located in the Clintons' residence. I spoke to Mr. Pagliano as that system had its limitations and we were thinking about expanding it. He had some opportunities using surplus equipment from the Clinton campaign that we could use for President Clinton's office to set up.
We got to still move that microphone. Just straighten it out and put it right up under there. You go. A little closer. What conversations did you have with Uma Abedin about the setting up of the server?
I don't recall any specific conversations with her about the setting up of the server.
What about setting up emails?
At some point, I had a conversation with her about setting up an email for Secretary Clinton on the servers.
What about setting up an email for Uma Abedin on it, sir?
As well, I had a conversation about setting up an email address for Uma Abedin.
And did you set up an email for Uma Abedin?
Yes.
And did she use that email?
As far as I know, yes.
What other staff used the Clinton email?
The other staff were all staff members of President Clinton's office.
So,
not on the Clinton email domain. On the
ClintonEmail.com, to be specific.
There are no other staff that I recall using that.
Who had an email address at ClintonEmail.com?
The additional person that had an email address there was Chelsea Clinton.
So, did you have one?
No.
So you, Uma Abedin, and Secretary Clinton had email addresses there?
I did not have an email address on Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, Uma Abedin, and Chelsea Clinton each had addresses at that address.
Correct.
What other computers did you set up in their residence? How many computers did you set up?
The only computers I set in the residence were the 2 iMacs, which you have previously mentioned, and the initial Apple server, which came in with support from Apple to set up that server in their household.
And did you set up anything in Washington, D.C. at a residence there?
As mentioned, that one of the 2 iMacs, which you referred to, was in Washington, D.C.
So the other one was in Chappaqua, New York?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a total of 2 computers, one in Chappaqua. Why did you set up ClintonEmail.com?
Secretary Clinton was transitioning from presidential campaign and her Senate role and had been using primarily a BlackBerry for her email correspondence. There were limitations to her ability to use that BlackBerry, as well as a desire to change her email address because a number of people had received her email address over the course of those activities. So we created, with a discussion, I believe with Uma Abedin at the time, what domains might be of interest. We obtained a domain and we added it to the original server used by President Clinton's office. for her to use with her BlackBerry at the time. And we set that up in a way where the messages simply came into that server and bounced right to her BlackBerry and were not retained on that Apple server.
Who paid for these computers?
All of them were paid personally by the Clintons,
Personally?
personally.
And who were you being compensated by?
I was being compensated by the Clintons.
Just personally, or the Clinton Executive Services, Clinton Foundation, what was?
At that time, I was employee of both the Clinton family personally and the Clinton Foundation.
Okay. All right, my time has expired. We now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Cooper, the FBI's investigative summary states that the Apple server you helped install on the home of President and Secretary Clinton in 2008 was originally purchased for the purpose of hosting email services for President Clinton's staff. To the best of your knowledge, is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
According to the FBI summary, the decision was made to keep that server in the Clinton residence. The reason was, and I quote, due to concern over ensuring email reliability and a desire to segregate email for President Clinton's various post-presidency endeavors, end of quote. According to the FBI, the decision was made in January 2009 to switch from the Apple server to a new server. The FBI investigative summary states that in 2009, quote, according to Cooper, in or around January 2009, the decision was made to move to another server because the Apple server was antiquated and users were experiencing problems with email delivery on their BlackBerry devices, end of quote. Is that accurate?
I would say that there's not a date certain that there was a decision made to switch from one server to the other. In my conversation with Mr. Pagliano, I was aware that the Apple server which we were using was not fully meeting our needs and was not expandable to meet potential future needs of other staff from President Clinton's office joining the server. It also did not have a robust solution to support BlackBerry usage. It's very hard for me to even remember what the technology around BlackBerry was then and how they functioned. There were more progressive ways to use a BlackBerry. Mr. Pagliano had the expertise to set up a server that had a proper BlackBerry interface with it, and that was something that was desired by President Clinton's team. And so over a period of time, as Brian decommissioned those servers from the campaign, we were able to purchase them from the campaign. He then took time to set them up on his time, either in the campaign offices or his home, I'm not sure the location, and then delivered them to Chappaqua, I believe in around March of 2009, when I physically helped him move them into the space where they were going to reside.
So Secretary Clinton began using that new server for email around March 2009, is that accurate?
Her connection to that server, I believe, was in March 2009.
Now, Republicans have a conspiracy theory that Secretary Clinton used the server in her home for email in order to avoid complying with records laws. Representative DeSantis asked Director Comey directly about that theory. He asked, and I quote, was the reason she set up her own private server, in your judgment, because she wanted to shield communications from Congress and from the public? Now, Ms. Cooper, here's what Director Comey said, and I quote, I can't say that. Our best information is that she set it up as a matter of convenience. It was an already existing system that her husband had, and she decided to have a domain on that system. Now, do you have any evidence to dispute what the FBI Director, Mr. Comey, said?
No, I don't have any evidence to dispute that. I believe that Secretary Clinton had personal email on her BlackBerry and was looking for a new solution to be able to use personal email.
Now, were you ever told that Secretary Clinton used a server in her home to avoid the Federal Records Act?
No, I was never told that.
Were you ever told that Secretary Clinton used the server in her home to avoid the Freedom of Information Act?
No, I was never told that.
Now, Mr. Cooper, I think it would be helpful to walk through exactly what your role was and was not with regard to the production of Secretary Clinton's emails to the State Department and the FBI. Did you cooperate with the FBI investigation to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
Did you turn over to the FBI any relevant records that were in your possession?
Yes, I turned over records to the FBI.
In mid to late 2014, Secretary Clinton's attorneys attempted to collect all of Secretary Clinton's work-related files from her tenure at the State Department and turned them over to the State Department. Mr. Cooper, were you involved in that 2014 document production process?
No, I was not.
Now, did the FBI determine that none of Secretary Clinton's work-related emails were intentionally deleted in an effort to conceal them from investigators? Do you have any reason to dispute that finding?
I do not have any reason to dispute that finding.
Thank you very much.
Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Cooper, you started, again, the whole setup of the first server, 2007-8, right? And you gave the domain, the Clinton domain email address, set that up. Is that correct? That was at the very beginning as she was leaving campaign, coming into office.
I'm sorry, from my recollection, there was a President Clinton domain set up prior to that point, and the Clinton email domain was set up in January of 2009.
2009, okay. At some point when she left, I guess the private capacity came into the public, I have some information that at least 2 of her old mobile devices were destroyed, and you took part of that. Is that correct?
I believe you're referring to the FBI report that mentions the 2 devices.
Yes.
I can't.
When did you take part in destroying some of her old mobile devices?
Yes, at some point in time, when she was transitioning from one mobile device to the next, we would take the information that was on the old device, back it up, transfer it to the new device.
And you worked with Mr. Pagliano?
I would interface with Mr. Pagliano on this. This is
Did you ever discuss with him how you could destroy a device? Did he participate in destruction of any devices?
I don't recall any conversations of that type.
Okay. Are you aware of what happened to his emails? You actually were the one servicing the server for most of the period while she was Secretary of State. Is that correct?
I would categorize it differently. Brian Pagliano serviced the server.
You set it up, and he conferred, and you conferred with him.
Mr. Pagliano set it up. He engineered it, and I was the interface between the users. And
would he
Mr.
have had
Pagliano
any emails on those servers, to your knowledge?
No.
He wouldn't? And you have no idea what happened to all of his emails?
I certainly do not.
You also were made aware on 2 occasions to Secret Service, I think January 2011, that someone was trying to hack the system. Is that correct?
I used that word colloquially to describe what was a series of false logins on the server.
And not once, but twice, then you closed down the system briefly to deal with the situation?
Correct.
When were you first contacted by the FBI?
I believe it was August of last summer.
And was that the first time you sat down with them, or
Yes.
was that later? That was your first interview?
Yes.
How many times were you interviewed?
3 times.
And could you give us the approximate dates?
Off the top of
Last
my
summer
head.
was the first, and then subsequent?
Last summer, subsequently in the fall, and this spring. I
Were
believe.
you ever offered any type of immunity agreement by the Department of Justice?
I was not.
How long have you been represented by your current counsel?
Since the beginning of, since I was first contacted by the FBI.
And again, you've explained that it was the Clintons who paid for your counsel up to that time, and the organization that was set up by the Clintons?
I'm the only person who's paid for my counsel.
You've paid for your own
Yes,
expenses, they've not paid for any.
correct.
Have you had any kind of a joint defense agreement with any other individual involved in the FBI's investigation?
I have no such agreement.
No such agreement. Finally, you step back from the day-to-day activities with the Clintons about the time of the transition, is that correct? As she left office
Yes,
and Pagliano took over?
yes,
And you were also responsible for the helping with the transfer. In fact, you walked her aide, Hanley, over the phone through taking the information that they had in emails and archiving it. Is that correct?
At one point, I assisted Monica Hanley in setting up a laptop computer so that she could create an offline archive of the emails that were on the
And to your knowledge, was everything
I do not know the outcome of that.
You don't know if there were, and do you know finally, was there any deletion or attempts to delete any information that had been stored that was going to be transferred and archived?
I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you.
Now recognize the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The FBI report for the average American put the matter involving Ms. Clinton's emails to rest for the average person. It was the FBI, it was a tough report. And yet, you could take kernels, and that's what's happened here. And I want to ask you, Mr. Colonel, Mr. Cooper, about one of those kernels. One of the most venal of the conspiracy theories to come forward out of that report follows on from some testimony you gave. The report quotes you, and I take it you were under oath before the FBI?
Sorry, I was not under oath.
Well, it says you advised that you sometimes assisted users, including Clinton, I'm now quoting the report, when they obtained a new mobile device by helping them back up the data from the old device before transferring it to the new device and syncing the new device with Clinton, with the Clinton server.
That's correct.
That quote is correct. Then the summary describes two instances, and here's where the conspiracy theories have been acted out both in this House and in the presidential campaign, that you recall two instances where you destroyed old mobile devices with a hammer. And Mr. Trump claimed that who would do that if they didn't have anything to hide, and Representative DeSantis picked up that rhetoric and says it obviously shows intent to hide something. Mr. Cooper, I'd like to directly ask you about the destruction of those BlackBerries. Was your purpose in destroying the old BlackBerry device ever to hide Secretary Clinton's emails from being saved or disclosed from federal records laws?
Congresswoman, no, is not in any way to destroy or hide any information at all. I couldn't speak to whether there were records on there that needed to be or should be considered federal records. In fact, the opposite would be the case, in that I was going out of my way to preserve all of the information that was on those devices, transfer them to the new devices, and make sure that the server.
Well, that was going to be my question. Before you destroyed them from one BlackBerry to another, did you transition the very same emails from the old BlackBerry to the new one?
It's a combination of the backup procedure and the procedure of activating the new device. All of the information from the previous device would have ended up on the new device before we went and deleted using the BlackBerry tools to wipe the old device.
So that would mean, would it not, or did it mean that you copied the content, total content?
It means that
of the Secretary's device, saved it, and loaded it onto a new device, so you had the exact same thing onto the new device.
that is correct.
during the course of the FBI's investigation, did you realize that you still had retained the extra copy of the content of those old BlackBerry devices on your own machine? And did you provide that information to the FBI?
In preparing to meet with the FBI and examining my files related to the server, I did describe some files that may have contained content related to this. I turned that content over to my attorneys who worked with the FBI and Department of Justice on capturing that material for their possession.
So I take it that that was to make the case that you did not intend to destroy the BlackBerries to hide anything.
That is correct.
And now the FBI has the information that was on every single BlackBerry, including that last BlackBerry.
Certainly, they have the information for the ones that I had backup files on.
And in any case, it's from one BlackBerry to another BlackBerry with nothing lost in between.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooper, do you have an IT background, or do you consider yourself to be an expert in the IT field?
No, I do not consider myself to be an expert.
Do you think the State Department should have had someone more qualified than you to oversee and protect Secretary Clinton's server from hackers?
I was not working for the State Department, and I believe this server to be, again, it was primarily used by President Clinton's office. Secretary Clinton had what I believe was a personal account on that server. I can't, I'm not in a position to talk about what the role of the government is in protecting that sort of information.
On Sunday, January 9th, 2011, at 2:57 a.m., 2:57 in the morning, you sent an email to Secretary Clinton's top aide, Huma Abedin, explaining that you had to shut down Secretary Clinton's server due to someone trying to hack it. How many times did you personally have to shut down the server to prevent it from being hacked?
Again, it's the server that contained both Secretary Clinton's and also President Clinton's office on there. This was a series of failed logon attempts, which were brought to my attention by alert we had on the system. One of the ways to stop that in the early operations of the server was to shut down the server for a period of time so that the attacks would cease. We would then, over time, develop more sophisticated ways, which the direction of Mr. Pagliano, to help to filter those sorts of failed login attempts.
Do you know whether powering down a server is the typical way in the IT community to protect against hacks?
I can't speak to that.
Do you know what a brute force attack is?
Yes, a brute force attack, from my understanding, is a series of high-frequency failed login or attempted logins using a variety of usernames and passwords.
How many brute force attacks did you observe in the Clintons on the Clinton server?
I can't say with any specificity how many had happened. They happened with some limited frequency over the period of, I'd say, the last 2.5 years while she was in office, but we had developed systems to tamper these down.
They occurred with frequency?
Some frequency.
All right. I yield my remaining time back to the chairman.
Mr. Cooper, how many people had access to this server?
In terms of as administrators?
I want the whole universe, administrators, users, the whole bit, the whole gambit.
There were 2 people who had some administrative rights, myself and Mr. Pagliano. I can't, off the top of my head, tell you exactly how many users there were over the lifetime of the server, but it was less than 20 people.
Was there remote access login available?
The only remote access login to the server was for myself and Mr. Pagliano.
Was it encrypted?
I can't speak to that. I can't recall.
So you're running it. You don't even know if it's encrypted?
Mr. Pagliano was running it. I was using it.
Did it have dual authentication?
I don't recall dual authentication.
So there's no dual authentication. We're not sure it has encryption. It does have remote access. You have some 20-odd people that can do it. It's intermingled with the Clinton Foundation. Clinton Executive Services, was it also have access to that?
I can't say it's intermingled with the Clinton Foundation, Clinton Executive Services.
You're being paid by them, right? There were people being paid by Clinton Foundation that were accessing and using the system, right?
In part, there were individuals who had multiple job responsibilities for multiple entities within the Clinton world, and some people did do work for the Clinton Foundation, yes.
So did the State Department ever contact you or complain or issue any sort of concern?
No, I did not have any concern or
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question.
Yes, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Cooper, I understand that in order to make Secretary Clinton's private insecure email server connect with the State Department's much more secure server, the State Department had to lower its own security settings, at least temporarily, to match Secretary Clinton's more insecure security server. Do you know about that? The fact that she had this insecure server?
That is not something I specifically know about it. I've read accounts of that in the media, but I have no direct knowledge of that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for being here and your willingness to testify. Appreciate that. Mr. Cooper, the FBI conducted a year-long investigation that concluded that, and I'll use Director Comey's own statement here. He said, "We did not find clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information." And he went on to say that, "I do not see evidence that is sufficient to establish that Secretary Clinton or those with whom she corresponded both talked about classified information on email or knew when they did it that they were doing something that was against the law." Now, I know you're not a computer expert, and that's probably more appropriate line of questioning for Mr. Pagliano, but in its year-long investigation, the FBI did have a number of technical computer experts on their team, and they took about a year. And I want to, again, recite their conclusion. And this is Director Comey, again, in his testimony before this committee. He said, quote, "With respect to potential computer intrusion by hostile actors, we did not find direct evidence that Secretary Clinton's personal email domain in its various configurations since 2009 was successfully hacked." And the FBI investigation summary similarly stated, "FBI investigation and forensic analysis did not find evidence confirming that Clinton's email server systems were compromised by cyber means." Do you have any information today, Mr. Cooper, that contradicts the FBI's finding?
I do not have any information that would contradict that finding.
Okay. The FBI also interviewed Brian Pagliano, the IT expert on the server. The FBI's investigative summary describes in some detail what he explained, and it states, as I quote, quote, "When asked about the maintenance and security of the server system he administered, Pagliano stated there were no security breaches, but he was aware that there were many failed login attempts, which he referred to as brute force attacks," what the gentleman was referring to earlier in his line of questioning. Mr. Cooper, is that statement that I just read, that quote from Mr. Pagliano in his conversation with the FBI, is that consistent with your recollection?
That is consistent with my recollection.
Okay. Did you take any steps to protect the server when there were these failed brute force, so-called, login attempts?
Over time, Mr. Pagliano developed a few different solutions that allowed us to manage them in a variety of ways, from blocking the IP addresses manually and ultimately automatically, as I recall.
Okay. The FBI summary explains some additional steps that were described. I'm not sure if it was, I think it was Mr. Pagliano who took those steps to improve the security of the server, including establishing secure socket layer certification for encrypted login on March 29th and internet protocol filtering to block access from would-be hackers. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is consistent with my recollection.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had questions for the guys who aren't here, but so I want to just walk the committee through a few things. We can put up the slide, that'd be good. And this is where the chairman was earlier when Mr. Thornton and Mr. Combetta were here. This is an email we think either from one of those guys sent it and or received it. And I just want to read this. Look at the date first, August 2015. A lot of things happened before that date. But wondering how we can sneak an email in now after the fact, asking them when they told us to cut the backups and have them confirm it for our records. We're starting to think this whole thing is really covering up a lot of bad stuff. They wanted something in writing because they knew they were going to get thrown under the bus later on. That's what, and we know that they changed the backup structure because look at the FBI report, page 18. Cheryl Mills instructed someone, name is redacted, at Platte River Network to modify the email retention policy on Clinton's ClintonMail.com email account. She wanted to get rid of anything after 60 days. So we know they were instructed to do it. They just wanted something right. Let's just walk through some history here. From the FBI report, July 2014, at the request of Cheryl Mills, Platte River Network remotely transfers all Hillary Clinton emails to Cheryl Mills and Heather Samuelson's laptops. These laptops are later have bleach bit applied to them and stuff is deleted. What happened right before that? What happened right before July 2014? Again, go to the report. Page 15 of the report. During the summer of 2014, Cheryl Mills is given a heads up by the State Department that there'd be a letter coming requesting all Hillary Rodham Clinton's emails. Jump forward to December. Cheryl Mills' request, Platte River Network changed the email retention policy on her account, what I just read. What happened right before that? What prompted this change? December 2nd, Chairman of the Benghazi Committee, Trey Gowdy, sends a letter to David Kendall, says, hey, we just found out about this other account. We didn't know at the time it was the only account. This other account that Hillary Clinton has, we'd like the information, any emails relating to the Benghazi situation from that account. And of course, right after that, they changed the policy. At Platte River Network is instructed to delete anything after 60 days. And now we move forward to the amazing month, the one the chairman cited in his opening comments, March 2015. March 2nd, New York Times reports she's got just this one email account, this private server situation. March 3rd, Mr. Gowdy sends a preservation letter telling them to preserve everything that might be relevant to our investigation. March 4th, there's a subpoena. March 9th, Platte River Network is put on notice about the preservation order. March 10th, she does her press conference, and of course the important dates, March 25th and March 31st. Those 2 dates, there are conference calls with Clinton lawyers, Bill Clinton's lawyers, and Hillary Clinton's lawyers, and Platte River Networks, and of course, on the 31st of that month is when they take bleach bit to the whole darn thing, and they get rid of everything. They get rid of everything. So, now we have three guys. One on the front end, Mr. Pagliano, who helped Mr. Cooper set it up, take the fifth and get immunity. And now we have 2 guys on the tail end, right? Mr. Combetta and Mr. Thornton didn't work for the government. They take the fifth, and Mr. Combetta, at least, gets immunity. Go back to the date again, August 2015. These guys are starting to wonder, wow, we don't have anything in writing. We've been given all these instructions, verbally, phone calls, conference calls, all these instructions to change the backup, delete things, erase things, bleach bit things, take hammers to things, all these instructions. We don't have anything in writing. We might be in trouble. And guess what? They are. That's the story. And that's why it's appropriate, Mr. Cummings, for the chairman to invite him in here today and see if they would finally answer somebody's question. Mr. Gowdy's just right. He's exactly right. They'll talk to the people who can put them in jail, but they won't talk to Congress. They'll talk to the Justice Department. Mr. Pagliano, Mr. Combetta will talk to the Justice Department, but they won't talk to us. We can't put them in jail. We just want to get answers for the American people, and they won't talk to us. I've never seen anything like this, Mr. Chairman, where you get, as we talked about yesterday, no regular American can get away with the kind of behavior Secretary Clinton gets away with. Two standards now in the country, and this is what is so wrong, and this is why the hearings you're having and the investigation we're doing is entirely appropriate. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooper, thank you for being here and having the courage to testify before us and getting to the truth. I want to just take a big step back. I'm pretty geeky, and I'm going to ask some geek questions you may or may not be able to answer. But the server the Clintons had, this wasn't like just a personal computer that everybody has that they pick up their email. I've had people go, oh, I've got a server in my house. That's how I get email. They think their personal computer is a server. This is a computer running business class software that delivered and forwarded and stored email for dozens of people. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you familiar with many people who have this type of equipment in their home? It's typically something that's in an office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know anybody who has a server at their home besides maybe me?
I'm certainly aware of some people who have servers.
But it's pretty rare. Are you familiar with what email software was running on the server?
I do not recall specifically what the software was running on either.
All right, and you told the chairman that what it was set up to do is an email came and it forwarded it to Mrs. Clinton's BlackBerry. And did it delete it from that server, or did it keep it on that server?
Yeah, my recollection, and just to be clear, there are two servers that we're speaking about. There was an Apple server in use from approximately June 2008 until March 2009. That server, which was originally, again, set up for President Clinton's office staff, had some software on it. I'm sorry, I don't recall the name of what the software packages on there that administered that were. One was a mail client, and one was a tool that was supposed to interface with BlackBerry, but it wasn't BlackBerry's own product.
So was it secure, or did it just like forward using SMTP, did like the Verizon BlackBerry gateway?
I can't speak to the security of what that software was, but I believe in the case of Secretary Clinton, because she wasn't going to be accessing that email in any other fashion, and the focus was transitioning her email address over so people would start to use her new email address. We were simply receiving messages in, not retaining them on that server and having them automatically forward to her agent.
Right, and on the later server, did it do the same thing?
On the later server, it functioned more like what you were probably used to in your day-to-day activity, where there was a mailbox on that server that could be accessed.
And was it opened up to where you could get your email through that server through POP3 or IMAP or a web client?
While I don't specifically recall, I believe, depending on the user, we would customize, Brian would help to customize what ports were open based on how that user was accessing.
And did you require that users picking up their mail remotely use a secure client, or did they just come in clear text over the standard SMTP ports or POP3 ports?
I don't recall what the protocols were.
All right, so you don't know if there was a requirement to log in with a SSL. So it could potentially have been in clear text. All right, did you turn over the logs and notifications that you received to the FBI? The email of the brute force attacks?
I did not turn those over to the FBI. There was an instance where we shared some logs with the United States Secret Service when we were first experiencing failed login attempts.
Right now, and so you got a notice when there was a failed login attempt. But if somebody doing this brute force attack where they just enter a username and you throw random passwords at it, if they'd gotten it right, you wouldn't have been notified, would you? You'd have thought maybe it was you would have probably thought it was Mrs. Clinton or some legitimate user actually getting in.
I don't want to suppose, but
I mean, you only get notices of failed login attempts. You weren't notified every time somebody actually logged in, though there may actually have been a log kept.
Correct.
So somebody could have gotten in and you just wouldn't have known it. And I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked this or not. I'm going to ask again. Was there a firewall between the internet and this server, a piece of hardware between the server and the internet?
I believe there was a firewall associated with the Pagliano server, yes.
All right, was there one with the Apple server?
I don't recall.
All right, and then We talked a little bit about the Ms. Clinton going through a variety of BlackBerries. Were they all the same version of BlackBerries, or did she migrate up between, when the new BlackBerry came out, did she want the latest and greatest BlackBerry?
Again, it's a little bit difficult, I think, for me at least, to go in a time warp and know the sequences, but BlackBerry was releasing models quite frequently then with very different user interfaces, from track balls to track wheels to track pads.
I know, I went through that nightmare myself.
And I think over time, she would move to a newer device, usually when her older device may have been, a little bit older, a little bit failing.
And do you know if the security patches were regularly put on all of these servers?
I feel fairly confident that the security patches were updated by Mr. Pagliano.
I tell you, having kept a server in my house for a while, I gave it up and now moved over to an online hosting because it's next to impossible to keep up with the pace of the security fixes that are coming out. I see I'm out of time. It happens when I geek out. I yield back.
Thank you. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Lummis, for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm glad that we had a geek out, because I can't do that. I'm a rancher. I'm not as familiar with these technologies. But I do know this, just as an average American, when it comes to technology. We do know that the Chinese government hires people to hack by day, and that those same hackers hack for hire at night. So there are people who are spending every single day in China, probably Russia, other countries, trying to hack into the computers of U.S. government officials. So security is a constant problem in this country, especially for high elected officials or appointed officials. And I do know this, that encryption can be used to help prevent that dual authentication processes can be used to help prevent that kind of hacking. So, Mr. Cooper, are you telling me that there was no dual authentication, no encryption, and the Secretary of State had no protection of our secrets when we all know that efforts are being made to hack people just like her in government?
I unfortunately cannot provide you with the details of what the specific security functions were on the server. I know that there were security functions on the server, and they evolved over time, essentially as technology evolved over time, and there were different things that were available and considered at different junctures. I would certainly agree with you that this is something that we should all be concerned with. And I saw this again as there's a need to, yes, protect the privacy of individuals and their personal lives using their email.
We also know that as members of Congress, we just know that if we travel to a foreign country and we have a device with us, especially to Russia, they tell you to wrap our devices in aluminum foil so there's no transmission. And I've seen televised examples of Secretary of State Clinton using her electronic devices to communicate while she's running all over the world. And now that we know that these servers and devices were scattered around in her home and that there was some sort of management of documents in Colorado, how can people like me assure the American people that the information that was on those emails, and that some of which has been destroyed and is not available to us, is not being sifted through, even as we speak, by Chinese hackers and Russian hackers? And what security does our country have by virtue of what looks to me like some pretty lackadaisical attitudes towards sensitive data, top secret data, confidential data?
First, allow me to say I'm not an expert in computer security. I understand some of the concerns you've expressed from things I've read in the newspaper, but I have no expertise in that area. Second, I had no knowledge of the content and could not verify what the content was on this equipment. And third, I also have no specific knowledge in which countries Secretary Clinton chose or did not choose to use her devices.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And before you yield back, if you'd yield to me for a second.
I yield to the chairman.
So, Mr. Cooper, A, you get huge brownie points from the committee for showing up and having the guts to actually answer questions. We're very grateful for that. I'm also very grateful for your candid nature in expressing the idea that you don't have the expertise to answer those questions as thoroughly as possible. The problem I have, again, I believe you're doing the best you can, at least based on the testimony I've heard thus far. Here's the problem. It's you, Mr. Cooper, with no experience, no dual authentication, no encryption, up against the Chinese and the Russians. Who do you think is going to win that one? That's what scares the living daylights out of us, is because the cavalier nature in which this was set up in some of the nation's most sensitive and secure information. That's the concern. We're now going to recognize the gentleman from Vermont. That wasn't a question. We're now going to recognize the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll have a few questions and a bit of a statement. Mr. Chairman, you're a good chairman, doing a great job, but I disagree with you about the excessive, in my view, focus on Hillary Clinton. I want to give a little perspective here. Legitimate investigation, but we had the FBI. We had Mr. Comey, who has an unimpeachable record of vigilance as a prosecutor, who calls them as he sees them. He went through every single thing, every single email, and he came to the conclusion that there was no criminal conduct. There is no evidence that, in fact, the secretary's email had been hacked. And he says it's not even a close call. So whether that email should have been set up the private server, the secretary's acknowledged that that was a mistake. There's a legitimate basis to inquire as to what happened. But we've done it. And the FBI's done it. And I have a feeling that a little bit of this has to do with something other than the emails, and it may have to do with something that's looming in November. Now, one of the issues that I have as I listen to many of the questions of my colleagues is that they're essentially asking the witnesses to try to disprove a negative. For instance, my friend from Wyoming was asking about the Russian and the Chinese trying to get into that email. They probably are. They're trying to get into every department we have, probably trying to get into the White House, trying to get into the Department of Defense and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So that apprehension is well-founded. But there's no way any of us can disprove or prove that they have or haven't gotten into the email of the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of State or the White House or any of the House accounts. So the repetition of the question that raises the apprehension that the Chinese or the Russians are making this determined effort to hack into accounts and focusing it all on Hillary Clinton acts as though that intentionality of the Russians and the Chinese doesn't apply across the board to anybody and everybody that's in government or may have access to some information that they'd want. So talking about Mr. Cooper having the guts to come in here, thank you, Mr. Cooper, but you can't prove or disprove any more than anyone else can whether the Russians have successfully penetrated anyone's email account, let alone Secretary Clinton's. So the whole issue here is a repetition of an initial assertion that somehow, some way, not only did Secretary Clinton make a mistake by having a private server, but that the insinuation is that she actually jeopardized secrets. And there's a memory gap here because this committee is the one that had Mr. Comey in here, and he sat here for I don't know how many hours, but answered every single question that every single member had. And that exhaustive investigation that Mr. Comey and the FBI did demonstrated that there was no evidence of either a criminal violation, and he found no evidence that the emails had been penetrated. So that's really the basis upon which a lot of us believe that this committee, and it's a great committee, all of us are proud to serve on it, is playing a role that's beyond oversight and investigation, is kind of advocacy in creating a sense of alarm among the American people as to whether something that is valuable information has been taken. Do you have any indication, Mr. Cooper, that any secret information has been taken by the Russians, the Chinese, or any other actor?
I have no indication. I'd simply refer to the FBI report and their findings.
All right. And in all your discussions with your colleagues, has anybody else indicated that they had a shred of evidence that any national security information of the United States was penetrated as a result of the Clinton emails?
I don't even think I've had any conversations to that effect.
All right. And is it a big deal for people to change their devices, iPads, iPhones, Blackberries? Is that somehow a big deal?
I think it's rather commonplace these days.
All right. I thank you and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before the gentleman yields back, if I can, I appreciate the kind comments. But let's remember, we got multiple people pleading the fifth, afraid of criminal wrongdoing. We also have an FBI director. One of the questions was, did you look at what Secretary Clinton said under oath? There are other equities that we have in the destruction of documents. He said he didn't look at any of that. And so that was also part of his testimony. They didn't even look at that part of it. Thus the imperative for us to do our jobs. But I do appreciate the gentleman's, appreciate him yielding. We'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooper, thank you for your answers. As we look into this further, you set up a server for the sole reason as it relates to Ms. Clinton so that she could use a domain name and have those private emails at her domain name served on that server. Is that correct?
Again, I set up 2 servers, both with the primary purpose of servicing President Clinton's personal office.
Right, but in servicing Ms. Clinton, you put her domain name to service emails on those servers.
Correct.
Why did you not use another server like One-on-One or any of the other servers that are out there? Why would you not use those? I have a device that has a domain name that I own that I get emails at, and it's much cheaper for me just to have a server that does that. Why would you not have done that?
First, we had this solution in place, so it was certainly an option, and considering other options. I think that there were some appeals to this in that the data was contained in one place. We knew where it was contained. It was physically in a secure location. And I think that some of the tools that you or I may employ today, even with a personalized domain, were not available at that time.
Well, in 2009 they were, because I was using them, and so they were available then. And so what you're saying is the reason to not have another, you're getting advice from your counsel. Will you hold the clock for a second? I guess y'all are wanting to talk about that.
Sorry, just to turn off.
So the other aspect of this, Mr. Cooper, is you made a conscious decision to put her email address on this server to keep it from being viewed by other people that might have a server like One-on-One or anybody else. Is that your testimony?
I'm not sure that I was the decision maker. I was.
Who was? Was it Hillary Clinton?
I was in discussions primarily with Huma Abedin. I don't know if she was the decision.
So your testimony here today is that Huma Abedin said that she would prefer to have Ms. Clinton's email on a private server versus a server that was actually managed by someone else. That's your testimony.
My testimony is that that was communicated to me.
Okay, well that's illuminating, because if that's the case, what would be the potential reason for having it where you can see it and someone else couldn't see it?
This was, again, a server that was already in existence for the use of President Clinton's office, and I think it provided a convenient and what was intended to be a reliable solution for her personal email.
All right, so how many email addresses did she have?
She primarily used one email address at a time.
Yeah, how many did she have? Because I noticed in her emails, they have numbers behind it and everything else, so how many different emails?
I believe if you count her AT&T email address as one, and then two others on the Clinton domain that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so as you were managing this, I guess the other concern that I would have is, did you have a BlackBerry Exchange server on your server?
Yes, there was.
So you had actually the push technology actually on your server?
Correct.
So when the discussion between Platte River and the attorneys and all of that happened in March, were you part of that discussion to clean and erase some of those emails from servers?
I was not at all part of this discussion.
All right. Is it commonplace when you have a discussion about erasing emails and archived emails to have an attorney on a discussion with a client? Is that common? I mean, I was in business a long time. It never happened with me.
That's not something that I have the ability to comment on.
Well, you have an ability to comment on it. You may choose not to.
I have no opinion on that.
Well, have you ever been part of a conversation to erase emails where there's been an attorney there to advise you on the advisability of that? Have you personally? Yes or no?
I personally have had no experience in that situation.
Okay, all right. So let me finish. You said that you're paying for your attorney's fees here.
Correct.
Have you ever been reimbursed, or have you ever had any potential reimbursement for fees, for attorney's fees, from anyone other than your own personal accounts?
No.
Do you anticipate any reimbursement?
No.
All right, I yield back.
We'll now go to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heist, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying what I think is the feeling of many in this committee today, just how shameful it is that so many of our witnesses are no longer here. And frankly, the appearances they could care less about our national security and are less concerned about defending our country than they are in either being absent or pleading the fifth. And as was brought up earlier, they're willing to meet with and talk with others, those who had the potential of prosecuting them. Who knows what possible deals have been made in some of those discussions, but they refuse to meet with us, and begs the question, what in the world are they hiding? And so I want to thank you, Mr. Cooper, for your courage and your willingness to be here with us today and to provide some answers. It means a great deal to us. Did Secretary Clinton at any time have more than one device?
I don't recall specifically her having more than one email device, though I have come to learn that at some point she had some iPad devices that she may have used simultaneously with the BlackBerries.
So there is a possibility she had more than one device at a time?
Possible.
You have referred to yourself many times as not being an IT expert. At any time, did you consult cybersecurity experts when you were setting up her initial server?
The initial server, we consulted with Apple and their business solutions program to set up that server. And of course, later we consulted with Mr. Pagliano for those purposes.
Okay, and from any department or agency in the government, did you consult with at all?
No consultations of that type.
Okay. When you referred earlier to some of the hacks that were taking place, the brute force and so forth, with some degree of regularity, did you report those hacks or potential hacks to the FBI or Secret Service or any other agency?
As I mentioned earlier, when we first experienced some of the repeated failed login attempts, I reported them to the Secret Service.
Okay. Did any of the, do you know if anything was done when it was reported? Did they come to investigate or search anything out?
The Secret Service reviewed some of the logs from the server and made some recommendations to Mr. Pagliano about the possible origins of those failed logins and some techniques he might use to mitigate that problem.
Did any of the, be it agencies or other cyber security experts, express any concern over this being a private server or use of private emails?
Not directly to me.
So even when they came and did some investigation and some research, that question was never brought up to you?
Correct.
How does BleachBit work? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cooper and everyone in this room, and everyone in the country for that matter, I mean, we know how absolutely dangerous it is, the potential dangers of information getting in the hands of our adversaries. And you've related that that possibility exists dramatically. In fact, Director Comey was right when he said that, I thought he was being very polite when he said this is extremely careless, what has taken place. And unfortunately, Mr. Cooper, you're right in the middle of that. As the chairman brought up a while ago, we have nations coming after us, and here you are standing up as a defense to try to keep security from being leaked out to professionals and countries. And the words of Director Comey have to be directed to you as well. This has been extremely careless, what's taken place. And your handling, frankly, of the IT infrastructure, even in the midst of admittedly not being an expert in this field, to me shows absolute disregard for our national security. And Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for your continued commitment to pursue and to try to get to this, and those who refuse to answer our questions and plead the fifth to protect their own hide as opposed to protecting our national security, again, is shameful. But I thank you for pursuing this, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooper, thank you for being here. I know you've said many times you're not an expert in computer security, so I won't try to get too detailed. My first question is, have you ever worked in the federal government before?
Yes, I worked in the White House in 2000, 2001.
Were you involved in handling classified information?
No.
Did Mr. Pagliano work for you?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you mean, work for me?
So you were responsible for setting up these servers, is that correct?
I oversaw the setup of these servers.
So who was your boss when you were setting up the servers?
President Clinton was my boss.
And when you set up the servers, you've reached out to the services of Mr. Pagliano at some point, is that correct?
Correct.
And so was he your consultant?
Yes, he was a consultant.
Was he working at State Department at the time?
At the initial setup, he was not working at the State Department.
While he was working at the State Department, was he involved in providing consultative services to your organization?
Yes.
Is that normal?
I have no basis to judge that.
So, as the person responsible for setting up the servers, did you ever engage a third party to do stuff like technical vulnerability assessments or penetration testing?
I left that responsibility to Mr. Pagliano.
And Mr. Pagliano was responsible for these servers from the beginning of the creation of these servers?
He was not responsible for the Apple server. He was responsible from the transition of the Apple server to what we call the Pagliano server and through the duration of the Pagliano server.
And so the Pagliano server was backed up to an external hard drive between May 2009 and June 2011, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And we had a report from the FBI that states that you would periodically delete these records maintained in the backup as disk space ran out. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of how that procedure operated.
So you weren't responsible for that part?
Correct.
Who was?
Mr. Pagliano.
So when the decision was made to set up an independent server, were you involved in that conversation? I know you were talking about this briefly with my colleague from North Carolina.
Yes.
And why was the decision made to not use a commercial service versus doing something yourself?
Again, the initial setup of both servers was in consideration of a small group of users from President Clinton's office. This was a solution that we felt was an appropriate solution that we were trying. As you can tell by the fact that we transitioned pretty quickly from the Apple system to another system, we were moving to a more robust piece of equipment.
So you've said yourself, at some point, did you raise your hand and say, hey, guys, I don't have the technical expertise to do this, maybe we should have somebody else?
I was never in the position to be the technical expert on either server.
So there's been a lot of conversation about whether or not this system has been hacked and brute force, you name it. Has the FBI, to your knowledge, investigated whether there was indeed, and was there a forensic investigation on the servers to see whether there was evidence of an attack?
I would refer you to the FBI for that.
Were you ever asked questions about this? Did y'all do an exhaustive, review of whether or not you had records of data leaving the network? Were you monitoring whether data was leaving the network?
I would refer you to Mr. Pagliano or the FBI for that.
Were you ever told, or did you ever suspect classified information was being emailed to and from the secretary?
No.
Nobody ever brought that up with you or expressed a concern?
No.
Interesting. Do you think that common practices for good cyber hygiene was used in the development of these servers?
I'm not wholly familiar with what common practices are, but I can say that I believe some common practices were likely used.
And who were you using for guidance on what was good digital system hygiene? Mr. Pagliano?
An Apple on the original device.
Now, you said Apple a few times. Is this like you went into the help desk at the mall?
We had an agreement with Apple's business service program at the time that spec'd the equipment that we were going to use, set up the system, and installed it.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We're now going to go to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Abedin and Ms. Hanley indicated the whereabouts of Clinton devices would frequently become unknown once she transitioned to a new device. What about these other devices? Did you make any inquiry about any of the missing devices to make sure they were properly secured and the data properly recorded?
I can say with some certainty whenever there was a transfer from one device to the next, there was always the goal and the process to transfer all the data from the previous device to the new device. You're specifically, I believe, asking about what happened to the devices that I know that I personally did not dispose of. I can't speak to that. I believe that, I may have asked those who were in the process of doing that for Secretary Clinton to also properly dispose of them by rendering them
So
usable.
you were responsible for setting up the servers and these devices. Is that?
Mr. Pagliano set up the Pagliano server. For someone to transfer to a new BlackBerry device, it simply requires someone to tell the server that there's a limited period of time for a user to log in with a one-time username and
But when you
password.
transitioned from one device to another, did you have any responsibility in handling the device that was no longer being used? What did you do with that? We understand you did something with some devices.
On occasion, I was the person who made the transfer, and when I was complete with backing up the information, ensuring that it was on the new device, wiping the old device, I rendered them unusable in other manners, yes.
Are you aware that there's a missing laptop and external storage device?
I'm aware of that based on the reading of the FBI report.
So you did know about it. Do you know that the report was that it was lost in the mail?
That's as much as I know.
That's as much as you know. You don't know, do you know who mailed it?
I have no details about that.
So if you don't know who mailed it, you don't know who it was sent to. You are, as Mr. Heiss pointed out, aware that Director Comey described Mrs. Clinton's use of a personal server and her handling of classified material as extremely careless. You were aware that he said that. You read the FBI report.
Yes, I'm aware of the report.
In your handling of Mrs. Clinton's servers, did you have any concerns that her use of a personal server and the use of outdated technology on her cell phones might be a problem?
I viewed her use as personal use of a BlackBerry and of the server, and that we kept up to date over a period of time.
You've been around the Clintons for a pretty good period of time, haven't you?
Yes.
And you're aware of the highly sensitive material that Mrs. Clinton, as Secretary of State, was handling that would pass through her communications devices and her servers through her email. You certainly had to be aware that that there was sensitive information.
If I was generally aware that Secretary Clinton encountered sensitive information, sure. How that was transmitted to her was not something that I was specifically aware of.
I mean, this guy didn't.
But in your disposal of these devices, and you said you made sure they were wiped, and you took other measures to dispose of them, did you receive any instructions or any training about making sure that the data on those systems were properly recorded? Did anyone talk to you about that?
I had no specific instructions around that.
Would you consider your handling of these devices as possibly careless? And I ask you that, and I think you've been a good witness. I appreciate the fact that you stayed. But in listening to Ms. Lummis' questions and your lack of knowledge of some of the cyber technology, the cyber protection technology and things like that, my concern is that it's almost an atmosphere of indifference. And I really hope that's not the case, because this is not, although some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to make this about her candidacy, it's really about our national security and how we handle things going forward. And that's the great concern, I think, really the prevailing concern that this committee has, is that we make sure that we don't put our national security at risk, we don't put our intelligence officers at risk. And that's my big concern, and particularly with this missing laptop that apparently no one's made an effort to recover. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start just by making a couple statements. A lot of times we're hearing some back and forth of really who to believe. So I found it interesting that I believe there's 3 different times today that our friends to my right have not been necessarily truthful in some of the accusations they have made. Number one, I believe that one of the members talked about this as some kind of relentless pursuit of Republicans trying to damage Secretary Clinton's presidential chances or hopes, and at the same time, this is some kind of photo op. Well, let me remind everybody, if we could just pause for a moment and remember what Director Comey said. He said this was an investigation not caused by Congress, but rather the Inspector General from the intelligence that we're able to gather. So let me just put that on the record, making sure this has not been Republican-driven. This was Inspector General of the FBI. Another thing they've tried to make a case for is this is some kind of Republican witch hunt. I specifically asked Director Comey, did he feel this way? He said no, he did not. In fact, he said it was not a witch hunt. And then today, we hear our Democrat friends say that there is no evidence that emails were hacked. Well, on January the 9th, 2011, Mr. Cooper, you became aware of an attempt to hack Hillary Clinton's private email server. Is that correct?
I believe you're referring to an email that was in the FBI report, and you may not have been here earlier in the hearing, I said that I was using the word hack colloquially, so I thought people would understand, and what this was a series of failed login attempts. And one of the earliest occurrences of this, the way that we managed to put an end to them was to shut down the server for very brief periods of time.
Yeah, I was here earlier and heard you share a little bit about that. Do you agree that there is no evidence that this server could have been hacked?
I can, the best of my knowledge, just to refer you to the FBI report who did the forensic analysis on this.
But you don't have a kind of a take on it, so
I
even
have
though you were
no knowledge that there was a successful hack on this.
You aware of how many times the Russians and the Chinese try to attack us on a daily basis?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of that? And make sure, this was on her private server, is that correct? Not a State Department or a government-protected server, is that correct?
Correct, this is a private server.
No. It's interesting that if it wasn't to what you consider maybe a hack status, you emailed her twice that day. How often did you normally email Ms. Clinton in a given day?
I believe the email was to Ms. Abedin. Again, this was one of the first or second occurrences that something like this was happening. So I was just making her aware more that the email services might be offline for a few moments.
Sure. In the weeks before, how many times did you send an email that was in the same reference?
I don't recall ever sending a great volume of those emails.
So this was the first time that you'd ever sent something like that?
I can't say specifically it was the first time, but...
Pretty rare, though, you would think?
Yes.
Okay. Yet at the same point, you're now describing it that the hack was probably not the best description of it.
Correct.
But you were concerned?
I was mostly in the email making her aware that I was shutting down the server for a brief period of time.
Were there any other times or attacks that you were aware of that you felt like that put the server in a vulnerable position when Ms. Clinton was in possession of this server? Any other times in a row?
As there was an increase in the failed login attempts, we made the Secret Service aware, and they reviewed the logs and made some recommendations to Mr. Pagliano.
You got a number about roughly?
I'm
How many
sorry?
times that might have happened on all these failed email attempts or login attempts?
I can't give you a specific number.
Less than 1,000? More than 1,000?
Less than 1,000.
Okay. In just closing here, and I'll yield back the rest of my time here, you might have mentioned this earlier as well in having to do some questioning right outside here, but can you remind me again how you were compensated? Can you go into that to tell me what direction, who compensated you for all this?
I worked for the Clintons for 15 years and was compensated in a variety of ways over that period of time, depending on what my activities were. I worked for President Clinton, helping him write his memoirs and subsequent books.
Yeah.
I traveled the world with him. At points, I supported the foundation. So I had varying sorts of income.
Okay, it's a little gray area there, if I may be so bold. When you say you were compensated in a variety of ways, did that include being paid with cash?
No.
Okay, so this was just like, hey, personal check from Bill Clinton, here you go, or?
Yes, the taxable. I was a full employee.
Okay.
Bill Clinton.
Well, what was the title on, how were you getting paid with that? Did it say Bill and Hillary? I mean, how was that?
There were multiple payrolls. There was a Clinton household payroll. Later, there was a Clinton Executive Services Corporation payroll.
But there were personal checks as well?
They were through a employer services company that managed the payroll, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cooper, for your patience and also your answers that you've provided the panel today. You alerted folks to possible breach attempts and were concerned, obviously, about the security, as we've heard in your testimony today. In January 2013, according to the FBI reports, a Tor user logged in to a staffer of President Clinton's account on the Pagliano server and browsed email and folders of that person's account. Were you aware of that breach? That's a little different than what was just stated to Mr. Walker.
I was not aware of that breach until I read it in the same account where you have read it.
Did it cause you concern?
Once I read it?
Sure.
Sure.
In the spring of 2013, which would have been proximate to this same thing, according to the FBI, Sidney Blumenthal's AOL account was hacked by Guccifer, and Mrs. Clinton's email exchange with Mr. Blumenthal was made public. Were you aware of that breach?
I was aware of that.
What was your response to these breaches?
At that point in time, I was transitioning out of any role or responsibility with the server as the various teams were selecting, was ultimately Platte River Network to take over the email services. And I don't know that I had any sort of direct response.
Did you believe that there was sensitive information? Certainly, it would qualify as very private, being the position that Mrs. Clinton held.
Certainly private information, concerned that you would have naturally concerned that that information was properly backed up and secured.
And the FBI reported finding email marked secret on the PRN server, and you assisted with the transfer of data to the PRN server. Were you aware of secret or sensitive emails on the servers you worked on?
I did not actually assist in the transfer to the PRN servers, and nor was I.
Even with the missing laptop, which you didn't lose, but apparently it got lost after PRN received it?
Yeah, I have no knowledge of that.
But you did have knowledge of providing a laptop to do the transfer?
Provided a laptop instruction on how to download emails, yes.
Now, Mr. Cooper, you conveyed to, I believe it was Mr. Meadows, and we appreciate the insight you've given us, that Huma Abedin assisted in arrangements on the use of the private server when all of this was being set up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you create, or did Huma Abedin or Cheryl Mills or Jacob Sullivan have a user account on the private server?
Huma Abedin had an account.
Huma Abedin did have an account. And Mr. Cooper, are you aware that in the FBI report it states on page 10 that Mrs. Clinton's immediate aides, to include Huma Abedin, Cheryl Mills, and Jacob Sullivan, told the FBI that they had no knowledge of the existence of a private server until after Mrs. Clinton's tenure at State? But that would have not been true, would it?
I can't speculate on what their comments were.
Well, I know you can't speculate on what their comments were, but you just stated that Miss Abedin knew of the server, she had an account on the server, so how is it possible that she could not have known about a server while Mrs. Clinton was at State?
I can't speak to her recollection of when she knew, but she was, I can tell you.
But that would be contrary to the facts, wouldn't it?
I can just tell you that I know that she had an account on the server and she was aware and using an account on the server.
At the time that Mrs. Clinton was there. Okay, thank you for establishing those facts for us. We appreciate that. And BlackBerries, we know that there was preferences on functions and systems and going back and forth, a lot of different devices. And we also know that there was one BlackBerry that was provided from State, but they sent it with a warning that, look, all of this could be Freedom of Information Act, therefore, go in with this understanding, and so they elected to not use that BlackBerry. There were other BlackBerries used associated with the server, which we've determined. How were they obtained? Were they third-party obtained? Obviously, it wasn't through State because there was only one that we know about. Maybe there were more.
I can't speak to them being obtained by the State Department. I have no
Okay, were they obtained through third party, or how were they obtained?
BlackBerries were typically, to the best of my recollection, just obtained from the service provider AT&T, who we had account with to service those phones.
Okay, so they weren't obtained by third party like eBay, Amazon, something of that nature?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. And with that, my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just one question of the gentleman. You said that there was a email marked secret, and we just wanted to know what that was because we never saw that. I'd just like to see the document.
I'll let you work that out with Mr. Russell. I will now recognize Mr.
And I want the record to be clear if it's not one. All right.
I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Yeah, thanks for coming over. I want to nail down a little bit more, a follow-up on what Representative Walker said. You first became involved with then President Clinton in 1999. That was your first involvement with the Clintons?
Yes.
Okay. At the time you were an aide, so at that time you were paid by the United States government?
In 99, I was an intern still, and in 2000, I became a U.S. government employee.
Wow. What being an intern will lead to, huh? Okay. And then when President Clinton left office, from then until today, you say you worked for the Clintons. But was it like the Clintons personal for 2 years, the foundation, or the Clinton Executive Services Corporation? Who was cutting the checks from time to time?
The organizations evolved over a period of time, as I think was only natural as different parts of the operation grew and shrank. For a period of time, I was in the transition office from President Clinton for the first 6 months out of office. I then worked for him in support of his efforts to write his memoir for almost 4 years.
Okay, so then it was Bill personally?
A combination with the book publisher. And then following that, worked on what was the Clinton household payroll for a series of years.
Okay. Could you get us a list, just because I want to kind of see, where you were involved in the thing? I hope it's not too much bother. From when Bill Clinton left office until today, who were you working for? See what I'm saying? Like who when you get the W-2? Was
Sure,
usually
and then when I left in 2013.
Right. Were you getting like W-2s or 1099s, or how do they do this?
Yeah, I can have my attorneys prepare something for you.
Yeah, I'd like to have that. Next question, when you interacted with the Clintons, did you usually hear from Bill directly, Hillary directly, Huma? Who is the person you usually heard from?
I primarily worked for President Clinton and worked with him on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Did you ever get emails from Huma or Hillary?
Certainly.
Okay, like once a month, once a week?
I couldn't tell you what the frequency was. Often it was coordination between the family to organize their schedules.
Okay. Did you have any coordination with the foundation, or did the foundation ever employ you?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard about the foundation, who was your contacts there? Who was your contact with the foundation? Bill again?
Over time, many different people work for the foundation. Primarily, my role with the foundation was in supporting President Clinton's activities with the foundation.
Okay. Did you ever hear from Huma or Hillary about the foundation?
At varying times, they participated in foundation-related events over the lifetime of the foundation, from when we left the White House through the time period.
When did the foundation kick in? I can't remember when that thing began.
Officially, the foundation was launched as we were leaving the White House in support of the Presidential Library, and developed programs over time from that period.
Before it became the charitable institution it eventually became.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive emails from Secretary Clinton or Huma connected to State Department business?
Not that I recall. Secretary Clinton on occasion had forwarded me documents to print.
Okay, usually when they'd contact you, her or Huma, would be foundation business or personal business?
I would say personal business.
Can you give me an example of personal business?
Asking where President Clinton was, if he was available, something that may have been going on in their household.
Okay. I tell you what I'll do. I'll leave the remainder of my time to the chair. But I would like to see, a chronology of, this is who I got the W-2s from in 2002, this 2003, this 2004. I'll give you one more question. Was it usually just one person cutting the check each month? Were there months in which you got a check from Bill personally and the foundation?
It varied over different periods of time.
Okay.
I think the gentleman, Mr. Cooper, who are you employed by now?
I have my own consulting firm and have a variety of clients that I work with to help them with their thought leadership, to identify.
Does that include any of the array of Clinton entities?
No, it does not involve any current Clinton entities.
Or people or anything like that?
If you could clarify, I'm sorry. Does not involve any of the Clintons, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by quoting Bernie Sanders. He famously said in one of the debates, he said, enough of these emails. And I think that those of us that have sat through this hearing today can say the same. We're seeing a predictable pattern from the Republican Party where they come out and make all kinds of accusations that I believe are politically motivated. They make all kinds of accusations against Secretary Clinton. And they claim, they make really reckless ones that are criminal accusations. And then they call for an investigation. And then the investigation happens, and what comes out of the investigation does not support the accusations. And then they move on to the next email, quote, attack that they put forward. And this happened, we saw it with the discredited Benghazi hearings and accusations and reports and reviews, where the FBI and other independent investigators found no evidence, none whatsoever, of a crime with the emails. And so what do we have again? Another accusation claiming email criminal activity. Now, this latest one is that Secretary Clinton and her top aides ordered the destruction of emails to conceal these emails from investigators. For example, my good friend, and he really is a good friend, Representative Meadows, I heard him on national television, where he claimed that the emails were deleted as a result of, and I quote, a directive from the Clinton campaign. There's no evidence to support this accusation. Chairman Chavez made a similar claim in his criminal referral to the U.S. Attorney on September 6th, claiming that Secretary Clinton's attorneys, Kendall and Mills, issued this order during a call with Platte River Networks in March 2015. But these claims were already investigated by the FBI. And guess what? There was not any evidence to support these claims. And the FBI summary explains that after Secretary Clinton's attorneys finished producing her work-related emails to the State Department, she no longer needed her remaining personal emails. Well, the FBI is there for a reason. They're there to investigate, to make determinations, and to come forward with conclusions. And they've concluded that there's no evidence. So why are we here? Why are we trying to contradict what the FBI found? And the bottom line is that the FBI, based on their reviews, based on the professionals that they have looking at this, they came forward and said, and Director Comey actually said it right before this committee, he testified, we do not find any evidence of evil intent and intent to obstruct justice, end quote. This is the head of the FBI relying on a complete investigation of his personnel on this issue. He also said, and I'm quoting him again, we did not find evidence to indicate that they did anything to try to erase or conceal anything of any sort. So the FBI has already made their determination. So my one question to you, Mr. Cooper, in all of your work and your understanding, your experience with all of this, did you see anything that contradicts the conclusion of the FBI professionals and Director Comey, who testified before this Congress? He saw no criminal activity, he saw no abuse of justice. Did you see anything to contradict his conclusion?
The facts to my knowledge, no.
No, okay. So I just want to remind everyone that the FBI, we're here for one day, but they conducted a year-long investigation and concluded that no charges were appropriate. And they had, I would say, an all-star team. We have very good investigators here on our committee, but I would say a year-long investigation by the FBI with their all-star teams, that they are professionals, they're trained professionals, and they came forward and said after that there was no charges were appropriate. So I just want to join Bernie Sanders in saying enough is enough. And we've had investigation after investigation, accusation after accusation, and now we have another accusation after the investigation was completed by the FBI, which has an unmatched record in protecting our citizens, preserving the law of this country, and preserving the integrity of government. And I would say I rest my case. I listened carefully to Director Comey.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Well, now
I was just warming up, Mr. Chairman.
the gentlewoman is yielding back. We'll now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Smith, who's the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. We're pleased to have him use seat on today, and we're thankful for the close working relationship we have with the committee. We now recognize him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me to attend today's hearing to examine the security of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's private server. Secretary Clinton's unique server and email arrangement is of particular importance both to your committee and to the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. The Science Committee has a responsibility to examine ways in which executive branch departments and agencies and private entities can improve their cybersecurity practices. As part of the Science Committee's ongoing investigation, I have issued subpoenas to 3 of the companies that performed maintenance and security work on Secretary Clinton's private server. 2 of the companies who received lawfully issued subpoenas for information related to work they performed for former Secretary Clinton, Platte River Networks and SecNap Inc., have refused to produce responsive documents. Both companies have purposely misinterpreted the plain language of the subpoena, and both companies have stated that they do not have responsive materials, which is demonstrably false. Unfortunately, these companies' decisions to obstruct the committee's investigation and defy a lawfully issued subpoena continues a Clinton habit of secrecy rather than transparency. In fact, just this morning, and this may be of interest to the gentlewoman from New York who just spoke, SecNap's counsel confirmed to my staff that the Clintons' private LLC is actively engaged in directing their obstructionist responses to congressional subpoenas. This is a clear obstruction of justice. Americans deserve to know the truth, which is now being blocked by the Clinton organization. One of the companies, Datto, did provide responsive materials to the subpoena. These documents have shed light on the unique arrangement undertaken by Secretary Clinton to set up a private server. This includes the lack of even basic cybersecurity measures applied to the information stored on the server, such as encryption. It is inconceivable that a Secretary of State who is entrusted with our national security secrets would not take every available step to safeguard our nation's classified information. The information sought through the investigations of the Science Committee, the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and Senator Ron Johnson of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee is crucial in determining the degree to which our national security was unprotected and perhaps endangered. I look forward to continuing to work with you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate all the good work you have done. And if it's all right, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper, first of all, thank you for being here today and being willing to answer questions. You deserve credit for being willing to do that, and that compares to those who refuse to appear today and answer questions and apparently are not interested in helping us try to find out the truth. Let me ask my first question, which is that, as you heard me say a minute ago, we heard this morning that SecNap's counsel has said that the Clinton Executive Services Corporation, in effect, is obstructing at least my committee's subpoena. Do you think this is standard practice for the Clinton Executive Services Corporation? I'm sorry?
I'm not in a position to comment that or have any knowledge of that situation.
Have you seen any other instances where SECNAP has tried to prevent information from getting to a committee?
I'm not aware of.
One way or the other?
I'm not aware at all.
Okay. Many of the documents provided by Dado Inc. include communications with Platte River Networks. Should Platte River Networks have information in its possession about its work related to former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's server?
And my interaction with Platte River Networks was simply handing over some usernames and passwords, and that was the totality of the interaction that I've had with them. I've never had any interaction with them beyond that or with Dado.
And can you say whether or not they are likely to have information about the server or not?
I have no knowledge.
Okay. What information, again, have you handed over to them?
I'm sorry, I handed over some username and passwords to them at the beginning of the transition process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That completes my questions. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of your committee's hearing today.
Well, thanks, Chairman. We do appreciate it. I will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Cooper, thank you for being here, and thank you for staying as long as you have. Mr. Cooper, in Secretary Clinton's New York and Washington, D.C. homes, did she have a personally owned desktop computer inside the secure areas or the SCIFs?
We discussed earlier there were Apple iMacs in both homes that I know were in the rooms that became SCIFs, predating their time becoming SCIFs.
How do you know that?
Before they became SCIFs, they were both offices which I had the occasion to work out of.
And you said what kind of computers were they?
Apple iMacs.
Who was able to open them?
They were there for the purpose of staff visiting the home or the staff that worked in the homes.
Was it ever left unsecured?
Unsecured meaning, I'm sorry.
Just left out to where someone could get to it?
These were personal computers in their homes secured by the Secret Service.
And who did you say had access to it? Just
the Clinton family and their staff.
And their staff. Let me ask you about two occasions in 2011 where you were concerned that someone was trying to hack into Hillary Clinton's private email server. What made you concerned that someone was trying to hack in, as described in an email you sent to Huma Abedin?
I think my concern at the time was I was colloquially using the word hack to describe what was a multiple failed login attempt on the server, and what I was really conveying to her, less so of the concern of that activity and more so that we were dealing with it by shutting down the server for a period of time, and so she should expect her email to be offline for a period of time.
So later on that day, you emailed Ms. Abedin, and you said there was a second attempt. In fact, you said, we were attacked again, so I shut the server down for a few minutes.
Yes,
help me out. Whenever I think of attack on a computer, I think that's somebody who's trying to get in unauthorized.
I understand. I was using very colloquial language.
Very colloquial language.
Correct.
So that's not what you meant when you said attack? That someone was...
These were multiple failed login attempts on the server.
But wouldn't you describe that as someone who's trying to get in unauthorized?
I would describe it as someone who was trying to get in unauthorized, yes.
So was it the same attempt as was the previous day?
I can't recall whether it was the same attempt or being able to determine whether it was the same type of...
Did you shut the server down on that day in January of 2011?
To the best of my recollection, based on the emails that you're describing, yes.
Why? What good would that have done? What was the purpose in doing that?
My understanding was that these were automated attempts, and once they did not ping a server on the other side, they would stop. And that seems to be the practice of what happened.
We've had reports, and we've read numerous reports, that Mr. Palagiano arranged for you to receive notifications when there were attempted hacks on the server. Did you receive any notification of any attempted attacks on the server?
What Mr. Pagliano had set up were alerts to alert me if there were any failed login attempts, which could be from users or non-users.
Okay, I'm struggling here. Tell me the difference between a failed login attempt and a hack.
So a failed login attempt is very simply when someone tries to log into the server in one form or another, into an account or to the server itself.
Okay. All right, what's an attack?
I'm sorry, with a username or a password that's not valid. So that could be a legitimate user who's mistyped their password, or legitimate users whose password has expired.
Okay, I get that. Just define an attack for me then.
Again, the word attack is colloquial.
No, describe what you would define attack as.
Multiple failed login attempts, trying different usernames in no specific pattern.
Would you agree that most people describe attack as something much more than that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. We've been told and we've discovered that Hillary Clinton's old phones were destroyed with a hammer. With a hammer. Were these phones connected to the private email server in question?
Yes, I described earlier that when Secretary Clinton would transition from one device to the next, we'd take the old device, back it up, make sure all of the content was transferred onto the new device, linked with the server, so any information that came from the server was on the new device. Then, once that was completed, wiped the old device using the BlackBerry tool to do so, and then on occasion I would render them unusable.
Why did you use that kind of method? It seems somewhat, if you will, barbaric. I mean, a hammer to a phone?
I think it's practical to not just throw a cold device into some sort of garbage receptacle where someone might pick it up out of curiosity and try to use it.
Okay, I mean, here we are, and with all due respect, sir, the definition of an attack that you have and the definition of attack that I have, and I think most people have, are completely different. And then, we're taking an old phone and destroying it by a hammer, with a hammer. Were you instructed to do that?
No, that was not something I was instructed to do.
But you say that was normal procedure? Is this the way you do away with everybody's old phones?
I felt that that was a good practice at the time.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I've exceeded my time, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. A few other questions as we conclude here. And again, I give you great credit for being here and answering the questions. I do appreciate it. Why were there no backup images prior to June 23rd, 2013, made available to the FBI as part of their criminal investigation?
That's not something that I have knowledge or insight into.
But I mean, you and Mr. Pagliano were running this ship here, so why were there no backup images?
Technically, Mr. Pagliano handled that component of the server, and I was not managing the backup.
The FBI report states that the so-called Pagliano server was backed up to an external hard drive between May of 2009 and June of 2011. Is that your understanding?
It's only my understanding from reading the same report that you have read.
The report further states that you would periodically delete the records maintained in the backup as disk space ran out. Is that correct?
And I was not the one responsible for those deletions. I refer you to Mr. Pagliano.
You didn't do any of those deletions?
No.
Was there any consideration to get a backup or external hard drives?
I believe at one point we upgraded the backup system that was attached to the server.
So rather than backing this stuff up, you just went ahead and deleted it?
I was not the one responsible for or doing any deletions.
The FBI was unable to locate or procure any of the 13 mobile devices used by Secretary Clinton during her tenure. You aware of the location of any of these devices?
I'm not aware of the location of any of those devices.
Secretary Clinton, did she ever use the computer that you set up for her?
The computers that were in their homes?
Yeah.
I can't say specifically whether she ever...
You never saw her? Did she know how to use the computer?
I don't know that she did or used those computers.
So you bought a computer, set up the computer, but you never saw her use it?
I don't believe I ever saw her use the computer.
And who had access to this computer?
She has household staff in each home, and I think her personal aides who would come to her house before or after she traveled, who would predominantly, to my knowledge, use those computers to print off, clips and briefing materials.
And they could access that when it became a SCIF?
I don't know if that was the situation.
Well, you were there. I mean, you're in the household on a regular basis. Did you ever use it in the SCIF?
I don't remember using those computers once they were in the SCIF. There was a separate computer that was not in the SCIF in the home in Chappaqua, which was regularly used for basic printing purposes.
And would it print her emails?
I can't say that to know that it would print her emails.
I'm sorry, the what?
I don't know that it printed her emails.
Okay, but did you ever see the computer in her SCIF?
I've seen the SCIF, and I know the computer was in there, so it's hard to parse the time.
You've been in the SCIF
from those rooms, which I've spent time in over many years.
Right.
Prior to them becoming SCIFs.
You put a little qualifier in there. You tell me for 4 years you never went in that room?
I can't recall a specific occasion where I walked into that room, but there may have been an occasion. I can't
So
recall.
if you're talking to the secretary and she walks in that room, you stopped at the door? And...
I don't recall any specific situation of that type.
All right. Do you know how the SCIF was secured?
I was there when the SCIFs were set up, and they believed they had locks on the doors.
All right. What happened when the FBI showed up? Did they seize things? Were you there?
I'm sorry?
Were you there when the FBI came?
To
her home in New York?
No.
I'm not 100% certain that they came to her home in New York. Are you aware that they seized anything?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Let's go back one more time. The very same day that Hillary Clinton started her Senate confirmations is this very same day that you registered ClintonEmail.com and evidently set up the server, correct?
That was the day, I believe, that we registered ClintonEmail.com. I'm not sure that that's the day we set up the server.
Why that day? I mean, what was she doing 3 days before that?
I have no recollection of where she or I were 3 days before that.
Why not set up a Gmail account?
I think the consideration was that there was a existing server used by President Clinton's small group of staff that provided an option for her to maintain a personal email address using that system.
Did she have a personal email address before she got ClintonEmail.com?
She was using an AT&T BlackBerry address up to that point, which had limited ability to retain emails or view them in any other way besides on the BlackBerry.
Okay. We have some addition. Do you still advise Teneo Holdings?
Yes, I still advise Teneo Holdings.
Okay. Listen, again, I want to reiterate how much I appreciate your being here, subjecting yourself to questions before Congress. It's not a comfortable thing. I'm sure it's not something you set out early in life to do, but then nevertheless, the committee did call you, and you are here, and you've answered, you're attempting to answer all the questions, and for that, we're very much appreciative. It's the way the system's supposed to work, and so we're very grateful for that. Let me recognize before we recess here, Mr. Cummings.
How's your business doing?
Okay.
I ask that because, a lot of times we have these hearings and a lot of people sometimes don't seem to realize that there's life after the hearing. And you have a family? You have a family?
I do not.
And then, I too want to thank you for your testimony. I think you've been very straightforward, and I thank you for your cooperating with the FBI. And your testimony's been very helpful. And whenever having practiced law for many years, it's painful, I'm sure, to have to pay legal bills. Because it's expensive. And that's money that you could probably be doing some other things with. But, I'm sorry you have to go through all of this. But the fact is that I guess it's part of life. And but I just want to thank you very much. And I can understand, based on your testimony, why Director Comey came to the conclusions that he did, particularly with regard to you. So thank you very much.
It is the intention of the chair to recess the hearing and reconvene at a later date. We'll provide ample notice of the date and time of the reconvening. The committee stands in recess.
All right, guys, so that just wrapped up the House Oversight Committee hearing looking into the Hillary Clinton email server, the scandal that just won't go away.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I mean, I do think there are I just saw an interview with a congressman who said, the deeper we dig into this thing, the more it feels like a John Grisham novel, because there are other players who are they're starting to become known now because they're being given immunity.
Right.
There is one guy specifically who was granted criminal immunity from criminal prosecution to come forward and say what he knew, because he apparently admits that he was aware that there was a protection order not to destroy the documents when he took part in the whole process of wiping the server clean.
Interesting.
Now that is, I mean, we'll see where all of that leads. The best thing Hillary Clinton could hope for would be that not only does she win the presidency, but the Democrats regain control on Capitol Hill, because that would put an end to these investigations. But as long as the Republicans have either the House or the Senate, and the Senate's really in play. I haven't heard a lot of people say that the House is in play. The Senate is in play. But if the House stays in Republican hands, we probably will continue to have more congressional investigation with the power of subpoena to get to the bottom of why would you try to circumvent the law, and who was aware of a possible criminal activity if you specifically ordered the server to be wiped clean. So we'll see. I mean, it has the potential to be bad. I know that her supporters are like, enough already. You've already investigated every possible.
Like when Bernie Sanders was on stage and was just like, enough about the email.
I'm sick and tired of your damn emails.
Well, when we started streaming this a few hours ago, I did tweet to the viewers asking them to tweet me their thoughts if they were tuning in.
Okay.
So I did get a few tweets. Okay. Finally, someone's actually speaking. That comes from Deplorable Sonia. Rebecca tweeting me saying she's corrupt. Also tweeting me a photo of a quote.
Okay.
The quote says, "Stopping Hillary is a short-term solution. The long-term solution, and it will be more difficult, is fixing the educational system that has created so many people ignorant enough to vote for Hillary Clinton."
That's a quote from somebody else.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So she had quoted someone else. Catherine Grove saying, "I think all of the men that called to testify pleading the fifth have been paid off," because there were a handful of people that decided not to testify at this hearing, one of them being FBI Director James Comey. Let's see, who else tweeted me earlier? Roger's daughter saying, "Mr. Cooper, employed by Clinton's personally and Clinton Foundation with full access to email server, had no clearance."
Yeah, that was that one guy I was referring to earlier.
And Ahmed Kareem saying, "Samia, thanks for live streaming, very informative."
Oh, thank you very much, Ahmed.
So,
So you had, I think, over 7,000 so I'm on the TV side live here in Phoenix while Samia is streaming this for you guys all over the world. And I was shouting from the other side of the newsroom, "How many watching? We're at 6,000. We're about to hit 7,000.
Yeah, we had about
great interest.
7,400 people watching live just on our YouTube channel. We also had people watching on our Facebook channel as well, our Facebook live stream of it. So I'm not sure what the numbers were there, but a lot of people very interested in hearing what was happening at this House committee hearing. So thank you guys for tuning in. We obviously love streaming all the breaking news as it happens. If you're new to News Now, you're just finding us, I encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and then facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you can hit the like button. That way you'll know whenever we're live.
And it seems like, well, we're in the thick of the political season right now. I mean, you have Tim Kaine holding an event in Michigan.
That's happening right now.
Where, this is good because, check this out. Apparently, whoever introduced him this morning said, I think it was at this morning's event, it could have been an event yesterday, but somewhere in one of his most recent campaign appearances, possibly this one, he was introduced as the man who could take the presidency if it were to become necessary. What with all these internet rumors swirling around about Hillary Clinton, and Fox actually running a story on foxnews.com today about, well, what would the scenario be if her health were to become so serious of an issue that she would have to step down off the ticket. Which, by the way,
a lot of people,
is not automatically Tim Kaine. Did you know?
Right, I heard about the Joe Biden rumors out there.
Here's what would happen. You would have a jockeying for power that would be unprecedented this late in the campaign season. But it would be fascinating, and it would suddenly make Donald Trump's media coverage about this large, and all of the focus would be on the Democrats because it probably would be either Biden, Bernie Sanders, whose most polls showed Bernie Sanders could beat Donald Trump way more handily than Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Or even Elizabeth Warren, who is really the darling of the liberal wing of the party.
I don't think they would go with Elizabeth Warren.
You think it's either going to be Bernie or Joe?
Yeah, I think name recognition is really important this late in the game, especially against Donald Trump. Plus, Donald Trump keeps bringing up the whole Pocahontas reference whenever he references Elizabeth Warren.
Yes, right.
He hasn't really had a lot to say about Bernie Sanders.
Right.
Except Crazy Bernie was, I think, the nickname. And so I could see it being a Bernie Sanders or a Joe Biden.
Yeah.
People like Joe Biden.
Yes, I know.
And he would have run if it weren't for his son's death that just caused him to really need time for himself and grieve.
I mean, right now there's absolutely no indication that Hillary Clinton's going to drop out.
Right. We're talking hypothetical scenario, guys.
Yeah, but all you have to do is go to the Drudge Report and look at the stories that are accumulating because, they're a news aggregator.
Right.
And they're specifically looking for these kinds of stories. There must be 20 different stories floating around out there this morning with various angles regarding her health, regarding health issues from the past that people have probably forgotten about, including a couple, like a stumble that she had on a plane, getting on board a plane that I had never seen before that was almost a full-on face
Was
plant.
she wearing heels, though? Because, as a girl, I can attest to stumbling in heels, guys.
Okay, now
I'm relatively healthy.
Who's one of our regular viewers up in the Twin Cities who loves your shoes? What's his name again?
Tamaro.
Tamaro. He could be watching right now. The next thing he's going to say is, well, let's see what your shoes are today. Let's see them right now.
I am wearing heels today, guys.
Yeah.
Zachary Howard messaging us, tweeting me, saying Hillary Clinton rigged the primaries. Actually sent a photo. And
that's hilarious. Can you show that?
A guinea pig.
This is very fun.
I can show this. Give me a second while I cue this up for our viewers. Stand by. Get this ready for you. This one comes from Zachary Howard. It shows the guinea pig typing. Wonder what my guinea pig will type. Hillary Clinton rigged the primary. So I got that message. And I also got another tweet just a second. This one from Rod from Cranston saying, so Lex, in response to the person who had tweeted this, about Hillary Clinton. Here is someone who's not a fan of Donald Trump tweeting us, "So let's elect a clown who wants a war with Iran over gestures, a rapist, racist, hater, Putin lover." So lots of varying opinions there on the internet. Thank you guys so much for sending in your tweets. I'm going to take you guys live now to the Tim Kaine event. Let's listen to what Tim Kaine has to say.
Illegally giving it to politicians to stop investigating Trump University. $25,000 from the Trump Foundation to the Attorney General of Florida, who then announced that they weren't going to go forward on a lawsuit against Trump University, even though their office had received complaints. And then Donald Trump did a fundraiser for her. The contribution was illegal. You can't give charitable money to a political campaign. It's illegal. And because they knew it was illegal, when they filed their year-end report, they hid it. They did a cover-up. Said, no, that $25,000 went to some charity group in Kansas, but when the Kansas group was contacted, they said, we never got anything from Donald Trump. And they had to trace it back to find that it was an illegal campaign contribution that was covered up and that was designed to stop an investigation into Trump University. So again, I would say on this education issue, who understands higher education? Who understands the power of an education to rocket individuals ahead, but also rocket our economy ahead? Hillary understands it, and Donald Trump has really demonstrated that to the extent he understands it, he thinks of it as an opportunity to benefit himself rather than to benefit students or benefit the economy. The choice is very, very clear. If you want a pro-education president, it's got to be Hillary Clinton. Absolutely. Now, I want to just now conclude, because it's hot and people have been out here a while, so I'm going to just finish. I told you I was going to do three things, and the third was, how do we win? Michigan's really, really important. Both sides are competing very heavy in Michigan. We like what we see now. If you're asking me how we're doing, I'm going to tell you, we like what we see. I'd rather be us than them, but it's close. It's close. And even if we see a poll one day that we like, we don't really take much comfort in it because, let's be honest, it's a season of surprises. Polls have been wrong. Pundits have been wrong. Nobody thought the GOP was going to nominate Donald Trump, so it's been a season of surprises. And there could be more, right? There could be more twists and turns. In fact, there will be more. That's what life's like, first. Second, we live in a political climate after Citizens United where anybody can just spend hundreds of millions of dollars, put ads on TV saying virtually anything, not even tell you who they are or who's funding the ad, and that can change the election. And you've seen some of those ads, and you'll probably see more of them. And then the third thing, just to, got to be clear about it, Hillary's trying to do something that nobody has ever done. And if it had been easy for there to be a woman president of the United States, there would have been a woman president of the United States. In fact, let me just drill on that one just for a minute, because this is an important point. Part of being a great nation is being proud of the things you're good at, but also being honest about the things you're not good at. I think that's part of being great, being honest about the things you're not good at. We are good at so much, but we are uniquely bad at electing women to federal office. So we know that we haven't had a woman president. We know that. But let me tell you about Congress. Thank goodness you've got a fantastic senior senator in Debbie Stabenow, right? You have got a fantastic member of Congress right here in Debbie Dingell, right? You've got a great junior member of the Senate, Gary Peters, whose daughter is out here somewhere. I visited with her early. But we know we haven't had a woman president, but get this, in Congress right now, 19% of Congress is women, 19%. That is the highest it's ever been in American history, 19%. And that ranks us 75th in the world. Iraq, 26%. Afghanistan, 28%. Number one, Rwanda, about 64%. We are good at a lot of things, but electing women to federal office, we're not good at. In fact, we have a very bad record at it. So my point is this, we feel good about where we are, but we can't take it for granted because we're trying to do something that's not been done. Has anybody out here ever tried to do something and had somebody tell you, I don't think you're going to be able to do it? Or felt that there was a barrier in your way? I bet everybody's had that feeling here at least once, and I bet some have had that feeling an awful lot during their life. You know what that feeling is, and sometimes the person that's telling you that is an enemy, and sometimes it's even a friend. I don't want you to be hurt. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably not going to work out for you. Hillary Clinton has been told that her entire life, and that's why she's so disciplined, and that's why she is working so hard, even pushing through. She got told, hey, you know, you're a little bit sick. Well, I'm going to still go at it. I'm going to still go at it. That's who she is. She's a person who shows up. She's a person who doesn't back down, who doesn't give up. That's who she is. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'd rather be us than them right now, but this thing's going to be real close. It's going to be close in Michigan. But you can be the difference. And this is how I'm going to close this thing. You can be the difference. There's a lot of ads on TV, but voters are smart, and now they're starting to tune those out. They're like, I don't know who is funding these. I'm not sure I can believe them. They kind of tune them out. It's not because they're not interested. They're interested, but they just don't believe what they're seeing on TV an awful lot. But I'll tell you what they do believe. Voters believe a word from somebody they trust. A friend, somebody in class together, a teacher, a parishioner, somebody I work with, a neighbor. Voters will believe a word from someone they trust. And I'll tell you something else. You don't even have to know them. If you call a voter or you knock on a door and say, hey, I'm volunteering for Hillary Clinton, here's what they will think. Volunteering. They don't have to do this. They think it's important enough to volunteer and come out and make the case. It opens up the door to have a conversation, to talk about issues that matter, maybe to answer some questions. In states that are really close, it's this volunteer, person to person, even in a nation of 330 million. That's what it's going to take to win Michigan, to win other battleground states, and to be victorious on November 8th. So that's what I'm here to ask you to do. If you haven't, well, first raise your hand if you're doing any volunteering with the campaigns this cycle. Give them a round of applause, right? Give them a round of applause. If you did not raise your hand and you can volunteer even a little bit, please do. Just take out your cell phone and text together to 47246. 47246, you'll be connected, and you can be part of that person-to-person politics that will produce a win here in Michigan, produce all across the country. Last thing I'm saying is this, okay? I have run 8 races, and I have won 8 races, and I'm not losing this one. I'm not losing this one. I've never lost a race, and Hillary knows that. That's one of the reasons she picked me. We are not losing this one. We're not losing this one. All right, now I got to make fun of myself, because if I leave you with that, you'll think I'm like really fantastic. I got to be honest, I barely win my races. I mean, I just win them by a little. I just win them by a little because I'm running in tough real estate. Virginia has been a pretty red state. It's a little bit better now, but I run in a tough part of the world, and I barely win my races. But the way that I win them is I put this thought in my brain: you're the underdog till they call you the winner. You're the underdog until they call you the winner. And when I think that way, then it helps me be disciplined to win. Now, that's something that I bet resonates with y'all, because look, if you're kind of favorable to Democratic candidates, it's partly because you like underdogs. I mean, don't we like underdogs? I mean, we're kind of like the underdog people. We like underdogs. In my church, we kind of say good Samaritan people. Somebody's beaten up and they're on the side of the road. We're not the ones that just walk by and do nothing. No, we're the ones who are trying to help out a little bit. That's a value that unifies all kinds of Democrats from all kinds of traditions, all kinds of backgrounds, every part of the country. We're not just going to pass by. If there's something to be done, then we're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to help somebody out, and we're going to do it. And so put that in your head. We're the underdog until we're the winner. And if you think of it that way, and if you will agree to volunteer a little bit to help us out, then you get to be part of a history-making election with existential stakes in terms of the difference. You will get to say, when the nation needed me, I didn't sit on the couch or sit on the sidelines. I stood up for the values of equality. I stood up for the values of togetherness. I stood up against division. and you'll feel good about having a part in that outcome. We can win this race with your help. With your help, I know we'll win this race. Let's do everything we can, and we will make history in the United States on the evening of November 8, electing Hillary Clinton as president, and then we will go to work making history every day as we govern stronger together with the American people, stronger together in Ann Arbor, stronger together in Michigan. Thank you, guys. Great to be on campus with you. Appreciate it.
Ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river.
All right, guys, that was Tim Kaine speaking live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're going to take you now to a press conference in D.C., a bipartisan press conference. That's right. The Republicans and the Democrats are working together to talk about the Zika virus. Lawmakers speaking out at the U.S. Capitol. Let's listen in.
Every single day. Each day, that's what we spend. No one says, let's have a military go for a bake sale in order to cut the deficit. And in fact, I mean, literally, at this particular moment in time, Zika is a far bigger threat to the safety of Floridians than ISIS. I don't know if that will change in the future, but that's an assessment I think that many of us can make right now. If we're going to spend $500 billion a year or more to protect ourselves from foreign enemies, why can't we spend less than $2 billion to protect ourselves from this natural threat? Thank you.
If I can add one thing in response to your question as a Republican appropriator. Listen, I had reservations, questions actually, about the president's plan. We do have an Article I responsibility not to just accept what comes over from the White House, but to study it, see if we agree with it, see if we can approve upon it. And so a bit of a pull the curtain back on a personal journey. I had a few questions about the president's plan. One was, why assume a 2-year crisis when it might only be one? A second was, how do we pay for it? Should we expand Medicaid for non-Zika related services in Puerto Rico? Those were legitimate questions about the president's proposal. So it's okay for the House to work its will, but we have to work our will with urgency. And at the end of the day, those questions got answered. We had a Florida delegation meeting with both CDC and NIH answering those questions. And they explained to me why we needed 2 years. It has to do with vaccine development and research and so forth. So we got those questions answered. We do have a responsibility to provide oversight, but we have a responsibility in this case to do it with urgency. And I think that's what we have seen is lacking. And at the end of the day, we've seen the Senate lead on a compromise. And to join my colleagues' comments on this, listen, we designate emergency spending for just about anything around here. We pass legislation all the time that has so many pay-for gimmicks in it. $1.9 billion is nothing compared to the gimmicks that are used for pay-fors on major legislation around this body.
Any other Republicans? Want to say something? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Question? Mm-hmm.
Talk about the governor's trip later today. There has been, like this, such an incredible bipartisan outpouring from Florida, cases made for economics and public health. What can Governor Scott possibly do here that hasn't already been done today?
Well, this morning I did a speech on the floor, yes. And I asked him, I said that I hope we expect the governor tomorrow, and I hope he has come to urge his Republican colleagues to pass a clean Zika bill. That's what I see his journey here. That's all I can see. The bottom line is, because that's what we need.
If I can just. If I can just add, Glenna, that I've circulated a letter to the whole delegation, and a number of we've had bipartisan sign on to it, urging the governor while he's here to urge Republican leadership to take up and pass a clean Zika bill, to drop the riders, and to use that language.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this and take you live to Philadelphia, where President Obama has just touched down Obama will be campaigning for Hillary Clinton today in Philly. Let's watch as President Obama exits Air Force One.
Very focused. We know that the best chance we have of getting something passed is this Senate version that we're going to hopefully consider very soon. So we would like him to be a part of pushing for that when he meets with our other colleagues from Florida and with anyone else who he may happen to meet with while he's here.
Look, we all certainly appreciate the governor's help at this point, but bear in mind that the answer to your question is that as to what the governor can do, the governor should reverse some of the bad things he already did. The governor's had a road to Damascus or maybe road to destined conversion at this point regarding these kinds of health threats, but it was reported in the media that the governor himself insisted on a 40% cut in mosquito control efforts as part of the Florida state budget, and that the governor zeroed out the budget for our own research on this issue and eliminated funds entirely for a facility that was dedicated to mosquito-borne viruses and their spread. So if the governor would revisit those decisions, that would be a good start in itself.
Question for Representative Clausen. Why introduce a new standalone bill? Is that a symbolic gesture? Talk that Zika will go through in the CR. Why not let it go through in the CR? Why introduce a standalone?
Yeah, well, first of all, if you went back months, I don't even know, 4, 5, 6 months, we dropped the bill. It was clean. At that point, it was a smaller spending bill. But look, I could see this mosquito coming from across the ocean. And so we've always felt like, get ahead of this problem. So this is our second go-round on this issue. Secondly, I think that a CR is always an unpredictable area. And moreover, look, I don't mind conversations about fairness, whether it's Confederate flags or the other things, fairness arguments that we have on Capitol Hill. Those are conversations about fairness that we have in our society. This is not one of those. And I'd like to keep Zika out of the fairness conversations and make it about being, humane towards those that need the help the most. And so I thought the best way to do that is to have a freestanding bill of weight with money, with enough money to be taken serious, and then to have folks up here with us of weight so that we can push it. At the very least, then we hope it gets better consideration as part of the CR and a bigger number. The bigger, the better.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody.
You're wonderful.
We need to do up with the.
Stay down.
Zika thing.
Stay right here. I'll get you down here. There you go.
Stay low.
All right, guys, we have lost our feed of Obama and Philly. We're going to take you live to Iowa. Donald Trump rally scheduled to start any minute now. Donald Trump live in Iowa.
Girls that I've known, I've made so many cry, and still I wonder why. Here comes a little girl, I see her walking down the street. She's all by herself. I try and knock off her feet, but she'll never break, never break, never break, never break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, this heart of stone. What's different about her? I don't really know. No matter how I try, I just can't make her cry. She'll never break, never break, never break, never break this heart of stone. Oh no, 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 this heart of stone. Don't keep on looking that same old way. If you try acting sad, you'll only make me glad. Better listen, little girl. You're going walking down the street. I ain't got no love. I ain't the kind of meat. 'Cause she'll never break, never break, never break, never break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, you'll never break this heart of stone, dog. No, no, this heart of stone. You'll never break it, darling. You won't break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, no. You better go. You better go home. 'Cause you'll never break this heart of stone.
All right, guys, while we wait for Donald Trump to arrive, we are going to play the State Department briefing in the upper right-hand corner.
Getting enough countries to sign up. Can you tell me what role the U.S. is playing? Are you helping him achieve that goal? And what are you looking towards for that meeting?
So, I think the big thing to announce on that front was obviously our own announcement with China on the 3rd of September that we will be joining the agreement this year. But in the meantime, the Secretary and numerous other U.S. government officials are talking all the time to other counterparts in other governments to try to encourage other countries to sign up this year so that hopefully the agreement will come into force this year. And the aim of the meeting that the Secretary General...
All right, guys, looks like we have another feed coming in right now. Since Donald Trump hasn't taken the stage, we're going to take you live to Philadelphia where the President Obama event is underway. President Obama in Philadelphia, campaigning for Hillary Clinton.
Working for the middle class. They're working us over. Anybody have a bank account at Wells Fargo? All right. Here's the deal. People getting scammed. Their hard-earned money being stolen away from them. And what did Pat Toomey do? Is he standing up for the victims? Is he standing up for customers? Is he standing up for his own constituents? No, he's kneecapping the people that busted the bank. He's kneecapping those who are standing with good people. We know this. He's not for us. He's not for us. And how about Planned Parenthood? 108,000 Pennsylvania women depending on Planned Parenthood for their health care, for life-saving, right? But Pat Toomey tries to kill Planned Parenthood. He's not for us. He's not for us. And how about our veterans? Let's hear it for those who have served. Let's hear it. But Pat Toomey has voted against those vets not once, but 7 times. He's not for us. He's not for us. With friends like Trump, Toomey, we don't need any enemies. But here's what I know. I know that all of you, we stand for something different. We stand for every child having a decent education, regardless of your zip code. In this country, it's about your passion, your grit. It's not about your pedigree or your zip code. And we'll stand for every child. And when that child works hard and wants to shoot for the stars and go to college, college shouldn't bankrupt a family. We stand for every child having a shot at their dreams. Every child. Now that is a Philly welcome for our president. Now let me say this. We stand also, not everybody's going to college, but we know this, every skill counts. Job training, apprenticeship programs. Let's rebuild the infrastructure of this great country. And we stand for the dignity and privacy of women and our LGBTQ friends and neighbors. And we know this too. When someone works hard, they deserve a decent day's pay. And we will fight for 15. And we will fight for equal pay. The best days of this great country are ahead because I know all of you are going to work. We're going to fight. And when we fight, we'll win. When we fight, we will. When we fight, we will. And are we ready to fight? Let's win. God bless you all.
Please welcome Representative Bob Brady.
Hello, how you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. You heard them motorcycles back here. You know what that means, don't you? That means we're going to have a very special guest in the city of Philadelphia. And we can't embarrass him. We got to make sure to give him one heck of a cheer and one heck of a Philadelphia brotherly loving, sisterly affection welcome when he comes up here. That's our president, my boss, the president of the United States. He's here for a reason. He's here to make sure that Hillary Clinton becomes the next president of the United States. And there's reasons for that. You got to know why you're here. You're here to vote for her because a vote for her is a vote for you and your family. It's a vote for fair taxes. Forget the rich not paying any taxes on our back. It's a vote for early childhood care. It's a vote for education. You know, she's going to have free education throughout the state. Isn't that a good idea for us young men and women? Free education, debt-free college, gun control, on and on and on. 3 Supreme Court justices and maybe 4 to make sure that we keep a women's choice, our right to choose, which is important, our right to choose. And how about that glass ceiling? We want to break that glass ceiling. And one more thing, ladies, I got to hear you. Equal pay for equal work. How about that, ladies? That's what we're about. That's what our Democrats are about. Now, let me tell you something. I can see you, but I can't hear you guys behind me. I can see you now. I got my little Taylor back there. Taylor, God bless you. I can see you now. How about you guys up there? How you doing? Can you see us? Can you hear us? And over here. How about over here? We got to give a good welcome. Because let me tell you why. Stronger? How? Stronger? 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 One more time. Hillary! 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 Thank you. Let's do the job we need to do. Let's get out and register everyone. Register all your members of your family. Let them know that this vote, this election is about us. It's about the working class and those that want to be working class, not about them elitists. You know, we got a guy running against her. He was born on third base and he thought he hit a triple, you know. And the best part about him, he's got no more room for the silver spoon because his foot's in his mouth too much. We got to make sure we kick his butt, do what we got to do. Again, thank you all. We got a guest, and make sure we show our guest. He's my boss, by the way. Make sure we go our guest a good Philadelphia welcome. Thank you. God bless you all. Thanks for being here. God bless you.
Please welcome Governor Tom Wolf.
Hello, Philadelphia. All right, I know I am the only thing standing between you and the President of the United States. So I will be brief. Listen, as Governor of Pennsylvania, this Commonwealth has a big responsibility in this election because we, in our hands, among others, but in our hands, we hold the future of this world. Not just the United States, not just Pennsylvania, but the entire world. This election is every bit as important as the election of 2008. And what did we do there? We have a president who brought us back from the worst economic recession since the Great Depression, right? We have a president who actually made a reality for the first time in the history of this country of health care. universal, almost health care that has led to 660,000 new Pennsylvanians with health insurance that didn't have it before. And we have a president committed to the idea and practice of fairness, right? This election is about those things all over again. And if we don't elect Hillary Clinton, President of the United States, and Tim Kaine, Vice President, all the good things that this president has done for this country and this world and this Commonwealth will be wasted. So Pennsylvania, let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing for us. Let's do the right thing for the United States. Let's do the right thing for the world. Elect Hillary Clinton, President of the United States in November. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, I'm finally thinking
You can see lots of black SUVs rolling up to the venue. My guess is that is likely President Obama and his team arriving. We are supposed to hear from President Obama momentarily. He's scheduled to speak at 10:45 Arizona time, so just 10 minutes away from hearing the president speak in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here today on this beautiful day in my hometown. I'm especially thrilled to be here because so much about my story says I should not be here today. Despite the loss of my parents at a young age and the deep poverty me and my 11 siblings were born into, the values that they instilled of hard work, persistence, integrity, and community empowered me to build avenues of alleviation from the difficult circumstances into which I was born. While my story is unique in several ways, there is a fundamental similarity that links it to your stories. I would not be here today if it weren't for the contributions of people around me. It was my family. It was my family who taught me that pride does not always come from the clay that life gives you, but the structure that you mold from it. It was the collaborative support of my fellow AmeriCorps volunteers in response to Hurricane Sandy that showed me the power of positive participation. It was my coworker who informed me about the Medicaid expansion in Pennsylvania, thanks to the Affordable Care Act, that enabled me to get health care for the first time in my life at the age of 21. It was my professors at the Community College of Philadelphia, 8 blocks from here, who challenged me to explore the depth of my intellectual capabilities. And it is in daily engagement with my classmates and mentors at Swarthmore College where I strive to bridge the gap between academics and action to tackle issues of social justice in my community. Finally, it is leaders who demonstrate sound moral judgment, the courage to hope for a brighter future. The initiative to affect change in their communities, who inspire me to strive to be the change I want to see in the world. That is why it is my utmost honor to introduce to you today a man who embodies these exemplary characteristics, the President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama.
Hello, Philadelphia. Oh, it is good to be back in Philly. Can everybody please give Patrick a big round of applause for that great introduction? Ah, it is good to be back on the campaign trail. Now, I understand I know I'm not the first person from the White House to come to Philly this week. Some of you may have seen Joe Biden at the Eagles game. He told me, Barack, you got to get on the Wentz wagon. Said we got a new quarterback. We got hope in Philly. And I had to explain, Joe, I am a Bears fan. And we play Philly next Monday night. So I got to stick with my team, but I am going to go to Philly and scout out what all the fuss is about. I also am here because you've got some of the best public servants in America. They work their heart out every day for you. You got Scranton's favorite son, in addition to Joe Biden, Senator Bob Casey, one of the best senators in the country. Your outstanding governor, Tom Wolf, is here. Your wonderful mayor, Jim Kenney, is here. One of your outstanding members of the House of Representatives, Bob Brady, is in the House. Your candidate for the United States Senate, this is a special woman. She is going to do a great job. Katie McGinty's here. And your candidate for Attorney General, an old friend of mine, somebody who was with me early on, Josh Shapiro. Give Josh a big round of applause. Now, I love you too, but we got some business to do here. So we got some business to do. This is going to be one of the last times I visit Philly as president. And so my first order of business is for all the support you've given me all these years. And I've got incredible memories here in Philly, most recently at the Democratic National Convention. And I could not be prouder of the leader that we have nominated to take my place. So even though I've run my last campaign, I am going to work as hard as I can this fall to elect Hillary Clinton as our next president of the United States of America. Hillary. Now, you know, in election season, you will often hear crazy stuff. But I got to say, this year we've been hearing a little more crazy than usual. Having said that, after almost 2 terms as your president, I am here to tell you I am more optimistic about our future than I have ever been. Look, because I've seen an America that, for all the challenges, for all the noise of the politics, still has the capacity to come together and do great things. You think about it. We fought our way back from the worst recession in 80 years. We turned around a declining economy. We helped our auto industry set new records. Our businesses created 15 million new jobs, slashed our dependence on foreign oil, doubled our production of clean energy, made marriage equality a reality in all 50 states. We brought more of our troops home to their families. We delivered justice to Osama bin Laden. Through diplomacy rather than war, we shut down Iran's nuclear program, opened up a new chapter with the people of Cuba, brought nearly 200 nations together around a climate agreement that could save this planet for our kids and our grandkids. That's what we've done. By so many measures, America's stronger and more prosperous than when we started out on this journey together. In fact, some of you may have saw there was a new report out just today showing that last year across every age, every race in America, incomes rose and the poverty rate fell. In fact, the typical household income of Americans rose by $2,800, which is the single biggest one-year increase on record. We lifted 3.5 million people out of poverty. That's the largest one-year drop in poverty since 1968. The uninsured rate is the lowest it has been since they kept records. The pay gap between men and women shrank to the lowest level ever. So now, let's face it, Republicans don't like to hear good news right now. But it's important just to understand this is a big deal. More Americans are working, more have health insurance, incomes are rising, poverty is falling, and gas is $2 a gallon. Thank you for reminding me. Thanks, Obama. Yes. So the steps that we have been taking over these years, they're paying off. We've shown that progress is possible. And of course, none of this was easy. We knew all along that change wasn't going to be quick. We knew that we wouldn't meet all of our challenges in one term or even in one presidency. But we're here today because we know we've got more work to do for every worker who still needs a good job, for every worker who still needs a raise or a decent retirement, for every child who still needs a world-class education as a ladder out of poverty, for every family who hasn't yet felt progress these past 8 years. We've got more work to do. We know that. And the choice that you make, that we make just 8 weeks from today, will determine the direction of this country for a long time. And I've already said this. This is not a choice. This is not the usual choice between parties and policies and left and right. This is more fundamental. This is a fundamental choice about who we are as a people. This is a choice about the very meaning of America. You know, Democrats and Republicans, we've always had our differences. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how the country moves forward, right? We have debates, different ideas compete. We see what's going to make us work. But what we've seen from the other side in this election, this isn't Abraham Lincoln's Republican Party. This isn't even the vision of freedom that Ronald Reagan talked about. This is a dark, pessimistic vision of a country where we turn against each other. We turn away from the rest of the world. They're not offering serious solutions. They're just fanning resentment and blame and anger and hate. And that is not the America we know. That's not the America I know. The America I know is full of courage and optimism and generosity and ingenuity and innovation. Yes, we've got real concerns. We worry about paying the bills. We worry about protecting our kids. We worry about caring for a sick parent. Lord knows we get frustrated about Washington and all the gridlock. We worry about racial division. There are pockets of America that never fully recovered from the factories closing down. There are parents who are worrying about whether their kids are going to have the same opportunities they had. But look, I've traveled in every state. And I've seen, more than anything, all that is good and right about America. I see people working hard. I see folks starting businesses. I see teachers just digging in their own pocket to buy school materials and teaching kids just because they love kids. I see men and women in uniform serving their country, making incredible sacrifices. I see engineers inventing new stuff and doctors coming up with new cures. And most of all, I see this younger generation that is so full of energy and ideas. And I'm going to be held back by the old ideas. Imagine what can be instead of just what is. And I see Americans of every party and every background and every faith who ultimately believe we're stronger together. All of us, young, old, men, women, black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, folks with disabilities, all pledging allegiance to the same proud flag. That is the America I know. That's the America you know and believe in. And there is just one candidate in this race who's devoted her life to building that America. A mother and a grandmother who would do anything to help our children do better. A leader who's got real plans to break down barriers and blast through glass ceilings and widen opportunity for every single American. The next president of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. Hillary. Now, look, can I just say, I am really into electing Hillary Clinton. Like, this is not me going through the motions here. I really, really, really want to elect Hillary Clinton. And sometimes folks, they're kind of surprised by that because they remember, man, you guys had a tough fight 8 years ago. And it was tough, because Hillary's tough. Every time I thought I had that race won, I was like going up the rocky steps, I was about to celebrate, and then I look and she's right there. And I got whooped here in Pennsylvania. She whooped me. Now, you didn't make it up to me in November when I won. But I had seen what she could accomplish. I had seen how smart and savvy and tough she was. So I asked her, I said, join my team. And she wasn't sure about it at first. But she ultimately knew that what was at stake was bigger than either of us. That's the kind of patriot she is. And so for 4 years, I had a front row seat. I watched her intelligence, I watched her judgment, I watched her discipline. I saw her in the Situation Room where she argued in favor of the mission for bin Laden. I watched her pursue diplomacy to open up new partnerships, to help promote democracy, to help reduce the nuclear threat. And she worked hard, tirelessly, flying around the world again and again. I don't know how many times she lapped the world, but she went around a long time. Because she had never forgotten what she was fighting for. To make sure every child has the same opportunities as her granddaughter and her daughters and your kids. And if there's one thing I can tell you, Philadelphia, nobody fully understands the demands of my job, this job of the president, until you actually sit behind that desk. Look, I didn't understand it before I had the job. You think you do. No, hold on. I appreciate that. But I'm not going yet, so don't save the thank yous. I'm not finished yet. I got a few more months. Listen, what you come to realize when you're in this job is anybody can pop off. Anybody can fire off a tweet. Everybody's a critic. But that doesn't mean you know what it's like to manage a global crisis. You don't know what it's like to send a group of young people to war knowing some won't come back. But the closest you can come to understanding what it's like is to be where Hillary's been, to have been part of those decisions. She knows what it means for working families and senior citizens and small business owners and soldiers and veterans when we make policy in the White House. And in the middle of crisis, she'll listen to people and she will keep her cool, and she treats everybody with respect. And no matter how daunting the odds, no matter how many times people knock her down and mess with her, she does not quit. She doesn't quit. She doesn't quit. That's the Hillary that I know. And that's why I really want to get her elected. That's the Hillary I've come to admire. I believe there has never been a man or a woman more qualified than Hillary Clinton to serve as our president. Now, Hillary actually has plans to address the things that she's heard from you on the campaign trail. Specific ideas to invest in new jobs and to help workers share in their company's profits and to help put kids in preschool so they get a good start and to put students through college without taking on a mountain of debt. And I know that these days in campaigns, sometimes the plans get ignored, but they're there and they make sense and they add up. And then there's the other guy, Donald Trump. Don't boo, vote. Don't boo, vote. Booing is easy. I need you to vote. Look, let's talk about Mr. Trump. He's not really a plans guy, a fact guy. He calls himself a business guy, but America's got a lot of businesswomen and women who succeeded without hiding their tax returns or leaving a trail of lawsuits or workers who didn't get paid, people feeling like they got cheated. I mean, look, I keep on reading this analysis that, well, Trump's got support from working folks. Really? This is the guy you want to be championing working people? This guy who spent 70 years on this earth showing no concern for working people. This guy's suddenly going to be your champion? I mean, he spent most of his life trying to stay as far away from working people as he could. And now this guy's going to be the champion of working people. Huh? I mean, he wasn't going to let you on his golf course. He wasn't going to let you buy in his condo. And now suddenly this guy's going to be your champion? So yes, if you oppose raising the minimum wage, you should vote for Trump. You should also vote for Pat Toomey. You got a Trump-Toomey economy will be right up your alley. But if you are actually concerned about paying your bills, growing the economy, creating opportunity for everybody, keeping the trend of rising incomes going and rising wages going and uninsured going down and poverty going down, if that's what you're looking for, this shouldn't even be close. If you want higher wages, better benefits, a fair tax code, a bigger voice for workers, stronger regulations on Wall Street, then you should be voting for Hillary Clinton and Katie McGinty and Bob Brady to stand up for you. And if you're concerned about who's going to keep your family safe in this dangerous world, then the choice is even clearer. Look, I just came from overseas. Talk to the other leaders around the world. They don't even understand how this is close. Hillary's worked with our intelligence teams and our diplomats and our military. She's got the judgment and the temperament and the experience to meet any threat. There's no scenario that she will not have seen before. And she'll see to it that our troops finish the job of defeating ISIL, doing it the right way without resorting to torture, without banning entire religions from our country. She's prepared to be the next commander-in-chief. And then you got the Donald, who just last week went on Russian state television to talk down our military and to curry favor with Vladimir Putin. He loves this guy. Loves this guy. Think about what's happened to the Republican Party. Right? They used to be opposed to Russia and authoritarianism and fighting for freedom and fighting for democracy. And now their nominee is out there praising a guy, saying he's a strong leader because he invades smaller countries, jails his opponents, controls the press, and drives his economy into a long recession. No, look, I'm actually being serious about it. Think about this. And then when the interviewer asked him, well, why do you support this guy? He's a strong guy. Look, he's got an 82% poll rating. Well, yes, so Saddam Hussein had a 90% poll rating. I mean, if you control the media and you've taken away everybody's civil liberties and you jail dissidents, that's what happens. You know, if the pollster calls you up and says, do you support the guy who, if you don't support him, he might throw you in jail, you say, yes, I love that guy. But think about the fact that that is Donald Trump's role model. I mean, you know, I have to do business with Putin. I have to do business with Russia. That's part of foreign policy, but I don't go around saying that's my role model. Can you imagine Ronald Reagan idolizing somebody like that? He saw America as a shining city on a hill. Donald Trump calls it a divided crime scene. He's not offering any real policies or plans, just offering division and offering fear. And he's betting that if he scares enough people, he might just scare up enough votes to win this election. I mean, look, I believe Americans are not a fearful people. We don't look for being ruled. Our power comes from those ideals first put into place right here in Philadelphia, that all of us are created equal, that we the people can form a more perfect union. We believe in democracy. That's what we believe in. And we don't believe that one person is going to do it for us. It's what we can do together, achieved by us. And yes, it's hard and slow and sometimes frustrating to persuade people and work with people and form coalitions. But that's the necessary work of self-government. And that's what Hillary Clinton understands, because she's been through it. She knows that in a democracy, in a big, diverse country like this one, it doesn't work if we just demonize each other and call each other names. She knows that love trumps hate. She knows that most issues aren't just black and white, and that you got to compromise to get things done, even when you're 100% right. And she knows that for progress to happen, we have to listen to each other. And we have to see ourselves in each other. And we got to fight for our principles, but also fight to find common ground. And you know, these days our politics doesn't always lend itself to those ideals. You know, we get impatient. We want our progress right away. And we don't want to have to compromise. And we don't want to have to listen to other folks. But I promise you, when we stay at it, progress does happen. And if you don't believe it, ask the 20 million people who've got health care today who didn't have it. Ask that Marine who serves his country without hiding the husband that he loves. Democracy works. But here's the thing. Here, we got somebody who fainted. This is what happens. They'll be okay. Just give them a little room. Everybody bend their knees one time. Just don't lock your knees. Keep on bending them a little bit. We'll do a little exercise right now. EMS folks, they're right in front if you can find somebody. Drink some water. I love you too, but bend your knees. But listen to this. You've got to want it. You've got to want democracy. Not just on election day, but all the days in between. And this is where you come in. We can close the inequality gap in our economy. Hillary's got plans to make sure everybody has a shot, not just those at the top. But you got to help her by voting for Democrats up and down the ticket. We've got to get Congress back, and we got to hold everybody we elect accountable for getting the job done. We can reform our criminal justice system, but you got to vote, not just for president, but for mayors and sheriffs and state's attorneys and state legislators. We got to work with police and protesters until laws and practices are changed. We can fix our broken immigration system, but we can't keep on sending Republicans to Congress who stand in the way. We got to vote for leaders who see immigrants not as criminals or rapists, but as families who came here the same reason ours did, to work and to study and to contribute. We need leaders in Congress who know the American dream's not something that a wall can contain. We can keep making progress against climate change. This month was the hottest on record. This year is going to end up being the hottest on record. This is not somebody's imagination. This is not some liberal plot. It's a problem. But we've got to vote for people who actually understand that it's real. And we got to engage not just young people on college campuses, but also single moms who are worried about gas prices and coal miners who are worried about providing for their kids. And Hillary's got real plans to do that. And if you don't think the stakes are high enough, just remember that for months now, the Republicans in the Senate have refused to do their job and fill a vacancy for the Supreme Court. Even though I nominated somebody with more federal judicial experience than any nominee in history, they want to see Donald Trump fill it with somebody who sees the world as he does. Imagine that. Who would that person be? The Supreme Court should be above politics. The people on the bench make monumental decisions that affect every aspect of our daily lives, from a woman's right to choose to your right to vote. So my most important message is we cannot take this election for granted. We got to fight for this thing. There are serious issues at stake in this election, behind all the frivolous stuff that gets covered every day. And let me just make a comment about that, because look, I'm not running this time, but I sure do get frustrated with the way this campaign is covered. I'm just telling the truth. Guys in the back, I'm just telling you the truth about how I feel about this. Do you mind if I just vent for a second? You don't grade the presidency on a curve. This is serious business. And when we see folks talking about transparency, you want to debate transparency? You've got one candidate in this race who's released decades worth of her tax returns. The other candidate is the first in decades who refuses to release any at all. You want to debate foundations and charities? One candidate's family foundation has saved countless lives around the world. The other candidate's foundation took money other people gave to his charity and then bought a 6-foot-tall painting of himself. I mean, he had the taste not to go for the 10-foot version, but you want to debate who's more fit to be our president? One candidate who's traveled to more countries than any Secretary of State ever has more qualifications than pretty much anyone who's ever run for this job, and the other who isn't fit in any way, shape, or form to represent this country abroad and be its commander-in-chief. So somehow, as things go on, because we've become so partisan, our standards for what's normal have changed. And Donald Trump says stuff every day that used to be considered as disqualifying for being president. And yet, because he says it over and over and over again, the press just gives up. And they just say, well, yeah, okay. They just stop. I was opposed to the war in Iraq. Well, actually, he wasn't. But they just accept it. So the bottom line is that we cannot afford suddenly to treat this like a reality show. We can't afford to act as if there's some equivalence here. To be president, you have to do your homework. And you have to know what you're talking about. And you've got to apply steady judgment even when things don't go your way. And you've got to make the tough calls even when they're not popular. Even when they take years to pay off. And you've got to be able to handle criticism without taking it personally. Just brush it off. And then go ahead and get the job done. And that's something I learned. And that's what Hillary learned as a senator and as a Secretary of State and as a First Lady. And yes, she's got her share of critics just like I do, and she's been caricatured by the right and sometimes by the left. And she's been accused of everything you can imagine and has been subjected to more scrutiny and what I believe is more unfair criticism than anybody out here. And she doesn't complain about it. And you know what? That's what happens when you're under the microscope for 40 years. But what sets Hillary apart is that through it all, she just keeps on going. And she doesn't stop caring, and she doesn't stop trying. And she never stops fighting for us, even if we haven't always appreciated it. And look, I understand we're a young country. We are a restless country. We always like the new shiny thing. I benefited from that when I was a candidate. And we take for granted sometimes what is steady and true. And Hillary Clinton's steady. And she is true. And the young people who are here, who all you've been seeing is just the nonsense that's been on TV, you maybe don't remember all the work that she has had to do and all the things she has had to overcome and all the good that has happened because of her efforts. But you need to remember, you need to understand this. And if you're serious about our democracy, then you've got to be with her. She's in the arena, and you can't leave her in there by herself. You've got to get in there with her. You can't stay home because, she's been around for a long time. Well, you know what? This is not reality TV. Democracy is not a spectator sport. You don't tweet in your vote. America's not about yes, he will, it's about yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can create more good jobs. Yes, we can create better schools. Yes, we can create safer streets. Yes, we can create a more secure world. We can bring about real change and real progress. And the time has come for me to pass the baton on, but I know that Hillary is going to take it, and she's going to run that race, and she will finish that race. And that's why I'm with her. That's why I'm fired up. That's why I'm ready to go. And I need you to join me. I need you to work as hard for Hillary as you did for me. I need you to knock on doors. I need you to make phone calls. You got to talk to your friends, including your Republican friends. You need to go to iwillvote.com and register to vote by October 11th. Then you got to go to the polls, and you got to get people to go to the polls. And if you're willing to do that with me, we'll win in November. We'll elect Hillary Clinton the next president of the United States. We will continue on this journey to create a better America and a fairer America, a more just America, a more loving America, a brighter America. That's what we're fighting for. That's why I need you. Let's get busy. Let's get to work. Thank you, Philadelphia. God bless you. God bless these United States of America. Come on.
All right, everybody, that was President Obama riled up, talking about Hillary Clinton trying to get everyone excited for the Democratic nominee for president, as he did take on Trump for more than 7 minutes in the speech. He will now go to New York for some fundraising activities, and then in the evening he will have a fundraising dinner in New York City. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to take you now live to Des Moines, Iowa. Donald Trump already speaking.
Will power our great nation. American workers will be hired to do the job. We will put new American metal into the spine of this country. American metal and American steel. I will fight for every neglected part of the nation, and I will fight to bring us all together as one American people, which we're not. We are so badly divided. Imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag. One American flag. It's time to break with the bitter failures of the past and to embrace a new, inclusive, and prosperous, and I mean truly prosperous, American future. We can be better than we ever were. We can. We can be better, we can be greater than we ever were. I know the people. I've traveled, I've seen thousands, I've seen millions of people, incredible people. We can be greater than ever before. Jobs will return. Incomes will rise, and new factories will come rushing back to our shores. Once more, we will have a government of, by, and for the people. We will make America prosperous again. We will make America safe again. We will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. November 8th. Thank you, everybody.
All right, a little bit later in the day, 4:30 Arizona time, 7:30 out on the East Coast. We will have the Donald Trump rally for you, coming at you from Pennsylvania.
I saw her today at the reception.
All right, folks, now I do want to show you on Capitol Hill earlier today, Mike Pence was with Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Let's talk and go to that for that press conference a little bit earlier today, just in case you did miss it.
today. Well, I hope you like the new setup. First of all, we just left our conference, and there was an excitement in the air, for one, to have our good friend, Governor Mike Pence, back with us. For many years, he led us in our conference, led us into the majority, and a lot of excitement as he travels across the country with a number of members joining him in the future of making America great again. Now, on the floor this week, we have 4 different bills. We will deal with tax increases to Obamacare, changing the Veterans Administration, transparency in government, and security. Those are issues that Mike has been talking about across this country, but they're issues that America has been telling him about. So first of all, we will deal with, as you know, in Obamacare, the premiums continue to rise, and now the taxes. Martha McSally has a bill to protect the seniors and the middle class from their tax increase going up with Obamacare. Secondly, we watched the failure in the VA system, the backlog in disability claims. But it becomes so bad that you can't even fire an employee when they show up drunk. Our chairman, Jeff Miller, has a bill to deal with that. And as all Americans believe, you should have transparency when it comes to Washington and bureaucracy. We'll be moving a bill to dealing just with that. And last, Jackie Jaworski. The challenge of where we find security around the world, this is not the time to be releasing those terrorists in Gitmo and bringing them to America. We'll have a bill that prohibits that as well. So just as our governor, Mike Pence, travels this country talking about the future, in the House we'll be leading a better way agenda and look forward to, after this election, to have a team in the White House that will sign the bills to protect us for the tax increases, give us greater transparency, reform the VA system, and give us all the security we need.
Well, it was great having our friend Mike Pence come and join us at the Republican conference today. Governor, we appreciate you being there. You could tell the enthusiasm in the room with our members, many of whom Mike served with, but it was the same kind of enthusiasm I've seen as I've gone around the country traveling, campaigning for House Republicans. You can sense in those states, whether it's a swing state or not, that there is incredible momentum behind the Trump-Pence ticket, and it's growing. I know I personally thanked Mike for what they did when Donald Trump and Mike Pence came down to South Louisiana just a few weeks ago. And while people were at their lowest point, gutting their houses during and after this tragic flood that we experienced, you could see not only how much they lifted people up at an incredibly low time, how much it really gave people spirit to know that there was somebody who really cared. The fact that they showed up, went to churches, and gave out relief supplies to people. That's the kind of people that they are. When you look at the momentum behind the Trump-Pence ticket, it shows you that people are really responding to their message of making America great again. And as we talk about our message of a better way, the agenda that we've pushed as House Republicans to show how you can get the country back on track, how you can create jobs, how you can rebuild this middle class, and how you can strengthen a military that's been depleted. It goes hand in hand with the message that Donald Trump and Mike Pence have been delivering all around the country. It's why you've got such great enthusiasm. It's why we're going to win this election and be able to finally start turning this country around again. So, again, it was great seeing Mike before our conference. The members are excited, but more importantly, you're seeing people all around the country excited about the optimism that their ticket, the Trump-Pence ticket, is giving to making America great again.
Well, it was a highlight of this year, actually, to have Mike Pence here today addressing our conference, and we are very proud to have him on the ticket, proud of the leadership that he is bringing. And as you think about this election, it's been anything but status quo. Clearly, this country is hungry for new, fresh, dynamic leadership. And what we see being offered by the other side is a defense of the status quo. It's a defense of the top-down, government knows best approach. And what we've been offering as Republicans from the beginning of this year has been that bottom-up, empowering people, making sure that their people's voice is restored in this government, that we have a government that reflects the consent of the governed. Because at the end of the day, we need to be about the farmer, the builder, the stay-at-home parent, or the veteran. It should not be one in which a government continues to think that it knows best. And that is the choice that faces the country this fall. We are excited about the leadership of Donald Trump and Mike Pence that they're bringing to this country to help make America great again.
Well, it's good to see everybody. We had our last political conference today, and we were joined by someone who needs no introduction. For Hoosiers, Mike Pence is their governor. For Americans, Mike Pence is Donald Trump's running mate, next vice president. For us, Mike Pence is a friend. Mike Pence is a former colleague. 7 out of 10 Americans believe that this country is heading in the wrong direction. He is working with all of us to make sure that we put this country back on the right track. We are offering an agenda to this country to show how we can get this country back on top, to show this country how we can get jobs, show how this country how we can fight poverty, rebuild our military, restore self-government in the Constitution. And that is why we're just honored to have with us today our friend and our colleague, who we believe is going to be the next Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, joined us today. Our members were excited to have him. We feel the wind at our backs, and we're excited about getting this agenda and moving it into law. And you want to learn more about it, go to better.gop, and you can see just, in fact, what we have in store for solving this country's big problems with our partners. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Pence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much to this whole leadership team. It is a great privilege for me to be back among so many men and women who live out every day a dedication to this nation that's truly inspiring. I'm grateful for the hospitality. It was, for me, an emotional return to a group of men and women that I served with for 12 years and have so admired. I know Donald Trump and I are so grateful for the support that we're receiving from this, not just this leadership team, but members all across this country who are rallying to the cause to make America great again. And to be at the House Republican Conference today was a great privilege. Particularly want to express my appreciation to Speaker Paul Ryan. His development of the Better Way agenda so aligns with Donald Trump's vision to make America great again, that the American people should be confident that 56 days from now we can elect a president and re-elect majorities in the House and Senate that will be ready on day one to restore American strength at home and abroad. The House's commitment to and plans to rebuild our military, reduce taxes, end the war on American energy, roll back job-killing regulations, repeal Obamacare, and support the kinds of policies that will result in a stronger and more prosperous America. Represents an extraordinary start on the important work that we have to do as a country. 7.5 years of the leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton during her years as Secretary of State have weakened America's place in the world and stifled America's economy. And with the strong leadership that Donald Trump will bring to the White House, with our strong partners in the House and in the Senate, leaders and members of which I'll be meeting with later today, we're very confident that we can bring real change in real time to the American people. And I leave here today with a grateful heart to be among my friends and those men and women that I hope and pray we have the opportunity to work together and to make this country great again.
Questions? Sir, you're a man of the... Hey, no, we don't do it that way. We don't do it that way. Go ahead.
Would you like to amend your recent comments? Would you call David Duke deplorable? And do you agree
Who's this guy?
some of your supporters fall into that description?
Let me say first and foremost, I think millions of Americans were shocked and saddened to see Hillary Clinton refer to people across this country as a basket of deplorables in a prepared speech before wealthy donors in New York City on Friday night. She said that at the time half of the people supporting Donald Trump and I. We're irredeemable. We're not America. And frankly, I've never heard a major party candidate in the United States speak about the American people with such contempt. I mean, I'm out on the campaign trail every day. I'm campaigning with Donald Trump and for Donald Trump. And what Hillary Clinton apparently doesn't know is that the people that are supporting this campaign are hardworking Americans who come out to our rallies, come out to our town halls, who stop us in diners, who visit with us at meetings, at factories. They're people that work with their hands. They're people that run businesses. They're veterans, members of the armed forces. They're law enforcement officers, moms and dads, and farmers. For Hillary Clinton to express such disdain for millions of Americans, I think it's one more reason that disqualifies her to serve in the highest office in the land. Anyone who has that low an opinion of the American people should never serve as President of the United States of America. As I said this weekend, I'll say again, that Donald Trump supporters are not a basket of anything. They are Americans, and they deserve the respect of the Democrat nominee for President of the United States. As Donald Trump, I said, his ambition is to be President of all the people of the United States of America. And as he said this weekend, and we believe from our heart, even those who do not support us, even those who are critical of us or have strongly different views, have our respect because they are Americans, and we respect their right to their views, and it would be the highest honor of our life to serve them. Now, with regard to your question, I would tell you, I was asked yesterday once again a question that I continue to, for all the world, I have no idea why this man keeps coming up. I mean, Donald Trump and I have denounced David Duke repeatedly. We have said that we do not want his support, and we do not want the support of people who think like him. And yesterday I was asked a question about that, and I repeated that again. The simple fact is that I'm not in the name-calling business. My colleagues in the House of Representatives know that I believe that civility is essential in a vibrant democracy, and it's just never been my practice. But I'm also not going to validate the language that Hillary Clinton used to describe the American people. I mean, look, millions of Americans know, and frankly, you all know, Hillary Clinton wasn't talking about that bad man. She was talking about people all across this country who are coming out in record numbers to stand by Donald Trump and to stand with him in his vision to make America great again. So we'll call on her again to apologize and retract her comments. I mean, the only thing she said so far is she was wrong about the math, I guess. And she's sorry she said half. Yeah. But the truth of the matter is her remarks were deeply insulting to sincere people all across this country who know we can do better, who know we can be stronger. And we call on Hillary Clinton and her campaign once again to fully retract those offensive statements and apologize to the American people as she should.
Governor, do you have any concerns that whether it's David Duke or others who hold views that are considered racist or misogynist or any of them, that they are attracted to your campaign and want to attach themselves to you? Again, today, David Duke talked about you specifically. Are you concerned that there's something about the Trump candidacy in these political times that are generally continued that draws them to you?
Look, we live in a free country, and people of ill motives can associate themselves with politics. I would draw no more conclusion of that man's expressions of support than I would the fact that the father of a terrorist who killed 49 Americans was seen at a Hillary Clinton rally cheering her on and said he was there because she was good on national security. I mean, look, folks, there are two people on the ballot here, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. One of them is going to be President of the United States of America. And I would submit to you, this is all a distraction. I get it. I understand why Hillary Clinton and her campaign want to change the subject after that speech on Friday night. I mean, we all have recognized, you and the media have recognized, this was a catastrophic insult to the American people. And it's so important that people around the country know this was a prepared speech. This is not the first time she called millions of Americans a basket of deplorables. And I just, as I said, I think anyone that's got that low an opinion of the American people should never serve in the highest office in the land.
Wong.
It's
kind of nice for a change, actually. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I just heard about that this morning and wouldn't have the details to comment other than to say the NCAA is based in Indianapolis. We have a great relationship with the NCAA. Donald Trump and I simply believe that these decisions are best made at the state level by the people, and where disputes arise, that they should be resolved in the courts.
Last question. This guy right here. He was patient and he wasn't shouting out, so there you go.
Thank you. Governor Pence, Speaker Ryan has repeatedly and at times forcefully rebuked Donald Trump.
Okay, somebody else. Thanks, man. I was you're nice there, patient. Yeah, right. No good deed goes unpunished.
I'm wondering if that's made it more difficult. If that's made it difficult.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the question either. I just heard. Or I could tell where you're going.
Speaker Ryan has repeatedly and at times forcefully rebuked Donald Trump for some of his remarks. I'm wondering if that's made it difficult for you as you've been reaching out to some Republicans who are on the fence, and if that's been hurtful to the campaign.
My and Donald Trump's respect and appreciation for Speaker Paul Ryan is boundless. Look, you're going to have in a majority party, you're going to occasionally have differences of opinion, but our goals are identical. I think what was so inspiring to me to be at the House Republican Conference today and in the meeting that I had this morning with the Speaker is how much consistency there is between Donald Trump's vision to rebuild our military, revive the American economy, uphold the rule of law, and the agenda that House Republicans have put forward in the better way. I mean, I really do believe we have a historic opportunity before us today with the enormous talent here in the House of Representatives, led by Speaker Paul Ryan, with the energy and the vision of a President Donald Trump and a re-elected Republican Senate, to turn this country around, and to turn it around very quickly. I mean, I said to the conference today, this is the most dramatic choice in an election in my lifetime. This is not a choice between one candidate who will grow America this much and another candidate who will grow America this much. This literally is a choice between whether we're going to continue to go downhill to a weaker America at home and abroad, whether we're going to continue to walk away from the constitutional liberties enshrined in the interpretation of those by our Supreme Court, whether we're going to walk away from the highest standards of integrity in the highest office in the land, or whether we're going to plant our feet and start to march back uphill toward greater freedom, greater American strength, and greater prosperity. House Republicans, Senate Republicans are deeply committed to marching back up that hill. And when we elect Donald Trump as the next President of the United States of America, they will have a team and a partner in the White House to march back up to a stronger and greater America. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, now we want to show you from earlier today the House Democrats press conference.
Chairman Joe Crowley had a good discussion in today's caucus meeting. We understand that there may be some attempt by Republicans to actually leave early from an already shortened work session for this year, but we'll see. There are a number of things that we have to discuss. Before I go to those things that are pending, I want to leave a little quiz for all who are listening and watching. What do Benghazi, Planned Parenthood, and IRS Commissioner John Koskinen have in common? Think about that. And let me now turn to the work that is at hand. And The most prominent of those items is a budget. We are once again within 3 weeks of Republicans shutting down our federal government, and it's not clear how quickly things will move, but once again, it's not going to be a full year budget, and it looks like once again Republicans are left with trying to do a piecemeal budget that will require us to come back likely in December, if they can even get together to agree on that, to try to finish off the fiscal year budget for the federal government. As I always say, no small business on Main Street in America would operate this way. Why should the largest economy in the world be operated by Congress this way? And so budget is the foremost item that we have to get done, but not far behind, and perhaps for a lot of Americans, especially in Florida, even more important than a budget, is finally giving the National Institute of Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the monies and resources and tools they have said to Congress they've needed for some 7 or 8 months to battle the Zika virus, which has now taken its toll on a number of Americans. We no longer have to speculate about that. We know that nearly 19,000 U.S. citizens have contracted the Zika virus in the U.S. and U.S. territories. We know that at least 1,700 women in America who are pregnant have been tested with possible Zika virus infection in the U.S. and U.S. territories. And so what we know now is what Tom Frieden, the CDC director, has been saying for a while. The cupboard is bare. CDC, NIH are out of money to deal with Zika, and they need Congress to act now. Gun violence prevention, the Orlando shooting, the most devastating, the largest count of Americans who died from a mass killing, just a few months removed, and yet not one single vote yet to prevent gun violence in America. There are two simple measures that many of us in the House and Senate have been proposing that have the support of some 80 to 90% of all Americans, including gun owners. Republicans in the House will not permit a single vote on either of those two measures. One, which would simply say, let's have universal background checks of anyone who wishes to purchase a weapon in the U.S. The second simply says, if you're too dangerous to fly in planes in America and you're on a no-fly list, then you should be considered too dangerous to go into a gun shop and walk out with an assault weapon. Very simple measures. Can't get a vote on that. Opioid addiction, we know it's rampant. No vote on that. Flint, Michigan, how long has it been since the people and the children of Flint, Michigan found out that they were drinking lead-contaminated water from their faucets? Still nothing done on that. And so all these things are left undone. So I turn to you to the quiz I just asked on Benghazi, Planned Parenthood, and IRS Commissioner John Koskinen. What do they have in common? Really nothing, except for the fact that rather than do our work in passing a budget, in dealing with Zika, the Zika virus, in providing measures to reduce gun violence in America, rather than deal with the opioid epidemic, rather than deal with the lead contamination in Flint's water, Republicans in the House of Representatives have decided they want to continue the Benghazi hearings that have gone on for years, and with more than 7 or 8 of these investigations completed. They want to focus on their obsession to cut funding for women's health in Planned Parenthood, and they seem intent on trying to force a vote to impeach the IRS Commissioner, John Koskinen, has simply done his job. And it seems like they are intent on making sure that anyone who tries to enforce our tax laws, especially against secret money, pay the price. And this intimidation has now reached the IRS Commissioner. That's what Republicans in the House are proposing to do in these next few weeks, rather than the business that people want us to take care of. Democrats, we are ready to get the people's business done. We don't want to see a government shut down by Republicans, and we want to just pass those bills that would deal with our budget, deal with Zika funding, deal with gun violence prevention, deal with the opioid epidemic, deal with Flint, Michigan, and get it done now so we can then focus on a jobs agenda for this country. With that, let me yield to the Vice Chairman, Joe Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought this was a little bit like Jeopardy, and I was going to answer. Your question was, What is it that Republicans continue to mislead the American people on? That was pretty good, I thought. Thank you very much. I'm here all week, by the way. I'm here all week. Let me thank the chairman for once again bringing to focus just what it is we're here about and what is at stake for the American people. This really is a true test as to whether or not the Republican majority in the House of Representatives can lead. They have proven in the past they can't, but they have another opportunity right now to prove whether or not they can lead on behalf of the American people. Aren't there enough crises in the world and in the United States? Some man-made, some naturally made. We think of what's happening in Louisiana today and are reminded of just the vulnerabilities that Americans face every day, whether it be through hurricanes or earthquakes or tornadoes or other natural disasters that potentially can happen. They want to know that the government of the United States, their government, is there and has their back. And at the same time, we see the Zika virus. Again, not a man-made per se issue, but something that is threatening the safety and the well-being of our homeland, of our country. And yet Republicans continue to not act, not do what's in the best interest of the American people. And that's a real question as to whether or not they have the ability to lead or continue to create these false deadlines, to continue to create these false fiscal deadlines, and not really governing, not setting a budget, not coming up with a budget for the American people, and then again failing to come through in a long-term way of addressing the issues of concern for the American people. That's what they continue to not accomplish, whether it be on Flint, Michigan, on Zika.
All right, everybody, we are live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. A big rig pursuit. Now, this you don't see every day. This is in Riverside, California right now. Police pursuing a stolen big rig. This is something you just don't see every day. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well. We are following this live for you right now, and it's like I was saying earlier, it's something you just don't see every day. You know, it's one thing to have a police chase in a car or a motorcycle, but there's been very few times where I've been able to report on a big rig pursuit, but this is what we have going on right now in Riverside, California. As you can see, we are following this closely here for you. And while you are watching this, now would be the perfect time. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news anywhere around the country. But this is, yes, a very, very different story. You'll probably want to hit that share button to alert your friends and family, especially if you have ties to the California area, because you just don't see this every day. Police pursuing this stolen big rig through Riverside, California. So let's watch how this all unfolds. And I just like to give warnings during these live police chases that this is live video, raw video that we are getting in. So viewer discretion is advised while you watch this, as we just don't know how this is all going to end. We hope that it's going to end very peacefully and that no innocent bystanders are involved in this. You know, this is you're dealing with a very large truck that could cause a lot of damage if an accident does occur. So let's just put that warning out there for you that we are covering this live aerials right here of this big rig pursuit. This is very raw, very live. So not every day we could report on something like this, but when it does happen, of course, the Fox 10 News Now stream and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live does have you covered here. And it's going to be interesting to see how police agencies go about pursuing this vehicle here. You just never know really how these things are going to unfold. A lot of the times, like I've been saying with these police chases, the suspect has to know that he's not going to get away. He has a stolen truck that has many choppers above him, police behind him. A lot of the times, what these suspects do is they just try to extend their moment of freedom for as long as they can until they either run out of gas, get in an accident. Hopefully that's not the case here, just going by this huge truck that we are watching this pursuit happen here through Riverside, California. But a lot of these times, these suspects say, you know what, we are just going to try to extend it as long as we can, our freedom. So we are watching this closely, semi-chase happening right now in California. You guys are watching this all unfold live right now. And we are continuing to watch this. Thanks for everyone watching on Fox10Phoenix.com and our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live right now. We are watching this pursuit happening. Not every day we're seeing this. I know you guys are watching this and commenting so much right now on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live here. So let's see how this is going to unfold. We haven't seen the driver do anything drastic. He's been staying in that one lane, which is a good sign here. But at any moment, something could happen. That's why during these police chases, a lot of the times, you guys watch to the very end, because once you get started on something like this, it's like you just can't walk away. You want to see how it all unfolds, and we're going to be with it till the very end with you as well. You could see those police cruisers behind the semi right now. It'll be interesting to know the backstory once this pursuit is over, is just how this all unfolded, how this got started with this alleged stolen big rig. But yeah, we're watching this very closely here for you, everyone. Part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. And if you haven't already done so, I would say now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching on Fox10Phoenix.com, you could subscribe right to our YouTube channel. We cover breaking news from all over the country. And then, of course, on our Facebook page, we do so much Facebook Live now. It'd be a great opportunity for you just to like the page. That way you'll always know of breaking news events happening anywhere around the country. We got you covered. So it's not every day we get to see something like this with a big rig chase. So you might as well want to share that, share this feed as well, just because it's like, whoa, very, very different day here. We've seen car chases, we've seen truck chases, we've seen motorcycle chases. Not too much a semi though. We will see. Driver has been staying in the one lane here. I'm going to try to get some little more info here for you while we are watching this all unfold live right now. Just not every day you get to see this, right, folks? Right now, that highway patrol is pursuing this big rig here. Now, multiple highway patrol vehicles are pursuing the stolen big rig on eastbound 60 freeway right now. It looks like our feed just went dark for just a second. I'm just going to pop on here. Once it comes back, it does come back. There we go. We got you covered. Don't worry. Sometimes, you go black for just a second here. As, and we'll go back once again. Sometimes with these helicopters, the feeds get a little bit crossed. We're going to continue to monitor it for you. Stay right with us. It just goes in and out for just a little bit. Just didn't want to hang you up on black, and then you're thinking, oh, is it our stream? Is it maybe my device? Great thing about News Now is we'll stream to your mobile phone, to your tablet, to your desktop computer. Doesn't matter what device you have. You can easily access it through Facebook Live on the Fox 10 Phoenix page or on fox10phoenix.com. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., always covering breaking news anywhere across the country. A lot of the times, the breaking news does have to do with police pursuits. Majority of the time in California, just not with a semi here. This is a very, very different chase here. So we'll see how this all unfolds right now. Some of you asking, well, why isn't the police maybe trying to shoot out one of these tires on the big rig? Well, you just don't want to cause a major accident either. With this semi here, I mean, this, if they were to blow out a couple of the tires, that semi could go onto oncoming traffic and potentially kill innocent people. That's something you don't want to see. So police got to take this very cautiously. But at the same time, it's not like this suspect is going to get away. You got police choppers high above. You got them following behind. So they're just going to wait it out for as long as they need to, and then when the time comes, they will make their move. But right now they are watching from high above, and, as we can see, behind the semi as well. So many times, like I was saying earlier, so many times these suspects want to just extend their moment of freedom for as long as they can. Because who knows, they might have 2 strikes against them, maybe a strike. Maybe they know, hey, I'm going to get put behind the bars for a while anyway. I might as well just try to extend my last moments of freedom for as long as I can here. Thank you to everybody, though, watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page live right now and on fox10phoenix.com as we continue to follow this. We've been on this for the last 10 minutes here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. It's just not every day we can call it a big rig pursuit, but that is the situation right now, and we are closely monitoring this pursuit for you. So we will see just how this all does unfold. We are just hoping that nobody innocent gets injured here. It's always risky during a police pursuit, but also now that we have such a large semi, the possibility of a horrible crash really intensifies. So let's see here as the chopper here gets a nice shot of zooming in on the suspect here. Almost looks like the suspect now is looking out the window. For a moment there, it looked like the suspect did make eye contact with the chopper there. But that was a nice zoom-in feature that the photographer was able to do for us here. Doesn't look like there's anyone in the passenger side, but it's a little bit hard to see. But just from that vantage point, didn't seem like there was a passenger in the truck. So you can see one car there was pulled over. Not sure if it was because of this, he saw the chase coming up, or maybe having car troubles. But the pursuit is still on. We're going to see how this all unfolds here right now. Now the chase began, we're being told, about 10:30 in unincorporated Apple Valley, where officers say the driver possibly stole this white semi-truck. Then the pursuit made its way on the southbound 15 freeway to the eastbound 60. All right, let's see what's happening. Here we have a slowing down just a little bit. Let's see how that unfolds here. Continuing to watch it. Right now, this big rig is moving to the east currently. If it keeps going, it will hit Palm Springs. Once again, folks, my name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this afternoon, covering breaking news here in Southern California. Waiting to see how this all unfolds, just like all of you are right now. When live breaking news does occur, you know we will bring it to you anywhere across the country. And that's why I was saying earlier, if you haven't done so, hit the like button on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. That way you'll always be in the know of breaking news situations. And then subscribe to us on Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page as well. That way we do a great job of clipping some of the day's biggest talkers, the biggest news content of the day, and you'll always be in the know of the latest headlines going on. Right now, this pursuit is happening in Riverside County in Southern California. We're being told that it started at 10:30 this morning. So very, very interesting stuff here as Chopper does widen out just a little for us to see the police cruisers behind as well. It almost seems like this suspect does have free reign going eastbound right now on the 60. It's always a risky situation when these suspects want to do these chases. Like we were saying earlier, how does this guy think that he's going to get away? You have a semi. You have choppers high above you, and you have police cruisers behind you. It's not going to happen. What I was saying, though, is they want to extend every second that they can, because they know once this pursuit ends, they're getting locked up, and who knows what the priors are, if the suspect has any. But yeah, this is something we are all watching very closely right now. Going to continue to follow it for you until we have a resolution here. But thank you to everyone watching on fox10phoenix.com and our Facebook Live from Fox 10 Phoenix as well. Continuing to watch just how this will all unfold. We've been told that it started around 10:30 and it is almost 12:15. Suspect has been on the run since. Okay, we have more police catching up now as they were waiting for suspect to get a little bit closer on the 60 eastbound right now, headed towards Palm Springs. If you're just joining us, welcome, as it's just not every day we get to see something like this, is it? But you just don't know how these will unfold. So as soon as you start watching this, it's almost like you gotta keep watching just to see how it will end up. It's like you're invested in it, right? It's like you gotta just see the end. It's like a movie that you just don't know how it's all going to end, and we're just hoping that this does not end in a crash where innocent bystanders are injured. So let's see here. We're getting some zooms in from the chopper as we get a little bit better look at that suspect there. All right, and we're being told that in about a mile, the freeway will join with the I-10, and the truck will then be eastbound on the 10. So we just got that update. We're continuing to try to get as many updates as we can for you. You're watching this all unfold live right now as California Highway Patrol is monitoring this truck right now. But the suspect has to know that getting away is, chances are very, very minimal at best. So here we go as we continue to watch here for you. Stolen big rig action. We've seen police chases with cars, with motorcycles. Not every day. It's a semi though, so the truck will soon be joining the 10 and going east as we are continuing to watch this all unfold right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Continuous coverage going on right now. And just want to give you just a heads up as well, that just a reminder that this is very raw video, live video, that viewer discretion is advised. We don't know how this is going to end up, and I just wanted to give you that warning, give you that heads up. As really, you know, with these police chases, anything can happen, and usually anything does happen. So thanks to everyone watching on fox10phoenix.com as well as our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We cover news and breaking news all over the country, and it always seems like when we are covering a police chase, it has to do with Southern California. That's the majority of those chases that we get, but we hardly ever get a semi chase. So you guys are watching a very, very rare occasion on September 13th, 2016. So let's continue to watch this all unfold live right now. We're being told that the suspect has a cast on his right hand. and he's driving predominantly with just his left hand on the wheel. So let's see if the photographer zooms in here, if we could get a vantage point of that possible cast on his right. And right now we're getting an update. Suspect is on the I-10 eastbound in the community of Banning. Banning, California right now. That is the latest update that we could give you. Just a proximity of what we are watching here. As being told that it started about 10:30, and it's been going for a while now, almost 2 hours. So right now, latest update, Banning, California is where this chase is at right now. You guys are all watching this all unfold live. And let's see if the chopper can get a better shot of the suspect if they zoom in just a little bit more. We don't have any control over the camera here, but we will take what they can give us. As we are just really hoping it doesn't end in a catastrophe. But we really, throughout this chase, we have not seen the suspect do any drastic moves on the semi, and that's a very, very good thing, considering the fact that if a drastic move did take place, it would probably end in a horrible, horrible crash, as it's very hard to navigate a truck when you're trying to switch lanes very quickly. So he is on the 10 eastbound in Banning, California. You just never know how these things are going to unfold, and that's why a lot of people just stay with us during these live feeds, because you just want to see a conclusion. Now, eventually, if he keeps going eastbound, he's going to be hitting the Palm Springs area coming up. That would be the next big area. But let's see how that. We have 3 police cruisers behind him, countless helicopters above watching this. As really, police probably are just going to have to wait it out. They don't want to make any drastic movements on their end and possibly cause a wreck, so we're going to see what happens next. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you're watching on fox10phoenix.com, I strongly suggest that you hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering news from anywhere around the country. And if you're watching on our Facebook Live feature, give us a like on Facebook. But we are continuing to see this. He's in Banning, California right now, heading eastbound on the 10, heading towards Palm Springs. Still trying to get you guys the very, very latest info. But like I was saying earlier, it's just not every day we get a situation like this. You know, so many times there are police chases in Southern California, either a motorcycle or a car or a pickup truck. And the majority of times, these chases don't last more than 10 minutes. more than 15 minutes. You know, sometimes we've in the past have chases that have gone 90 minutes, and those are very, very rare. But to say that we have a semi-truck involved here, well, that is very rare. And you're watching it right now as we are all saying just how this will all end up. If you're in the comments section of our Facebook page, let me know, what are your thoughts? How do you think this chase will end? Give me your thoughts. Love to hear them. Right now, Banning, California. Heading eastbound on the 10 here. Shot just went black for just a minute. You know, sometimes a helicopter shot goes a little bit in and out sometimes, so we're going to keep checking. It should be coming back in just a little moment here. Just didn't want to leave black on there for you, and that way you could still know that it's on our end, not your guys. It's sometimes the chopper signal goes a little bit in and out, and we are continuing to watch this pursuit as it's been going since 10:30 this morning, and it's going on 2 hours, so we are going to continue to follow this situation here for you. Once we do get the shot back up of the big rig, we will, of course, take that for you, but as right now it is black for us. So that is the very, very latest info that we have. Stolen big rig is the situation there in Southern California, as the big rig is now headed towards Palm Springs. And once we get that shot back, I'm going to go to it as fast as I can here for you. But police started at Riverside, California area. So we're going to continue to see how this all unfolds. Not every day you get to see this, right? Semi-truck. And we're hoping that no innocent people are involved in this situation here. Looks like we're getting another shot of a helicopter, maybe in the area. Hold on 1 second, everybody, while we wait to get that shot back for us. All right, everybody, it is back. Thank you for giving us just a little bit moment there. Sometimes that shot just goes a little bit in and out. Thanks for staying with us. We didn't miss anything, as the chase is still going on. All right. Thanks for staying with us during this live police chase in Banning, California, heading towards Palm Springs. Being told that this is going on 2 hours now. Stolen big rig chase. California Highway Patrol behind the suspect right now. Got a little zoomed out here that the photographer from helicopter is providing us right now. Like I was saying earlier, for those of you just joining us, let me know how you think this chase will end. Some of you thought, well, eventually just going to be running out of gas. Some of you said, a terrible accident. We're hoping that's not the case, but you know what? Like I was saying earlier, anything is possible. That's why I put that. Viewer discretion is advised. I try to tell you guys as much as I can when it comes to these different kind of situations here. But what will happen next, we don't know. That's why we always ask you to keep watching. You guys have been doing a great job staying with us. We had a helicopter shot go a little bit in and out on us. It's back now. We're back. Still, big rig pursuit happening right now. 18-wheeler. How will it end? Some of you saying, hopefully he will stop. That's always the goal here. Police are hoping that as well, but this 18-wheeler, you just never know. So thanks to everyone watching on our Facebook Live on fox10phoenix.com. Guys always do a great job of tuning in when breaking news always occurs. And when it does, Fox 10 News Now is your source for breaking news content anywhere across the country. We do have you guys covered, watching this all unfold right now. He's on the 10 eastbound, heading towards Palm Springs right now, trying to get you guys the very, very latest info. You know, so many times with these suspects, so many times they know eventually they're going to get caught. This driver has to know. Like, he has a semi. It's not like he has a souped-up car where he could get in and out of lanes, maybe head to a parking lot somewhere. No, this is an 18-wheeler semi-white truck. They've got choppers high above. They have police right behind them. This guy's really just trying to extend the last moments of freedom that he can have. And at this moment, he's had 2 hours extended freedom so far. How much longer? We don't know. That's why we continue to watch to see how it's going to unfold for us. It's going to be interesting to see. And if you're just joining us, the big rig in question right now is the truck that has ACT near the back of that trailer there. That is the one. I know there's 2 semis now right there, but we're watching this white one right here in front. That is the one in question right now as we continue to watch this all unfold here live. Heading towards Palm Springs right now. Here in Arizona, we're wondering, will this pursuit get to Arizona? That's another question. As it just went black here for just a second. Hold on. As we've been seeing this happen a couple times with the helicopter feed. It goes a little bit in and out. But I'll keep my eye on it, and when it does pop up again, we will go back to it as soon as it appears. But you know how technology is sometimes, everybody. It'll go in and out on you, and it's very hard to get a live shot any day, anyway, from a helicopter. Anyway, especially when it's coming from California as well. But California Highway Patrol chasing this stolen big rig right now, so we're going to stay on it for as long as we can here. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, saying that signal just went not getting as stronger here, as they are pretty far away from home. That helicopter is right there from Los Angeles. So we are going to continue to monitor the situation. As soon as I get a shot back, I am going to take it for you. And once it does come back, I will go do it as fast as I can here for you. I know everyone wants to know, including us, just how this is all going to unfold. Let's show you just a little bit of replay for those of you just watching us right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Once I do get a feed here, I will take it live here for you. So stay with us. We're going to try to get that feed up as fast as we can. But they're in a All right, folks, we are continuing to monitor this situation. This is from just really moments ago. Just wanted to give you a little perspective while we do wait for that live video to come back here for you. But this is just moments ago as we've been watching this chase here for the last 25 to 30 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of breaking news situations happening anywhere across the country. Big rig pursuit, 18-wheeler. How will this end? That is the question. That is what we want to know. That is why we continue to watch. And thanks to everyone for joining us and continuing to want to see just how this will unfold with this 18-wheeler. It's been going on for more than 2 hours here. So continue to stay with us here as we continue to monitor this situation here for us. Okay, now once again, everyone, we are live once again. We are able to get another feed for you. Sky Fox up here as they're in a rough area, as you know that signal is going to get harder and harder to catch up to. So thanks to everyone for continuing to stay with us. As I said, as soon as I got that live feed, I would go back to it, and here we are. We are back up live, and you know what? You didn't miss anything once again. Let's see here. Still, that big rig 18-wheeler evading police right now. Thanks to everyone watching on Facebook Live, as well as our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. This is News Now, where we cover news from anywhere around the country. When it breaks, we've got you covered. Continuing to watch this 18-wheeler pursuit going on for the last 2 hours now. And it is no signs right now of slowing down. Will this big rig get to Arizona? Right now he is on the 10, eastbound, heading towards Palm Springs. I want to know, give me your prediction if you're watching this all unfold live right now. Let me know what you think. Where will this big rig end up? That's another prediction you guys can put out there, especially if you're watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page live right now. We got more than 20,000 of you watching. Closing in on 30,000. Yeah, some of you just hoping that it just doesn't end badly. That's what we are all hoping for, and it looks like he's getting off right now. So let's see what happens here as we continue to monitor this right here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Stolen big rig, leading police on this chase. Like I said earlier, we've had police chases in cars, in motorcycles, in pickup trucks. Very rare that we have a semi situation, but we're continuing to watch this all unfold live right now. Thank you so much for everyone continuing to be with us. If you haven't done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You'll always be in the know of when we are covering this breaking news situation here for you. And I'm also taking your predictions right now. Let me know how you think this will end up and where exactly you think this will end up. Hopefully, no innocent bystanders, though, will be involved in this. You just never know. That's why I always caution you. You are watching live raw video. Viewer discretion is heavily advised always during a police pursuit. And we just went black for just a second here. Hopefully just for a second. Continue to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm going to do my best once we get that shot back up for you. It's very hard, from where they are in their location right now to get that signal relayed back to the station, as a lot of scenarios going on right now, and continue to watch this all unfold here live for you. But we are continuing to monitor the situation here for you right here, the Fox 10 News Now stream. This was from moments ago. Wanted to show this to you as we are continuing to monitor the situation. Once we do get that live shot there back up for you, we will take it. Still continuing to monitor the stolen big rig. Started in Riverside, going on for more than 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Always a little difficult, though, to get those live feeds in. But now we are back out live once again here for you. This is now back out live. I told you once we do get those shots coming back, I would go to it. And of course, we are now back out live to you in this pursuit. Just like I was saying earlier, you know, sometimes we lose those connections, but we so far have been getting them back. And look, you haven't missed anything just yet. Still pursuit going on. 18-wheeler doesn't even look like it is going to be slowing down anytime soon here. So you guys are at the right place right now, continuing to watch this here with us. Just don't know how this is going to end. I know. And the suspect in the stolen big rig has now entered Highway 62 as the officers are still chasing this suspect here. He is on Highway 62. I've been saying this earlier with you guys. Let me know what your prediction is of how this will end up. Always love hearing your predictions as you're watching this live, just like we are. We're continuing to watch this right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And Mike said in the comment section, this was a pretty good, funny comment. He said, "This is the worst way to apply for a driving job." Yeah, that wouldn't work really well in a application or a interview setting. But let's see how this all will unfold. Still don't know what the contents are of inside the truck. But this is now heading towards Yucca Valley, California. Was on the I-10. The truck got off the I-10, now on Highway 62. Continuing to watch this all unfold here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. When breaking news does occur, News Now is the news source to have in a breaking news situation of when you want to know the details and you want to see the video that is happening that friends and family are talking about. News Now is your source for all breaking news events anywhere across the country. Give us a like on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as subscribe on our Fox 10 YouTube page. Not every day we have pursuits like this. Usually when we are covering a pursuit, yes, it is in Southern California, but it just doesn't have a semi attached with it on the lower third. But that is what we are dealing with right now. This started at 10:30 this morning in Apple Valley. It's been going on now for 2 hours. Doesn't look at this moment any time of slowing down. If it's been going on for 2 hours, you know, most pursuits go only average time 7 minutes. That's the average time. A lot of the times, the majority of times, as soon as a chopper gets up in the air, the pursuit is already over. So it's very rare to be in a situation where we're talking about a 2+ hour pursuit and then an 18-wheeler as well, what the suspect is driving. So very rare circumstances here that we are covering here for you in Yucca Valley right now, California. Started 2 hours ago in Apple Valley. How will it end? We don't know. That's why we continue to watch, just like you are, live right now in the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to the more than 40,000 of you watching live on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live feature there, where anything can happen. I've been telling you this. Viewer discretion is advised during any police chase that we cover. Continue to watch. Let's see how it's going to unfold here. You know, I've been saying this throughout the chase. I'll say it again. Many times with these suspects, they know eventually it's going to be over. They're going to get caught. But they just need to extend that moment of freedom for as long as they can. And for this suspect, for this individual, it's been a 2+ hour extension. How much longer? We don't know. That's why we continue to watch with you. This is Yucca Valley, California right now. Started 10:30. It's been going on for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes. Stolen 18-wheeler. Let's see how it's going to unfold. Let's see how this will all end up. Eventually, this truck's going to have to run out of gas. Thanks to everybody watching on Fox10Phoenix.com as well, as we're continuing to broadcast this breaking news event that's just been going on for the last 2+ hours. The very, very scenic area here as we watching in Yucca Valley. Started in Apple Valley, went through Riverside County. The most common setup on an 18-wheeler is twin 100-gallon tanks. That's the average size for an 18-wheeler. And the average is about 5 to 6 miles per gallon on an 18-wheeler. Continuing to watch this all unfold just like you are now. How will it end up? We don't know. We're continuing to watch, getting close to more than 50,000 of you watching on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. This pursuit has been going on now for close to 2.5 hours. How will it end? We don't know, but that is what we are doing here. Oh, now it's stopping right now. Let's see. It's going through the intersection, just maybe wanted to make sure no one was coming in the intersection. Let's see how it will unfold, though. Started in Apple Valley. Big rig pursuit, 18-wheeler involved here. Not every day that you can say that you are watching this live, but yeah, it's happening today, and so many times these suspects just want to really extend their last moments of freedom. This guy's been doing it for the last 2.5 hours. He's got an extension. So yeah, we are covering this and just wanting to see how you think this will all unfold. You can see some people on the side of the road there just watching, as they were probably knew that the truck was coming up. Now you could see that the truck has been slowing down. Now we have 4 California Highway Patrol behind, countless choppers high above. Going on now 2.5 hours. We appreciate everybody watching, and if you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You'll always be in the know of when we're covering breaking news events from anywhere around the country. You can tell your friends, your family. Tonight, be like, did you see this police pursuit in California? And it had to do with a stolen semi. Yeah, you could tell them you saw it right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and you know what they might tell you is, yeah, I was watching it too. Never know. But you just don't want to be the person that's like, no, what was happening? And they'll be like, you should have subscribed, you should hit that like button. But here we go, continuing to watch for you last 2.5 hours. Anything can happen. Viewer discretion is advised. I always say that on every police chase that we do stream, but especially with a semi. I just, it could end in a horrible crash. We're hoping that's not the case. We're hoping that no innocent person is involved here. I just wanted to give you those little warnings as well, because this is live. This is raw video that we are getting fed to us live right now, right from this news chopper in Southern California here. And wouldn't you know, already there is a Twitter handle called Stolen Big Rig. Yes, somebody has created a Twitter handle for Stolen Big Rig. Latest tweet from Stolen Big Rig is, I wish I had Pandora on this rig. There aren't a lot of good radio stations out there. And let me know, folks. Give me your prediction. How will this end up? Will the suspect run out of gas? Will there be an accident? Right now, police don't want to do anything drastic at this moment because they don't want to cause an accident that could put this semi into oncoming traffic. There's too many variables associated when you're dealing with an 18-wheeler pursuit. So we'll see how this unfolds. Thank you to more than 16,000 of you, though, watching on fox10phoenix.com, and more than 50,000 of you, close to 60,000 now, on Facebook Live. So this is a stolen big rig. That is why the suspect is on the run, is evading police. It's going on 2.5 hours. Started in Apple Valley. Now in Yucca Valley. The latest info that we have for you that the big rig was stolen and reportedly contains hazardous materials. So that's another issue why police just want to kind of watch this, closely watch this, because if this wrecks, they don't want that hazardous material to leak out of the trailer at all. But this suspect has been very patient, hasn't been making any drastic moves throughout the pursuit. Hasn't taken any risks besides the fact that he's running from police. That's the biggest risk. But nothing like changing lanes very fast or even going onto oncoming traffic. And thanks to the more than 60,000 of you now watching on our Facebook Live right now. And in just a moment, I'm going to be joined by our very own Samia Khan, who will also be doing some play-by-play for us. You know, with these chases, you just don't know how it's going to unfold. And like a lot of you probably started in the beginning, maybe in the middle of the stream when we were covering this, and it's hard to turn away. It's hard to, you feel invested.
Right.
Right, Samia? So Samia is now joining us on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
And what makes this so unusual is that we oftentimes watch stolen vehicles that are being pursued, but not stolen big rigs.
No.
I think in my 2 years here on News Now, I've only seen one other big rig pursuit.
Yeah, and that was in Texas.
Ah, you remember.
Yeah. And you know what? So when you do have a big rig chase, you remember it.
Right. Big rigs and motorcycles, typically.
Yeah. So we'll see how this. I mean, eventually this trucker is going to. I'm not even going to call him a trucker. He's a suspect. He could be a trucker though too as well.
That's possible.
He seems to have pretty good knowledge of
how to drive a big rig.
Yeah, of operating this 18-wheeler. So the last report in though is this truck is carrying hazardous materials.
Do we have any indication as to what materials those are?
No, that was the last report in.
Now, what is the truck labeled with? ACT, ACT? Do we know anything about that company?
Not at this moment.
I see.
Could you imagine the company is probably watching this as well, just hoping it ends peacefully, and hopefully maybe running out of gas or some situation like that.
So does Chase started in Riverside?
Yeah, Apple Valley.
Apple Valley.
10:30.
Wow.
And like I was telling the audience earlier, it's so rare even to get a chase. It's, on camera. For most of the times when a chopper does launch, by that time the chase is already over.
Right.
Like I was saying, the average is about 6 to 7 minutes a chase, and that doesn't give enough time for a chopper to really get up, but sometimes they're able to get it. We've had chases that gone 90 minutes, maybe an hour and 45 minutes, but to go 2+ hours? Now it's on 2.5 hours.
Right. At some point, this big rig is going to run out of gas. Now, how much gas are these big rigs typically equipped with? Let's say it's a full tank.
Well, the average. So we were being told by our one producer it's twin 100-gallon tanks, so 200 gallons.
And what's the miles per gallon on a big rig? I'm assuming it doesn't get great gas mileage.
Yeah, the average I read was 7 to 8.
Mm.
And it costs about $1,700 to fill up.
Wow. Again, guys, these are live images coming in from Southern California. Is it just me, or do most pursuits come out of Southern California?
Yeah.
Or is it just that the news stations in Southern California tend to send the chopper up whenever there's a chase?
Yeah. I mean,
what came first, the chicken or the egg,
yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah, it's always that situation where, is it just Southern California, or is it just because they launched the choppers to go see it? Right, now it looks like we have a situation up above where police are waiting for the suspect here. We're going to see if there's any. Let's see what's happening right here. Got some activity here. He's slowing down. Suspect's slowing down right now because he did see that activity up ahead. Slowing down through the intersection. Probably wanted to just make sure there was no stop sticks. And continuing to watch. That was a little bizarre just to see the chase. Just kind of slow down there as he went through that intersection, saw the police activity. Man, just not every day.
It's not every day you see something like this.
Yeah, no. Now it's going slower. Suspect is going slower here. California Highway Patrol's still behind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just amazed that there was only a couple times, Samia, during the chase that we lost the signal for about 2 minutes. But I am really surprised that we're still able to get that signal for you.
Right. And I'm getting a ton of tweets from viewers at home. Dave Oshry tweeting me that ACT Enviro issued a statement, or Act Enviro. That's the company that I had asked about earlier.
Okay.
The company that is labeled on the truck.
Mm-hmm.
He tweeted me saying they're aware of the situation. They had released a bulletin, important bulletin. One of our trucks was stolen last night in Southern California. We have tracked it, and law enforcement is in pursuit. We've been working with all relevant authorities and will continue to do so. We will provide more information as it becomes available. So, Dave Oshry, thank you so much for sending me that tweet. Dave is one of our regular viewers, especially when it comes to the police chases that we cover here on Fox News Now. So, Dave, thank you for giving us that update.
So now we're in a very residential area here, which is going to complicate the situation. Well, like I was saying, for the majority of the pursuit, this suspect has had free reign. on the highways and even in these residential area.
Now, I'm also reading a lot of comments. One of our other regular viewers, Ale Benitez, saying there's one tank on each side of the truck, can last 12 to 14 hours, depending on the weight of the vehicle.
So are you saying there's a chance this big rig can get to Arizona?
Do I think so?
Mm-hmm.
Anything is possible.
Yep.
I mean, he is in the Inland Empire, in the part of Southern California closer to Arizona. Now, when we're talking about Southern California, we're not talking about LA or Hollywood or Malibu or Santa Monica.
Look, there's people just watching.
Right. I mean, they might have been tuning in online, and they realized this guy was in their neighborhood and decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go outside.
Yeah.
See it live.
Now we've got a Yui here, an 18-wheeler Yui. That's interesting. And pursuit continues. So we have our first 18-wheeler Yui.
And we appreciate all of you guys tuning in. Ale also adding that ACT is American Central Transport. It's a company based in Kansas City. We appreciate when the viewers send us little bits of information related to this chase. It's a very communal effort when it comes to the news gathering process and the news watching process.
Yes. It's always a great opportunity for viewers to chime in and express what they're thinking too during a chase like this. It's a very interesting day here on the Fox 10 News on Stream, right?
Absolutely. I really think that Steve Scribbles says it best. It's hard to know what's going to happen next with this chase. Madness. What a turn of events. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know. I like I said, I just want to put that out there. Viewer discretion advised, always during a police chase. Just don't know how it's going to unfold.
You really don't know. I mean, you had a police chase last week right here in Phoenix, Mike.
Yes, I did. Yeah, and that ended in a difficult situation where police did have to open fire on the suspect. So,
Right.
so like I said, you just don't know how it's going to unfold, and now it looks. You think he's going to go back to LA now?
Because he made the U-turn. Yeah. Well, he was never in Los Angeles, right?
No. But that looks like a news crew there, just going right on the median there to maybe get a shot, and they're like, "Oh no,
Right.
missed
It looked like. I would name one of the affiliates, but it's not our affiliate.
Oh, yeah,
so
then don't name it.
No free promotion. I'll just give a hint and say that I used to work there.
Oh.
By the way, we're getting people tuning in from all over the world. That's the great thing about the internet. Whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, we're able to broadcast this all around the world. Welly's one of our viewers tuning in from Wales in the UK.
There we go.
Wow, guys. We
Thanks for
appreciate
watching.
the tweets coming in. We appreciate all the viewers, thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers tuning in on both Facebook Live and YouTube.
Yeah, if you notice now, there's a lot more. There are people on the side of the road just watching.
All right, guys, you're joined by Samia Khan, Mike Page. We've been giving you the play-by-play. Mike's been on this story. He's been on this chase for over an hour now. I just joined you guys 10 minutes ago. We want to acknowledge all of our viewers that are tuning in, tweeting us their thoughts. I mean, this big rig chase, it's just going on. And I'm going to move us because I don't want to block the actual big rig that we're here to see. But this big rig in the Yucca Valley, it's a very barren area. There's not a lot of places in this area for the big rig to even pull over if he were to surrender. It doesn't look like he's planning on surrendering.
No, he's on a 2.5-hour joyride pretty much. And you know what I like about our job, Samia, is
what's that?
on any given day, you don't know what you're going to get. Like, I thought going in today it was going to be very political heavy.
And it was early this morning.
It was. And then all of a sudden things change, and now we got this pursuit that's been going on for hours.
It's one of those things that shocked me. I went to lunch and I came back and I looked up on the screen and saw the big rig pursuit. And I was like, are you kidding me? This happened? I didn't expect it today, especially because our morning, like you said, was so politics heavy. We had thousands of people tuning in to watch a House committee hearing on the Hillary Clinton email server. And I thought that was big for the day. But the next thing you know, you get this big rig pursuit and all eyes are glued to the screen. I mean, tens of thousands tuning in on both Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate you. If you guys are new to our stream, we encourage you to go to our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Hit that subscribe button so you are aware every time there is a chase. Plus, like our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, because then you'll always be notified whenever we go live.
Sure.
For any sort of breaking event.
And remember, the biggest stream we had wasn't a police chase.
It wasn't.
It was Chris Brown watch.
It was kind of a police chase, a static police chase.
Yeah,
There were
of just his
police
house.
The house was static. Chris Brown was inside. It was a similar sort of situation where you're sitting there and just anticipating what might happen next. And so here we are. You can see multiple police units pursuing the big rig. We have at least 3 police units trailing this big rig, the stolen big rig. People asking me, why haven't they stopped the truck yet?
Well,
Matt saying, I'm watching on Facebook. I'm in New York. It's going viral. Mike tuning in from Wisconsin. We don't get good car chases, so I'm watching online. Thanks for streaming.
See, that's the one of the cool things about news now is that, and plus it's commercial free.
Right. And I want to acknowledge one of our viewers, Madeline. How long can the chopper stay in the air running out of gas? We've had that problem in the past where the chopper does run out of fuel.
And it always seems like it's like the best, like the opportunity where like we might see something.
Right.
We might see it come to an end or something might happen, but you just never know.
So Madeline, to answer your question, I recall during the Chris Brown watch that we had where we were streaming for like 8-9 hours.
Yes.
A chopper really could stay in there for a couple hours at a time before it had to go back to a base to refuel.
Yeah.
So Madeline, we are hoping that we are able to catch the ending of this chase.
It just seems like this truck could outlast choppers and everything here.
Maybe the thief knew how long a gas tank could last.
Yeah.
Like you said, it seems like he's very well versed in terms of maneuvering the big rig.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, he had to have some kind of history with it as well.
All right, and for those of you just joining us wondering what's inside that truck, well, we don't know too much about the truck other than what it's labeled with. Now, we see the letters ACT on the exterior of the truck. Now, according to what it looks like the logo for ACT Enviro. Someone had tweeted me a list of possible hazards that could be inside this truck. Now, Mike, I have it pulled up. If you can go ahead and read it, it's closer to your
Sure. So these
side.
are some of the options that could be in this truck. Chemical waste, radioactive waste, biological waste, or universal and or electronic waste.
Wow, so this company, if indeed this truck does belong to ACT Enviro, which based on the logo on the truck, one could infer that, it could possibly hold anything from flammable liquids, potentially infectious materials, small batteries, fluorescent light tubes. I mean, they give us a number of different things that could be inside the vehicle.
At this point, it could be anything.
Right. It could be anything.
That's why we continue to watch here with you right now. We just want to know when this is going to end.
We don't know, guys, and you guys need to stay with us. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in. We have Ahmed Karim tuning in from Cape Town, South Africa.
See, this is a worldwide event right here. We got more than 100,000 people now watching on the Facebook Live.
I know. So Tim Diener is saying, how close is Mexico? You'd think he'd contemplate it. # police chase. It's not that close to Mexico. He's not near the border. I would say that he's still at least an hour and a half to 2 hours out of Mexico. To answer Tim's question more carefully, I'm going to pull up Google Maps.
There we go.
And we'll go ahead and get a rough estimate of the distance between Yucca Valley and the Mexican border. How about that?
He must, this is very, think about it. Just driving in itself is very, at times, tiring.
Right.
And then not only to mention this guy is a suspect now in a stolen big rig where you would think that just the level of concentration that this guy has to have is really mind-boggling just when you put in all those factors.
Right.
And you got some updates on Mexico.
Right. So based on the roads that are available to travel to Mexico, the closest place you could probably travel to from Yucca Valley is Mexicali, and that is 2 hours and 42 minutes given the current construction and traffic on the road.
Yeah.
It's 148 miles according to Google Maps. So he probably won't head into Mexico. I can't say for certain, obviously. Anything's possible at this point, but based on what I'm looking at, he's actually closer to Arizona.
Yeah, you think he's going to get on the 10?
I don't know.
You think that's why he did the UE to get back on the 10?
And then what happens if we get to the point where we send our choppers up?
That would be nice. At least we would know we would still have the coverage.
Right. That's true.
I'd hope we send it if they cross that Arizona border.
Right. I'm going to work to go find out what roads he's on right now. We know he's in Southern California. He is east of Riverside, possibly near the Palm Desert area.
And still, we haven't seen any attempts from law enforcement for any spike strips or anything like that.
Nope.
Been going on, getting close now to 3 hours.
Keep watching us. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in to Fox 10 News Now.
Continuing to follow this here for you, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, it has been going on for close to 3 hours now. Started in Apple Valley, now in Yucca Valley, went through Riverside County, This is something. Sami, how do you think this will end?
It's really hard to say. I mean, we've seen so many different kinds of endings when it comes to police chases. Either, I don't think it's going to end in a cul-de-sac. We typically see cul-de-sac endings when it comes to vehicles, but I don't think it's going to end in a cul-de-sac. It could be something as simple as the big rig running out of gas.
That's what I hope.
It could
That's
be.
what I hope.
Do you think that spike strips will be involved? I don't know, because it's a big rig. It's a lot more dangerous because there's other vehicles and other travelers on the road.
Yeah, because you don't want them to go on oncoming traffic. Right. And then do you think they're taking their time, especially because of the threat possibly of hazardous materials on this truck? Do you think they're really wanting to just have a safe little distance? I mean, It's not like the suspect, like I was saying earlier, it's not like the suspect's going to get away.
Right. And I'm reading the hashtag Big Rig Chase. It looks like a lot of people are using that hashtag. Colder watching from the Netherlands.
Yes, this is a worldwide event. Everybody watching right now.
Colder saying in the Netherlands he'd be out of the country in that amount of time. Ha ha. Jordan Ewing saying he's in this approximate location going westbound. He did the U-turn while he was in 29 Palms. So he was in 29 Palms, did the U-turn, went through Yucca Valley, and is traveling, I believe, on Route 62, the 62 highway.
My prediction, this guy...
Going towards Palm Springs now, traveling southbound.
And if he goes up, and if he goes then back on the 10 eastbound...
You're right. He could head into
Arizona bound. Arizona bound.
Anything's possible. So the question is, will he either go westbound on the 10 or eastbound on the 10?
Here's my prediction. This is what's going to happen. I think this guy's going to outlast this chopper situation. And then we're going to have to get another chopper. Who knows? Who knows? That's why we continue to watch. That's why we continue to have it all unfold. If you haven't already done so, hit the like button on our Facebook page. Like every time there's a breaking news situation, we show it, we stream it. That way you'll always be in the know. And if you're watching on fox10phoenix.com, you could hit that subscribe button to our YouTube page, and that way you'll always be in the know of what we are covering. You'll be one of the first ones to know, too. That's what's cool.
No question. Now, Mike, I do want to check in with Twitter, read some of the tweets that are coming in.
Yep.
Ted wants to know, you think
Keep it
this
up.
is a disgruntled employee? Has to be if he can drive the big rig so well, right?
Yeah, this guy knows definitely how to drive it.
Andrew joking, he's got 3 stars on Grand Theft Auto now. Sledge saying, this is slow but interesting. Terry wants us to make a correction. It is not gas. It's fuel. Cars use gas. Trucks use fuel.
There you go. There you go.
Don Morgan tuning in from the train, commuting from Philadelphia to New Jersey.
There you go. Well, President Obama's just in Philadelphia.
That is right.
We were covering that. And like I said, I thought it was going to be a heavy political day. It was in the morning and early afternoon. And all of a sudden, you just don't know what's going to happen on a given day. And now we have a big rig that's been going on almost 3 hours.
Right. And Abdullah, he's saying, do American trucks not have signs on the back that say they're carrying hazardous material? It's a law in the UK to do so. No, they do have signs on the back that say they're carrying hazardous material, and there are labels on the truck that would indicate what material that is.
We just can't see the label.
Exactly. We're up here. We cannot see the back of the truck. So if we get that view, we'll be able to tell you guys what exactly is in the truck.
And it's funny, sometimes viewers will think that we somehow have this control panel where we can control
the chopper.
Not the chopper, photographer, where we could zoom in and zoom out when we want. No, I wish we did. That would be a cool option up here.
Right, and RJ saying they won't do spike strips because of the hazardous material, and they're heading towards the Badlands in Moreno Valley. Many people tweeting me that they're headed towards the Moreno Valley, State Route 62, heading back towards Interstate 10. 62 southbound, head back towards the
Look
10.
at how he went on that Yui and he wanted to get back on the 10 apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how this is going to unfold. I don't know. You guys are all watching this with us.
And here's an interesting question from Edward Brooks. Do you think that the cops would block his way back onto the 10? Because they know eventually the State Route 62
you would think so.
will go,
you would
have
think
to go one
so.
way or another, right?
You would think so. When as soon as he made that Yui, you would have thought maybe at this point right here they would have put up a roadblock. But maybe they're scared he would just pound right through it.
Anything's possible, Mike.
That's why we continue to watch. Thank you to everybody watching from around the world. My name's Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this afternoon, continuing to watch breaking news situations happening here with this big rig pursuit going on 3 hours here. It's a pursuit marathon that we have here for you. On the 62, headed towards back to the 10. We'll see if he's going to go west or east when he hits that I-10 there.
Again, guys, the suspect is traveling on State Route 62 southbound towards Interstate 10. Now the question is...
Is it going to go east or west?
It's anybody's guess, guys. Why don't you tweet us?
Yeah, give
East
us your
or west?
prediction. We want to know your prediction of where you think he's going to end up when this chase is all over, too.
RJ saying if the tanks were full, he could go up to 14 hours without stopping.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Big rig pursuit. You don't see every day. You don't see this. I knew it was going to be something special when we heard over the intercom today. Police pursuit, and then we all got excited here in the newsroom. We're like, oh, we're going to cover this. And then they said big rig. I said, what? I said, what? I said, let's take it. Let's put it on right now.
All right. And I want to acknowledge really Rick, one of our viewers, saying congrats on the 100,000 viewers. Have you broken the Chris Brown watch record yet? No, Rick. I think we peaked at 140,000 simultaneous viewers.
There you go. We're
on
almost
Chris
there.
Brown watch, at least on Facebook.
We're almost there.
There's a lot of you guys tuning in. We appreciate all of you guys watching. We are looking at live images of this big rig being pursued by police, at least 3 police units pursuing this big rig vehicle. Southern California. Now, give us a recap, Mike. This started at 10:30 this
Started
morning?
at 10:30 in Apple Valley. Continued on. We got it probably when we started following it. It was in Riverside County and been following this since. So your guess is best is mine as how this is going to unfold. But once again, your discretion is advised.
Right.
Continuing to follow this. Now look at this. Okay, we got a situation here now. Look at up ahead.
Right, to the right-hand side.
Yep,
Looks like
right
a
hand. What are?
possible police vehicle?
Yeah, I don't know. It's too. I wish they would zoom in right now. Okay. When he's been very careful on these intersections.
Right, it's not a high-speed pursuit by any means.
No.
It's just a big rig pursuit.
Yes, just an 18-wheeler. Hashtag just an 18-wheeler.
Just an 18-wheeler. No big deal.
No big deal here. No.
Wow.
You know why people are still continuing to watch with us is once you're invested in this, you can't go away. Some people probably wanted to go to lunch. Some people are watching this at work, and they're like,
Right.
we can't put it down. What's great about it is, say you're watching this from work or you're watching this at home, what you can do if you got to go somewhere,
Take us on your phone.
then you could put it on your phone. The best way to do that,
Basically,
like
Mike
us,
does not
subscribe.
want you to turn your eyes
No,
away from our stream.
no excuses. There's no excuses.
By the way, just to give people an overall rough idea of where this is, the pursuit is still taking place in Riverside County. Riverside County is one of the largest counties in California. This is east of Los Angeles, north of San Diego, north of the Palm Springs area.
That county's
basically
very
where-
wide.
Yes, this is basically just north of the Palm Springs area.
Okay.
Now the question is, did he just is he getting on the 10
Look,
east?
don't know that one right now, but he is starting to make his way. I'm thinking it's the east.
Huh.
That was weird then when he went on the 62 then for a while. I don't know why he did that and then decided to UE. Okay, now we got a cruiser really
Let's move out of the way so we can see all of the. So
One of
there's
the-
at least 5 police.
Yeah, now there's
units
more.
trailing this big rig.
And you saw that cruiser there get really up in front. We'll see what's happening there. But eventually, I mean, police are going to have to stop this soon. I mean, you think every second, every minute this suspect is on the streets here is causing, you know, more possibilities of something bad happening. That's the situation. That's the real happening right now. Going eastbound on that 10.
Right. Eastbound on the 10, meaning if he did continue to go on the 10 eastbound, Mike, he could end up in the greater Phoenix area.
Yes, he could. That's probably one of the greatest tweets I've received. Of course he's headed to Arizona. He needs to teach the Cardinals how to sustain a drive. Oh, that is a good tweet there. Thank you, Corey, for that shot there. Wow.
All right,
Thank
guys,
you.
so just a quick update. This vehicle is traveling eastbound on Interstate 10, has gone through Palm Springs, and is approaching Indio soon. Indio, Palm Springs area, about 3 hours, three and a half hours actually from Phoenix.
And it's been going on for 3 hours now, so what's another 3?
Right, 3.5 hours from Phoenix, but only an hour and a half from the Arizona border. The question is he going to hit?
AZ.
We just have to wait and see.
We gotta wait and see how it's gonna unfold.
Again, guys, we are watching the pursuit of a stolen big rig in Southern California.
Wow. All right, slowing down here. Let's see what we got here. This could be the end of it, Samia. This could be the end of it.
Anything's possible, Mike.
Here we go, slowing down. Pairs like this could be the last of it right here. He got off the 10. You think ran out of gas right here? Here we go, pulling it. Look at it. He's going to a parking spot. This is very rare that when you see a police pursuit that they park it.
Well, it looks like it might be one of the rest stops off the freeway.
Yeah.
Because they have the big parking spaces for the trucks.
Yeah. Well, but it's like not every day where they just park it too.
Right. A very considerate suspect.
Yes. I mean, he was considerate when going through those intersections. But here we go. Now I'm going to get some interesting stuff here. Once again, viewer discretion is advised. We don't know what's going to happen here.
A lot of people are talking about. And the suspect is surrendering.
There we go. We have a surrender. So for everyone there that was predicting a little bit earlier that this would end in a surrender, you got it right. And we also got our wish of having this end safely.
Luis Magana is saying that is the banning rest area. Banning in Riverside County, which would mean then that the individual traveled on the 10 westbound, not the 10 eastbound. This is the banning area near Cabazon. Cabazon, most popular for the outlet mall.
And there you go, suspect in custody there.
Breaking news.
What a situation, though, that was. 3-hour pursuit there. Clocked in at 3 hours, everyone. And he parked it. He parked it, too. Could have been most considerate suspect ever for a chase.
Don Morgan was making an interesting point. If he crossed into Arizona, that would make it a federal crime. Interesting. But the suspect decided to surrender.
There we
David
go.
Age says he has a pretty good parking job.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, this suspect did have to have some knowledge of this big rig.
Rick Slattery had asked me just minutes ago, just seeing the tweet now, Samia, do you think this guy's giving up or going for the border? And would Trump's wall stop him if there was a wall there? Mike, thoughts?
That's interesting, yeah. It's always fun when they put the political stuff there. Well, we want to thank everybody for watching this all unfold live for the last hour and a half that we've been having it.
I know. This has been a pretty crazy chase. Not crazy because it was erratic. He was a very calm driver, but crazy because it was a big rig.
Yeah, that's what made it. 18-wheeler, yep, it's going to cause a lot of news outlets to cover it. And we were lucky, though, that everyone was watching and streaming with us.
Right. We really appreciate all of you guys tuning in on Facebook, on YouTube. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome to News Now. We encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, hit that subscribe button, and...
Absolutely.
What else should they do, Mike?
Oh, they absolutely. You got to go on Facebook and hit that like button. And for YouTube, got to subscribe. Got to subscribe. And do you think the chopper helicopter pilot is like, oh, thankfully, now I could finally head back?
The other choppers in the area. I mean, all the stations were covering it in Southern California. This video coming in courtesy of our Fox station out in LA.
Well, there you go. Zoomed out right there. Ended peacefully. Just took 3 hours. But hey.
Better late than never, right?
Yep. Like a lot of people say, they'd rather have a delay than a disaster.
Well said, Mike.
There you go.
Well said. All right, guys, and for those of you just joining us, we figure since you missed the beginning of the chase, why not watch the encore?
There you go.
Yep, that's right. We can play a replay for you right away. The replay now of the chase that you couldn't stop watching, right here on Fox 10 News Now. Again, guys, you are watching the replay of the stolen Big Rig. We have started to replay this for you in case you missed it in the beginning.
Because it's such high demand. People wanted to know, you might have came in the middle of it. You may came at the very end of it, and you're like, well, let's see the beginning.
Right, you may not have known what led up to the point where you finally joined in
Yes.
with the stream. So, look, you can see that the beginning of this pursuit, and this isn't even the beginning of the pursuit.
No.
We didn't catch the first hour and a half. You said this started at 10:30.
Yeah, 10:30, and we got it.
And we got it around 11:55.
So we got it about 90 minutes in.
Right, so you can see that he's on, I believe, the 10 freeway, it looks like,
Yes, yeah, he was,
traveling eastbound
yeah.
in Riverside, California. Wow. Just once again, we appreciate everyone who is tuning in to the live broadcast of this police chase. We had many people requesting that we replay the chase, so we are replaying it for you now. For those of you who missed it from earlier, you will be able to watch how this chase plays out. Right now, you're looking at what was happening during the chase at 12 p.m. So the video that you're looking at took place an hour and 45 minutes ago. And we are going to watch this chase as it unfolded rather, as we sit back and watch this replay of the big rig pursuit that just wrapped up in Southern California. Hello everyone, Samia here. You're looking at the replay of the big rig pursuit. Now, the video you are looking at, this is at about 12:03 p.m. So what you're looking at took place 1 hour and 48 minutes ago. The pursuit just ended about 10 minutes ago. We're replaying it for you here on News Now for those of you who missed how this big rig pursuit got to where it ended. And for those of you just joining us, stay with us. We are playing this replay for you, so you should be able to watch this big rig pursuit in full from now until it ends. Just a warning, it's a fairly long pursuit. We have at least an hour and a half left in this pursuit that you're looking at. The replay playing right here on Fox 10 News Now. Some of you may be wondering why we're replaying something if it's already happened, and if it's supposed to be live. We are broadcasting it for those individuals who may have just caught the tail end of the pursuit and wanted to watch the whole thing. Some people tweeted me asking for a replay, so we're playing this for you now. Of course, if there's breaking news, we'll go to that, but in the meantime, we will go ahead and show you this replay of the big rig pursuit in Southern California. I know a lot of you guys tweeted me when we were doing live coverage of this chase. I wasn't able to read a lot of the tweets because we were so busy up here. I'm just going back and rereading some of the tweets. Some of you guys, very humorous or asking interesting questions. Metal John wanted to know, do you think he's listening to any music in that big rig? Thanks for that tweet, Metal John. I really don't know what goes on in the mind of suspects when they are being pursued by police, other than they don't want to go back to jail if they've been there before. Maybe they're making phone calls to loved ones. Anything's possible, Metal John. It's possible he was listening to music. Who knows? Again, you're watching the replay of the big rig pursuit in Southern California that just wrapped up. You're looking at video from 12:08 p.m. So this video from 1 hour and 46 minutes ago. 1 hour and 46 minutes ago. What you're seeing on the screen was happening live. Now, we bring you the replay. Want to read another tweet from one of our viewers, Alex Apdos, saying, I live in Philly and could have seen the president have his talk, yet here I am looking at a truck in the desert. What a day. That's right, Alex, tweeting about how President Obama was in Philadelphia earlier. Could have gone to that instead. Sitting back and watching the big rig pursuit that took place over the course of a few hours in Southern California. Here's a tweet from Kevin in Scotland. Coming soon to theaters, Hollywood execs rubbing their hands about hashtag Big Rig Chase. All right, just a quick recap. You guys are watching the replay of the Big Rig Pursuit that just wrapped up in Southern California. This Big Rig Pursuit taking place in the Inland Empire of Southern California, east of Los Angeles, east of Riverside. You're looking at what had taken place live at about 12:15 earlier today. The time is now 2:04, so this took place about an hour and 45 minutes ago or so, give or take, hour and 50 minutes ago. We are replaying it for all of our viewers who happened to just catch the tail end of the chase and wanted to see the whole thing play out. The replay of the Big Rig Pursuit. Now, if you're enjoying the coverage we've given you, we encourage you to give us a like on Facebook so you don't miss any of our live streams. We bring you live, continuous coverage of high-speed pursuits and breaking news. So you can go ahead and give us a like button on Facebook. That would be appreciated. And if you can find us on YouTube, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, hit that subscribe button. We'd appreciate that as well. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We will continue to bring you the replay of the Big Rig Pursuit in Southern California. All right, guys, again, you're watching the replay. So what you just saw was the moment in the replay where we lost the feed, and Mike Page did a recap on air. But no worries, because we just fast-forwarded, and we're back showing you the replay of the chase. The video you're looking at now happened live at 12:24 p.m. It is now 2:10 p.m., so do the math. This happened about an hour and 36 minutes ago in the Inland Empire. Again, we are replaying this chase for you right here on News Now in case you missed it when it happened live. Again, guys, in case you missed it, we are playing the replay for you now. The replay of the stolen Big Rig police pursuit. The chase ended about 20 to 30 minutes ago. We're replaying it for you now. It was a very long chase. It started at 10:30 this morning. We started covering it around 11:55, and you're looking at what was happening live at 12:27 today. So the video you see on the screen, that video was live at 12:27 today. We're playing this replay for you in case you missed our live coverage of this chase here on News Now. A big rig being pursued, a stolen big rig. We're giving you all the updates here on News Now. And this is the part in the video where we lost our feed and Mike Page spoke on camera yet again. Someone just fast forward. Back to the police pursuit. There we go. A replay of the police pursuit. You're looking at video. You're looking at the chase as it took place in the Inland Empire. Banning, California specifically is where this part of the chase is taking place. What you're looking at on the screen, that was taking place at 12:36 p.m. 12:36 p.m. It is now 2:17 p.m. So you're looking at what happened approximately an hour and 40 minutes ago. We are continuing to bring you the replay of the Big Rig Pursuit. For those of you who missed the pursuit the first time around or just want to watch it again because you were that intrigued by it, a stolen big rig pursuit in Southern California, the pursuit that lasted 3 hours long. We're in the final stretch, the final hour of this replay. All right, guys, once again, we're going to fast forward this part because we're watching the replay, and this is the part of the show where we lost the feed of our Big Rig Pursuit. Fret not, guys. I'm just going to skip over this. Boom. Now you're looking at live coverage of what took place at 12:43 p.m. 12:43 p.m. So this is the video that we were getting in about an hour and 37 minutes ago. The pursuit, the replay. Southern California, police chase a stolen big rig. All right, guys, Samia here watching the replay of this big rig pursuit with you. I appreciate everyone who had tweeted me during the live coverage of the chase. I noticed that some of you may not have been acknowledged. Well, I guess you guys were tweeting my personal account and not my Fox account. So I apologize if I did not acknowledge your tweet. I'm just looking at my personal Twitter account now and seeing all of the tweets you guys sent me there as well. Thanks so much for that. We appreciate everyone who tuned in on Facebook Live as well as YouTube. We enjoy watching the chase with you, knowing that anything can happen, and reading your comments as we watch. Again, I'm going through many of the tweets that you guys sent me throughout the live coverage of the police chase. We appreciate everyone that was tweeting us during the coverage of our Big Rig pursuit. You're watching the replay right now. So the video you're looking at on the screen, this happened live rather, at 12:56 p.m. So about an hour and 37 minutes ago, this video that was on the screen was happening live. We're watching the replay of the stolen Big Rig. Police pursuing this vehicle in the Yucca Valley, Southern California, Inland Empire. I do want to read some of the tweets that were sent to me throughout the broadcast, including this one from Superbird, who said hi to Spain, who wanted us to say hi to Spain. I love American semi-trailer trucks. So that shout-out's for you, assuming you're still even watching. Again, guys, in case you're just joining us, wondering what you're watching on the screen, this is the replay of the big rig pursuit that took place in Southern California. Now, this big rig pursuit lasted a total of 3 hours. We are now in the final stretch of this chase. The big rig traveling on State Route 62, approaching the Moreno Valley. This is a replay. What you're looking at right now is a video from 1:02 p.m. today, 1:02 p.m. Now we know this chase ended around 1:30 or 1:40 today, so we are in the final about half hour of this pursuit. We're showing this replay for all the viewers who missed it the first time around or just really wanted to watch it a second time. Big rig pursuit, Southern California, east of San Bernardino and Riverside, north of San Diego. The stolen big rig being pursued by many CHP units. Again, guys, you're watching the replay, so if you're wondering why Mike's face is in the corner of the screen, it's because you're watching the replay of our earlier coverage of the Big Rig Pursuit. We are in the final stretch of the pursuit. This chase lasted about 3 hours. We're in the final half hour of this chase. You're looking at coverage that took place at 1:13 p.m., so about an hour and 37 minutes ago. We're just replaying it for you in case you missed it the first time around, guys. We hope you enjoy our coverage right here on News Now. All right, guys, in case you were wondering what Mike and I were saying when we were live on this chase, maybe I'll just go ahead and show you what we were talking about when we were live. Let's listen in to some of our live commentary that took place at 1:15 earlier today. Oh, I know. So Tim Diener is saying, how close is Mexico? You'd think he'd contemplate it. Hashtag police chase. It's not that close to Mexico. He's not near the border. I would say that he's still at least an hour and a half to 2 hours out of Mexico. To answer Tim's question more carefully, I'm going to pull up Google Maps.
There we
and
go.
And we'll go ahead and get a rough estimate of the distance between Yucca Valley and the Mexican border. How about that? And I just want to clarify, I had previously referred to it as the Yucca Valley. It is the Yucca Valley. So for those of you listening to me feeling frustrated, why doesn't this girl know what she's saying? I just wanted to call myself out and let you guys know I have been corrected. We're now going to fast forward in this pursuit. You're looking at live coverage from 1:17 p.m. Let's fast forward now, 1:20 p.m. The pursuit continues in the Yucca Valley. We're just minutes away from this Big Rig pursuit ending. The question is, how did it end? You'll just have to wait and see. This is the replay right here on Fox 10 News Now. Again, this chase started in Apple Valley at around 10:30 this morning, where a sheriff's deputy spotted the stolen truck and attempted to stop the driver. With the line of CHP cruisers behind him, the driver made his way on the southbound 15 freeway, the eastbound 10 freeway, then the eastbound the eastbound 60 freeway, then the eastbound 10 freeway, and the eastbound 62 into the high desert. He then made a U-turn, went back on 62 and onto the 10 freeway. A CHP officer said that spike strips would not be an option, would be an unlikely option because of the truck's size. It'd be too big to use spike strips, too dangerous. Now this pursuit ended at about 1:40 p.m. Right now you're looking at live video from 1:22 p.m. We are going to fast forward so you guys can catch the final minutes of the police chase. Let me just go ahead and fast forward. You're looking at video now from 1:26 p.m. today, 1:26 p.m., the final minutes of the chase. Now, a graphic on the side of the truck indicates that this big rig belonged to Advanced Chemical Transport, ACT, a hazardous waste management firm. Now, the owner of the firm apparently told local news officials that the truck had been stolen from a Barstow Hotel parking lot sometime before 6 a.m. The thief then disabled the GPS tracking device, but the company was able to find the truck's location through a second tracking device and notified authorities. Before it was stolen, the truck was hauling non-hazardous materials to Nevada. Now, this is according to the owner of the trucking firm. Very interesting information here. Now, the driver was communicating with authorities before the pursuit ended. Apparently, now this according to our Fox station in LA, the driver told authorities that he was not armed, but he did not want to go back to jail. Now, this pursuit took place in the Apple Valley and the Yucca Valley. The suspect eventually merged onto the 10 freeway. Now, what happens after he merges onto the 10? You'll just have to wait and see. You're looking at video right now of that replay. The chase that took place for nearly 3 hours this morning in Southern California. The video that you're looking at on the screen, this happened live at 1:28 p.m. This big rig being pursued by about 5 or 6 CHP units. This is the video. This is what happened live at 1:28. Now let's go ahead and fast forward to 1:32 p.m. (1:32 p.m.). This is what the pursuit looked like. And here it is now, 1:37 p.m., guys. The vehicle was traveling on Interstate 10. The big rig then pulls over at a rest stop. What is going to happen? Let's watch these final moments. The suspect pulls into a parking spot at the rest stop just off of Interstate 10. A rest stop just off of Interstate 10, somewhat near Palm Springs. The suspect pulls over, parks very neatly within the lines, and then what happens? You'll find out in a minute. Of course, unless you already watched it live, then you already know what happens. Again, guys, this is the replay of the big rig pursuit that took place in Southern California this morning. Let's watch the final moments. And there you see, guys, the suspect has his hands up. He's on the ground. He surrenders peacefully. Just another chase being covered here on News Now. You watched it live on News Now. You watched the replay here on News Now. In case you're just joining us for the first time, we encourage you to hit that like button on Facebook. That way you'll always be notified in case we go live for a police chase or other breaking news. Facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We appreciate all of you guys that have tuned in, who have tweeted us, everything that you guys have done to be a part of this interactive newscast. We appreciate you. Again, guys, that's a wrap on our replay of the Big Rig Pursuit, the stolen Big Rig Pursuit. We are now going to switch gears, and we're going on to a story that you might actually care about. This story, in and of itself, unique. The trial, the court case of Lindsay Radomski, the yoga teacher accused of sexual misconduct at a bar mitzvah, apparently accused of some sexual interaction with an underage kid, and also accused of indecency, sexual indecency, because apparently she flashed everyone because she wanted to show off her breast implants, guys. Closing arguments happening right now in the yoga teacher bar mitzvah incident trial. We're going to take you guys there now. Happening live on News Now.
Starts the minute her top goes up. Causation as defined by statute, she put this in action. She moved this forward, and words are enough to move forward. But it's beyond words. It's action after action. It's the flash, and the flash, and the closet, and the kitchen, and Sam's room, and David's room, and Josh's room. And the causation that culminates with the encouragement and the words and the persuasion of the defendant. Absolutely. But for her conduct, we're not here. Her conduct. You have questions to answer within the statute book, and I ask you to look at the statute, because there's been a lot of conversation about what the statute says, about what it is that the state has to prove. And so I ask you to go to the book, because again, this is the law. It's not the law as I want it to read or the law as counsel wants it to read. It is the law, and it's what you're required to follow. For public sexual indecency, the state has to prove the defendant intentionally or knowingly engaged in an act of sexual contact. You have tons of evidence with regard to every one of the kids that talked about the contact that was happening. There's a definition for sexual contact, and it talks about the direct or indirect manipulation of genitals, female breasts, or anus. That's what you have in this case, going on and on. With another person present, nowhere in that statute does it define, as counsel argued, that other person present has to be outside the room or walk into the room.
Objection, there's mistakes alone.
You're right, it didn't say that.
I'm saying you are mistaken. Overrule.
Look at the book. Read the statute. Where in the words do you find that just came into the room, or that wasn't already in the room, or that left and came back? It's just not there. It simply says another person present. And the defendant was reckless as to whether that other person, as a reasonable person, would have been offended or alarmed by what they observed. Each boy testified, all 8 of them, that at some point in that evening they entered or were in a room where other boys were engaged in sexual contact with the defendant. They were there. They observed it. Would a reasonable person be offended by what those boys observed inside that room? I want to talk for a second about this conversation that we have about how long it took for the families to call the police and why. Did it take a long time? I don't know. I guess that's up to you to decide. Some people never report. Some people are slow to report. We heard from the experts that some people call a friend or a family member. Detective said, I have one victim who talks to me only through a lawyer. I don't know why. That's what they do. But what kinds of factors were playing in to what's going on that day? There are, in fact, multiple kids involved. The parents, as they start to hear the story, hear bits and pieces as it starts to grow. And you saw the contrast between the defendant testifying about Dana and Dana testifying about the defendant. The defendant had absolutely no problem throwing mud at Dana, her best friend. No problem throwing mud at her children. You heard Dana when she testified. This was heartbreaking. You saw her emotion as she described. Even in the throes of finding out what was going on, she had concern for the defendant. She spoke very nicely about the defendant. She said she was my best friend. And part of her loss is interesting. At one point I asked the defendant, were you concerned about Dana and the boys? And the answer was no. But when Dana was asked what her thoughts were and how she felt when this was all unfolding, one of her very first thoughts were of the defendant. I am heartbroken at the loss of my best friend. Does that sound like somebody who was out to get her? Or do you think that maybe that played a role in how hard it was to believe it and call the police on her best friend? A person she brought into the house, a person that she allowed to be around her children. And as all of that unfolds to her, did she not follow the rule book as defense counsel thinks she should have? I don't know. How would any of us react in that setting? We don't know until we're there. Every one of the kids, when asked, did you see pictures on your mom's phone? Nope, never did. And yet the defendant maintains she took them, right? She took those pictures and she sent them to her phone. And she told the detective that. And she told the detective, I can get you that proof. But we didn't see it. It didn't forthcome, right? Because it just doesn't exist. It's just another piece of mud we throw at this family. It must be their fault. We heard from David that the defendant made him promise, don't tell your mom. Do you think that was easy for David to come forward to his mom and say this is what had occurred? You think there's some reason that maybe David didn't fully disclose till he was sitting in a room with a detective about how far that event really went? You have evidence in this case from the witnesses who testified about what they saw at the pool, what they saw at the tables. You have witnesses from within that closet, and counsel said you can just disregard that, because if Dana didn't see it happen, it must not have occurred. Lots of things happened that night that unfortunately the adults were unaware of until the next day, until the following day. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. And when you heard victim after victim say, yeah, we were there in the closet and she opened her shirt, again, we were there in Sam's room when she said to us for the first time, it's all right, you can touch them. You wonder what they feel like? Let me show you. Each of them described, and it starts in Sam's room when those three boys walk in and Joey is standing there, and I think in his testimony he actually said, I didn't know the defendant as well as the other guys did, but he was there and he observed as those other boys touched her. And would a reasonable person in Joey's place be alarmed or offended by what they saw? Brady. Remember, Brady talked about when he went in, it's already happening. So I guess if counsel's looking for that person to walk in, there it is, right? Brady walked in, and the defendant addressed him. He said, it's okay, you can touch. You can touch. And remember, Brady said no. And I kept hearing over and over again defense counsel say, she never touched anybody. Really, because I was sitting here in the courtroom, you were sitting here in the courtroom when David said, she touched my penis. She put it in her mouth. And Brady said, she grabbed my hand and moved it towards her breast when I had said no. Now somehow counsel...
Misstates the evidence.
Somehow counsel disregards that. What did they call Brady? Is that an anomaly? Because she touched Brady and said, touch them.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Juror about to rely on their notes.
Thank you, Judge.
Eric described to you as he was seeing what was going on in there. It was weird. Eric is that other person. He's there. He's observing. He sees what's going on. PJ and Josh, when they come home, you actually have them arriving, and when they walk in, this is happening. So again, counsel asks, where's that other person walking in? Well, there it is. PJ and Josh, when they walk in, and PJ gets addressed. Who are you? PJ. Oh, okay. You can touch. And Josh, it's your bar mitzvah. You can touch. He said, no. It's a bad idea. No, go ahead. It's okay.
Objection misstates the evidence.
And Sam. Sam was definitely there and saw it and heard it. And you heard from him the reaction he had the next night when that triggering event happens for him, when he hears his mother on the phone talking, and he said to you, it was eating me up inside. I had to tell. Until it happened. Other people present at the party, drinking, having drinks. Nobody else found it necessary to lift their shirt. Nobody else found it necessary to allow boys to touch them. There's the question, and there was raised, why would she do this? I know the answer to that. I don't have to know the answer to that. One of the instructions you have in your book says motive doesn't have to be shown. And maybe she doesn't know why she did it. Again, did alcohol lower her inhibitions? Did it raise her interest? We don't have to tell you why she did it, just that she did it. And in the converse, you heard from the defendant's own words with her interview with the police, these boys had never been inappropriate with her, including that night. That's what she told the police. Never. And we have to believe, if you believe the defendant's version, that she passed out on a bed and they attacked her for no reason. Just bad kids. But that's not what she told the police. Nothing. So you have to ask, does that make sense? We think about and we talk about in this country the fact that victims don't come forward. They don't report. And the fear of reporting comes with the fear of having your life dissected. And you've watched it for 7 weeks. You've watched these kids just taken to pieces. Would you really make up a story to put your kids through this if it didn't happen? Would you really set this course in action? Because remember, the theory is she has no memory. So if in fact there was evil afoot and you find out she has no memory, you stop talking about it, right? You don't call the police and make up this elaborate scheme that brings 8 kids in, 6 families that you can't control. That's the direction you go because she doesn't remember? It just makes no sense. And then you sit here and you watch your kids go through this process? Makes no sense. So just a couple of statutes, a couple of instructions that you have in front of you, just to go through them briefly. Burden of proof, reasonable doubt, belongs to me. I understand that. So read the instruction. It talks about being firmly convinced the defendant is guilty versus a real possibility that she's not. Reasonable doubt. Look to the instructions to tell you what the law requires. Public sexual indecency, you have 8 counts, you have 8 kids. Now, one of the limiting instructions in here talks about that the evidence we presented, the acts going on between the defendant and these teenagers, we didn't offer those things to you so that you could decide today whether those events are legal or illegal. That's not the question in front of you. That's what that limiting instruction tells you. But you can look to those facts. The fact that those kids were engaged with that 32-year-old woman to determine whether or not a reasonable person present for those events would be offended or alarmed.
When she says all the facts of those allegations, yeah. That's the objection. Voter of record, thank you. I appreciate it.
And ultimately, you will decide the facts of this case. Look to the public sexual indecency, the 8 kids who were present when the defendant was engaged in an act of sexual contact and was reckless. If you doubt that, look at the dialogue, look at the conversation. As new kids come into that existence, what does she do with them? Josh, it's your bar mitzvah. No, it's okay. You can touch. Was she reckless? Absolutely. Indecent exposure, look to the statute. Defendant exposes the areola or nipple of her breast. Another person present, lots of people present, and is reckless about whether a reasonable person would be alarmed or offended. This is a bar mitzvah for a 13-year-old. This isn't a strip joint. Nobody expected to see the defendant's breast that night. Nobody came there expecting that behavior. Look at the instructions on voluntary intoxication. Look at the instruction that says it is not a defense to any criminal act if the criminal act was committed due to temporary intoxication resulting from voluntary ingestion. And that's the evidence that you have. causation, something or someone that produces an effect, something that produces the effect, sexual contact, and then finally the Willits instruction where you read through and look at if the state lost or destroyed evidence. You first have to decide whether it had any value. And in this case, you heard from the detectives, we were looking for a video. It wasn't there. Chose not to keep their personal stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 10 questions to answer. I ask you to look at the evidence and the facts of this case, apply the law in the books that are in front of you, answer those 10 questions. Eliminate from those questions the things that have no bearing. Avoid the temptation to just cast shadows on 8 kids who got up on March 21st, 2015, having no idea that by March 22nd their worlds would be different. I thank you very much for your time and attention, and now the case is yours.
Thank you, Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments you'll be going into the jury deliberation room, and you'll be choosing a presiding juror who will be in charge during your deliberation as the instruction so delineates. A couple of items that I'll take care of prior to that taking place. First thing I'm going to go ahead and do is swear in my bailiff, Ms. Bailey. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of this jury and conduct them to some private and convenient place and there keep them, that you will suffer no communication to be made to them pertaining to this case, nor make any yourself, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict unless directed by the court. And then when they are so agreed, you will return them in the court, and that you will not, before the verdict is rendered, communicate to any person. That state of their deliberations or their verdict agreed upon, so help you God.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a variety of exhibits. Ms. Bailey will provide those to you as soon as she can. As you know, there's a number of them. I'm going to ask counsel to make sure that we're providing you with the appropriate exhibits that were admitted during the course of the trial. So it may take them a few minutes to just make sure that that's done. In addition, you're going to get, as the counsel have both referred to, there's 10 counts that you'll be deliberating upon. And with respect to those counts, I'll take yours. You'll be deliberating on those 10 counts. Now, the first two, counts 1 and 2, with respect to the charge of indecent exposure. On each form of verdict, there's a document that's got a signature line for the presiding juror. One would be for the guilty finding, one would be for the not guilty finding. And again, you're going to find that there's 2 sheets of paper, 2 forms of verdict. One would be for the charge of indecent exposure, and again, the deliberations will bear out. But one of them refers to the one that occurred at the outside table. So that's count 1. Count 2, the same charge of indecent exposure as it relates to the charge as it occurred at the swimming pool. Now counts 3 through 10, each one of them, the public sexual indecency counts. The statutory portion for both the guilty and the not guilty portion is the same in terms of the language used. And then of course it would be either not guilty or guilty. However, on each separate form of verdict will be the name of a person. And the first one, that being count 3, it would, at the end of the particular statutory provision, it would say in the presence of David H., and that would be prevalent under each of the categories. And then, of course, count 4 would then go as to into the presence of Josh H. Count 5 would go as to in the presence of Sammy H. Count 6, again, we're still dealing with public sexual indecency, would go into the presence of Joey M. Count 7, public sexual indecency in the presence of Eric M. Count 8, with respect to the charge of public sexual indecency in the presence of Austin V. Count 9, charge of public sexual indecency in the presence of PJ O. And with respect to count 10, in the presence of Brady G. So these 10 forms of verdict will be going with you into the jury deliberation room, and at whatever point you decide, pursuant to your deliberations, you will have your presiding juror sign them accordingly. Ms. Bailey, are you ready with the laws?
Yes, sir.
With respect to the, as you are probably have gathered, you know from the instruction, only 6 of you will be deliberating. After conferring with counsel, and of course being advised accordingly by one of the jurors, and then of course I've made a selection as to the other, I'm going to go ahead and designate juror number 16 and juror number 14 of record that will be alternates. We do need one additional one, and Ms. Bailey, I'm going to have you select that pursuant to rule. And that would be, which number juror would that be?
Well, excuse me, 21.
All right, so that would be juror number 21. Okay, so if you remember your numbers, if you don't worry, well, my bailiff will advise you. The reason I don't use your name is because by rule it is appropriate not to, so that your privacy is not invaded. And so we will go ahead and note that, and we'll advise you accordingly. You will also be, again, number 21 will be an alternate. So we have 3 alternates. According to rule, I am advised, or I am required to advise you that the admonition continues to apply to the alternates. At the appropriate time, we will notify you of any verdict or any discharges required, or if there were the event that an additional alternate juror would be required to come back, we would advise you accordingly. And that's why the admonition must apply throughout the course of the deliberations. In the event that there was an emergency or one of the jurors that is sitting during the deliberation process were to become incapacitated in some fashion, we would need to call that alternative back to this court for purposes of deliberation. All right, having said that, thank you very much for your attention today. We will go ahead and go into recess at this time. So, Ms. Bailey, if you would take them into the jury deliberation room, please. Just come back. Take your notebooks, take all your notes, your notebooks. You'll need your instructions for deliberation. You'll need your notes for deliberation. And then for the alternates, my staff will collect those items for you and preserve them. No, they're not going back. She's going to alternates the alternates are being removed. Do you know 21? Yeah, I wanted it done up. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to take care of that. And then we do have some unfinished matters. Council, it's 3:30. I'm not sure. Do you wish to proceed today on unfinished matters, or do you want to do that in the morning?
In the morning, I would say in the morning. Let's do it.
Either way.
Well, I've got to make sure that we get them squared. Plus, if you wouldn't mind, I need you to go through those. And you probably have already done it. You're just ready to give me all the exhibits. But I want the exhibits to be.
I don't have any.
Confirmed by you.
No, I'll put them back.
Yeah, if you could kindly confirm that. And so I'm going to take a recess so that I can make sure that the jurors are comfortable. They have all the materials they need. That they have, since there are audio and videotapes, we're going to need to provide that. So again, she's going to come back. I'm not sure if those have been admitted or not.
These have been admitted. You were looking for those, we were like, well, because I know this stack was.
All right, I need to get her up in here.
We got everything. We have all these. We have all those.
And so we'll go ahead and take care of that. Okay, so let me see if I can round her up. And
neither of us have a clarity.
right. So, Council, before you depart,
Yes, sir. We'll leave it until she comes back in.
Yeah, let's make sure we get all the exhibits
Yes, sir.
before we do anything else on the matter.
No.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
All right, you guys, now it looks like we're going to take you to a Trump rally that happened earlier today in Iowa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you here in Iowa. Are you all very excited to see Donald Trump? Are you all very excited to see him get elected President of the United States? And I bet you really want to defeat Hillary Clinton, right? You know why? We all know why. The country is moving in the wrong direction. 70% of the American people agree with that. We're going in the wrong direction. So who's leading the country? Well, you will be. You are going to be leading the country on November 8th. Right now, the country is being led in the wrong direction by Obama-Clinton policies. Policies that are all wrong for us. Today we see our airplanes being challenged by Iran. Iran says they're going to bomb our airplanes. Oh my goodness! I mean, and we made a deal with them. You put on the television and you see all these people that work for Hillary Clinton taking the Fifth Amendment in front of the United States Congress because of obviously the crimes that were committed by Hillary Clinton and her staff and the way they handle the emails. I mean, it really is to me, it is a source of tremendous disappointment that the Department of the United States government that I served for 15 years of my life, the Justice Department, has perverted itself so much that it was unable to bring that case against her when I know in my heart that that case would have been brought against anyone else. I mean, that is what you call corruption of government. That's what you call corruption of government. Also, the way in which Hillary Clinton used the Clinton Foundation and the State Department. We're not talking about $10. We're not talking about we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars coming from dictators, coming from oppressors of women, coming from criminals, coming from money launderers, and coming from people who were making millions and millions of dollars in return for doing this, like the people who made millions of dollars because she approved the sale of uranium to Russia. What Secretary of State would approve the sale of uranium to Russia? You use uranium to make nuclear weapons. I mean, it's impossible to even fathom why you would do that unless you took a good look and you figured out that the Clinton Foundation got $30, $40 million from the people who made hundreds of millions from the deal. You have to be stupid not to realize it was a bribe. You would have to be an idiot not to realize that. Or I'll give you another one. UBS, Swiss bank. Swiss banks keep identity secret. The Internal Revenue Service has been fighting with Swiss banks from way back when I was an assistant U.S. attorney to get that information. There was a big case involving UBS. The state IRS wanted something like 40,000 identities. UBS made a contribution to the Clinton Foundation. Mrs. Clinton intervened on behalf of UBS as a Secretary of State and asked them to go easy on UBS. It would hurt our relationships with Switzerland. You know how much money they got for that? They got $600,000 for the Clinton Foundation, and Bill Clinton put a $1.5 million speaking fee in his pocket. And you tell me those two things aren't connected? Another bribe, which is why we have to get rid of her. And there's only one way we're going to do that. We're going to vote for a man who has been spending the last 3 or 4 weeks outlining his policies for this country, outlining them in great detail against a woman who has just been putting on the most vicious negative ads. And you know what she said about all of you, don't you? And I'm proud to be one of you. I'm proud to be one of you. I'm in the same basket you're in. And now I'm going to introduce you to the man that is going to turn this country around, change this country, move it in the right direction, and make this country great again. Donald Trump, our next president.
Wow. Oh, these crowds. What a crowd. What a crowd. What great people. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are making very big progress, I can tell you that. And in Iowa, virtually every poll has us ahead, and we are going to win Iowa. So I just want to thank you. I love being back here. I have so many friends in Iowa, and I'll tell you what, I enjoyed the primaries, and I'm enjoying this even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Spending time here really has been one of the, and I can say this, one of the great, great joys of campaigning, and especially with all of the friends we've developed. So it's fantastic. But here's what's most important. Together, we're going to win Iowa in November. To be specific, November 8th. We have to be specific. And we're going to win the White House, and we are going to make...
All right, you guys, we're actually going to take you to a current rally that's live right now with Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. We're taking you there right now. He's about to speak. All right, guys, so we are waiting for Trump to come out in Pennsylvania right now. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen, this is a rally from earlier today in Iowa.
I just want to thank you. I love being back here. I have so many friends in Iowa, and I'll tell you what, I enjoyed the primaries, and I'm enjoying this even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Spending time here really has been one of the and I can say this, one of the great joys of campaigning, and especially with all of the friends we've developed. So it's fantastic. But here's what's most important. Together, we're going to win Iowa in November. To be specific, November 8th. We have to be specific. And we're going to win the White House, and we are going to make America great again. Okay? We're going to make America great again. The White House will become the people's house. That will happen. We will tackle and fix the problems that have gone unsolved for years, and believe me, there are many of them. We're going to fix our crumbling infrastructure, renegotiate our horrible trade deals. They are disasters. Free children from failing government schools, eliminate government waste, and create a fair, simple, and efficient tax code to add millions and millions of new jobs, which we need. Prosperity will rise, poverty will recede, and wages will finally begin to grow, and they will grow rapidly. They don't, I'll be very disappointed in myself, I will tell you. This is a campaign about big ideas designed to help everyday people. In recent days, we've rolled out one new policy idea after another on taxes, on school choice, so important, on foreign policy, on defeating terrorism, on rebuilding our military, on veterans care, and unleashing American energy. Oh, we're having a good time. We're having a good time. Go ahead. Go ahead. There's always one. Thank you, man. All right, you can get him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. That's all right. Single person, they'll end up with more publicity than all of you put together. So we're going to unleash American energy. We're going to put those jobs back like you have not seen in your lifetimes, you have not seen before. By contrast, Hillary Clinton is running a policy-free campaign. She offers no ideas, no solutions, and only hatred and derision. It's true, you saw that. I'm running to be a president for all Americans, Democrat, Republican, Independent, everyone. Whether you vote for me, right? Whether you vote for me or whether you vote for someone else, I will be still your greatest champion, right? Our support comes from every part of America and from every walk of life. We have the support of cops and soldiers and carpenters and welders and accountants and lawyers, the young and the old, and millions of working-class families all over this nation. We cover everybody. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. It really is. It's a movement. They're considering it a great phenomena. I consider it a great phenomena if we win on November 8th. That's what I consider. While my opponent slanders you as deplorable and irredeemable, I call you hardworking American patriots who love your country and want a better future for all of our people. Her comments displayed the same sense of arrogance and entitlement that led her to violate federal law as Secretary of State, hide and delete her emails. I mean, think 33,000 emails, and that's just one batch. It's a lot of wedding talk. It's a lot of wedding talk. Put classified information in the reach of our enemies, lie to Congress, and sell government favors and access through the Clinton Foundation. It's this attitude of arrogance that explains why Hillary Clinton made 13 phones disappear, including with a hammer, so the FBI couldn't see them, and why she bleached her emails after a congressional subpoena. That's after the subpoena came. This isn't before. That's after the subpoena came. Now the people who destroyed the emails are all pleading the Fifth Amendment in front of Congress today. Have you seen what's going on in front of Congress? Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. Horrible. Horrible. And will anything happen? That's going to be the question. We'll find out. Anyone watching today's hearing in Congress knows that Hillary Clinton's actions are far more corrupt than we ever imagined. It's happened today. This is far bigger and a far bigger scandal than Watergate ever was. But with Watergate, we had justice. We had a Justice Department that went after the people. Here's something that just nobody's ever seen anything like this, folks. What we're witnessing is a first. We've never, ever seen anything like this. This is a scandal that threatens national security and that involves a multi-million-dollar pay-for-play scheme between the Secretary of State and her foundation. Whether it's her emails, her disasters in Iraq, Libya, and Syria, or her failures on the economy, of which it's been disastrous, Hillary Clinton lacks the judgment, temperament, and moral character to lead this country. She does. You know it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. In the words of a Secret Service agent posted outside her office, she simply lacks the integrity and the temperament to serve in the office. From the bottom of my soul, he said, I know this to be true. The policies of Hillary Clinton have produced death, destruction. Overseas, it's been disastrous. No matter where you look, everything she's touched has been a disaster and produced only failing schools, rising crime, job loss, shrinking incomes, and tragic poverty at home. You want 4 more years of it? Had a feeling you might say that. It's so sad. To see what's going on in our country is so sad. 1 in 5 American households do not have a single member in the labor force. Another 14 million people left the labor force since 2009, and the national debt has doubled to nearly $20 trillion during the Obama years. I'm running to reverse these policies and to create a future of prosperity for all Americans, all Americans. That includes, you'll be happy to hear this, our family farms right here in Iowa. Family farms. The farmers are being left out in the cold. Family farms are the backbone of this country. We are going to end the EPA intrusion into your family homes and your family farms. We are going to protect the renewable fuel standard, corn-based ethanol, eliminate job-killing regulations like the Waters of the U.S. rule, and provide desperately needed tax relief. Our plan lowers the tax rate on family farms down to 15% from 35%. And you watch your farms grow, you watch businesses all over the country grow, you watch jobs come back. It'll be a beautiful thing. And remember this, the double taxation of family farms at death. You want to leave your farms to your children? It's a disaster because it doesn't happen. So helping to ensure that the family farm, we have to make and we have to continue the tradition in Iowa. We want it to continue to thrive with your family. And you'll be looking down at your family and you'll be proud, okay? So we're going to take care of that. My economic agenda can be summed up in 3 words: jobs, jobs, jobs. That means we're going to negotiate trade deals to protect our farmers, help them export their goods and make money doing it, because the way it is now, it's impossible, and grow family farming in America. We're going to grow the farms. My first day in office, I'm also going to order a review of every single regulation issued over the last 10 years. All needless, job-killing regulations will be canceled. Millions and millions of new jobs will come pouring into our country. We're going to lift the restrictions on American energy, which means lower electricity prices for our farmers and 500,000 jobs a year at least, probably a number much higher than that. And that will just be the beginning. Also, on my first day, I'm going to ask Congress to send me a bill to immediately repeal and replace disastrous Obamacare. This will instantly save another 2 million jobs, at least, probably more than that. By the way, remember Jonathan Gruber. Anybody remember that name? People forgot a long time ago. But some people remember. I see that. Jonathan Gruber was the architect of Obamacare. And he said, remember, they got him, I guess, on a cell phone or somehow, but they got him. He said the lack of transparency was essential to passing the legislation. And then he talked about, like, and I quote, the stupidity of the American voter having to do with Obamacare. The stupidity, an exact quote, the stupidity of the American voter. And this is what we get. This is the hateful attitude of insiders like Mr. Gruber and Hillary Clinton. And the voters have had enough of this. On November 8th, we're taking back our country. November 8th. Another major reform is going to be school choice. And by the way, we're getting rid of Common Core. We're bringing it local. Bringing it local. Totally getting rid of Common Core. Common Core is a disaster. All you have to do is look at the rankings of schools and see that we pay the most per pupil. Not even close. And we're down on the bottom of the list. So can't do that. It's going to be a lot of changes, really good changes. I've outlined a plan to provide every disadvantaged child in America the freedom to choose the public, private, magnet, religious school of his or her choice. This will help lift millions of poor African American and Hispanic children out of poverty. The poverty is beyond belief. You don't think of it with this country. The poverty is beyond belief. It's time to break up the failed democratic control over our inner cities and provide real hope and opportunity to every single community in this nation. We have to bring everybody with us, everybody. Our policies on taxes, trade, regulations, and education will grow incomes, boost jobs, and reduce poverty for our African American and Hispanic communities. We have to do it. We have to bring these communities into a great system, and we have to bring these communities back. We have to do it. We need a new civil rights agenda for our time, one that promises safe neighborhoods, great education, and a secure job. Nearly 4 in 10 African American children live in poverty, including 45% of African American children under the age of 6, 45%. 58% of African American youth are not working. Violent crime rose in America's 50 largest cities last year. Homicides are up 50% in D.C. and more than 60% in Baltimore, and everywhere else they're through the roof. Over 3,000 people have been shot in Chicago since January 1st of this year. 3,000 people. There's a shooting on average every 2 hours. To those suffering and hurting, I say, what do you have to lose? I'll fix it. Vote for Donald Trump. I mean that. What do you have to lose? It can't get any worse. And I say this to the African American community. It can't get any worse. Can't get any worse. 40% poverty, 58% can't get jobs, youth. It can't get any worse. I'll fix it. Remember that. And Hillary just wants your vote, and then she'll say, see you in 4 years. Okay? Bye-bye. And you see what's happened with our inner cities where you can't walk down a street without being shot. And you see the crime and all of the problems. What do you have to lose? I will fix it. Believe me. I'll bring back millions of jobs, higher wages, and great schools. I will make your communities safe. Safety also means protecting our people from radical Islamic terrorism. Right? I hate even saying this, but this just happened. New video has just been released showing ISIS, absolute butchers, murdering innocent people in what has been called a Syrian slaughterhouse. The victims were dragged, then hung from meat hooks, and then their throats were slit. So we have no question. We've got to name the problem, which Hillary and as you know, President Obama, they won't do. We've got to name the problem, and we've got to solve the problem. We've got to solve the problem. This is an evil, sadistic, monstrous enemy, and we must keep these killers out of our country. We know for a fact that ISIS is trying to infiltrate refugee flows, no question about it, proof, and to recruit refugees after their entry into our country. My opponent wants a 550% increase in Syrian refugees over and above. Then you've got to vote for Trump. It's very simple. Very simple. That's 550% increase over and above the Obama administration. Thousands and thousands wants 550% higher. We have no idea who these people are, where they come from. We have no idea. We have no idea what we're getting into. We have no idea. According to the Senate Subcommittee on Immigration, her entire plan will bring in 620,000 refugees in her first term and cost $400 billion in lifetime benefits. Instead of providing free health care and jobs to refugees from around the world, we should rebuild our inner cities and help struggling Americans get jobs all over our country. Now, we all have a heart. We all have a heart. And so I support totally construction of safe zones in the region. But we don't want to pay. We owe $20 trillion. 20 trillion. Nobody even knows what it means. 20 trillion. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the Gulf states to pay for it. We'll lead it. We'll get them to pay for it. They've got plenty of money. They just have nobody to ask them. You got to put up the money. Maybe tell them is a better statement. At the same time as we rebuild our military, we are going to get our allies to pay their fair share. Only 5 of the 28 member NATO countries meet their obligations to spend 2% of GDP on defense. I will convene a summit of our European and Asian allies to make sure everyone is sharing in the burden of security. We are paying tremendous amounts of money to secure other nations, to protect and defend other nations. We are going to be made whole. We have no choice. This isn't 30 years ago. This isn't 40 years ago. And I believe, properly asked, we'll be in a very good position, and they'll be very nice about it. Got to be properly asked. And we're going to then focus, and we have to focus on radical Islamic terrorism. We're going to be focused on it. In all things, it's time to put Americans first. We don't do that. And we have to start taking care of each other, which we're not doing. Tonight, I'm going to roll out a plan to help our mothers and our families get affordable, quality child care for their children. And my daughter Ivanka is going to be involved. She is the one that has been pushing for it so hard. Daddy, we have to do this. And it's true. She's very smart and she's right. On policy after policy, we're going to provide opportunity, prosperity, and security for all Americans, which we don't have now at all. I'm going to lower your taxes. I'm going to get rid of massive amounts of unnecessary regulations on business and in your life. We're going to, as I said, repeal and replace Obamacare. I'm going to appoint justices of the United States Supreme Court who will follow the Constitution. I'm going to rebuild our very depleted military and take care of our great vets for the first time. I'm going to save your Second Amendment, which is under siege. And as you know, the NRA endorsed me very earlier than anybody else, and I'm very honored by that endorsement. But the NRA, you know what they're doing with our Second Amendment. They're fighting to save it. It's a very tough fight. Another reason we need help, and we have to have the help from the United States Supreme Court. And if the wrong justices get appointed, starting with the great Justice Scalia, who unexpectedly passed away, so now we have a tie court. If somebody takes his place, I think you can waive your Second Amendment as you know it. You can waive it goodbye. You can waive it goodbye. So all of you that are big Second Amendment proponents and believers, you better get out there and you better vote, or you're not going to have much of a Second Amendment. November 8th, I'm going to stop illegal immigration, and I'm going to stop drugs from pouring into our country. And yes, we will build the wall, and you're right, Mexico will pay for the wall. They will pay for the wall. We will build the wall, folks. We've got to stop the drugs from pouring in. We've got to build the wall. The endorsement of all of the Border Patrol agents, first time they've ever done that. They're endorsing a presidential candidate. They said, Mr. Trump, the wall is so necessary. It's a tool for them, another tool, but one of the most important ones. But they said to me, the wall is so important. And when I look at the drugs that pour in, they're poisoning our youth. You look at New Hampshire, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Ohio, you look at all the states. One of the biggest things, and in some cases their single biggest problem, is the drug inflow, heroin. We're going to stop the drugs from poisoning our youth and plenty of other people. We will build the wall. And I'm going to, so importantly, renegotiate your horrible trade deals, especially NAFTA, which is maybe the single worst trade deal ever made by any country anywhere in the world. It's just a one-way street. Right now, it's a one-way street for jobs being ripped out of our country. Leaving the United States, going to Mexico and other places. It's a one-way street. We're going to have a nice double-lane highway, but much of the stuff is going to be coming in the opposite direction, at least for a long while, till we can get ourselves even. And remember this, Bill Clinton signed NAFTA. So Bill Clinton signed the worst trade deal in the history of the world, folks. I mean, it's not like it's in the history of the world. There's never been a worse or a dumber deal for trade, including TPP, which is a disaster. But TPP, I don't believe, will be as bad as NAFTA. And as you know, Hillary Clinton totally wants to approve TPP. She said it's the gold standard. Then she heard a speech of mine, and she said, wow, I better say I'm going to reject it. But we all know that if she won, she would sign PP. As you know that, you know it. She'll sign the TPP, and if she signs it, it will be catastrophic for not only Iowa, for our country. So we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. We, in negotiating deals, are going to do something very, very simple. We're going to put America, but we're going to put the American worker first. Very simple. It's very simple. It's a very simple thing. We don't think in terms of this country. It's almost like, I was thinking about it over the last couple of weeks in particular, it's almost like they want these other countries to do so well. I'm saying we are, because nobody can make deals that badly. But when you think about it, the reason they are bad is because of the donors, the special interests. In many cases, they own these countries that are leaving the country and ripping us, and we're going to stop it. And it's so easy to stop the globalists. And it's so easy to stop, and we're going to stop it. And I'll tell you another thing. Apple and our other major companies will start making their iPhones, their computers, and other products in the United States, not in China and not all over the world. Because we don't make things here like we used to anymore. We're going to start making things in our country. We're going to start having the jobs be jobs that are good for our country. We're going to rebuild our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, our highways, our airports, our schools, and our hospitals. American cars will travel the roads. American airplanes will soar the skies, and American ships will patrol the seas. We don't make ships. American steel will send new skyscrapers into the clouds, and American hands will rebuild this nation. And American energy, mined from American sources, will power our great nation. American workers will be hired to do the job. We will put new American metal into the spine of this country. American metal and American steel. I will fight for every neglected part of the nation, and I will fight to bring us all together as one American people, which we're not. We are so badly divided. Imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag. One American flag. It's time to break with the bitter failures of the past and to embrace a new, inclusive, and prosperous, and I mean truly prosperous, American future. We can be better than we ever were. We can. We can be better, we can be greater than we ever were. I know the people. I've traveled, I've seen thousands, I've seen millions of people. Incredible people. We can be greater than ever before. Jobs will return, incomes will rise, and new factories will come rushing back to our shores. Once more, we will have a government of, by, and for the people. We will make America prosperous again. We will make America safe again. We will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. November 8th. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys, we're going to take you full now. We're still waiting for Donald Trump to come out. He's about to speak in Pennsylvania. On the upper right-hand corner, you just watched him speaking earlier today in Iowa.
dedication to this nation that's truly inspiring. I'm grateful for the hospitality. It was, for me, an emotional return to a group of men and women that I served with for 12 years and have so admired. I know Donald Trump and I are so grateful for the support that we're receiving from this, not just this leadership team, but members all across this country who are rallying to the cause to make America great again. And to be at the House Republican Conference today was a great privilege. Particularly want to express my appreciation to Speaker Paul Ryan. His development of the Better Way agenda so aligns with Donald Trump's vision to make America great again, that the American people should be confident that 56 days from now we can elect a president and re-elect majorities in the House and Senate that will be ready on day one to restore American strength at home and abroad. The House's commitment to and plans to rebuild our military, reduce taxes, end the war on American energy, roll back job-killing regulations, repeal Obamacare, and support the kinds of policies that will result in a stronger and more prosperous America. Represents an extraordinary start on the important work that we have to do as a country. 7.5 years of the leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton during her years as Secretary of State have weakened America's place in the world and stifled America's economy. And with the strong leadership that Donald Trump will bring to the White House, with our strong partners in the House and in the Senate, leaders and members of which I'll be meeting with later today, we're very confident that we can bring real change in real time to the American people. And I leave here today with a grateful heart to be among my friends and those men and women that I hope and pray we have the opportunity to work together to make this country great again.
Questions?
Sir, you're a man of the
Hey, no, we don't do it that way. We don't do it that way. Go ahead.
Governor Pence, would you like to amend your recent comments? Would you call David Duke deplorable? And do you agree
Who's this
that
guy?
some of your supporters fall into that description?
Well, let me say first and foremost, I think millions of Americans were shocked and saddened to see Hillary Clinton refer to people across this country as a basket of deplorables in a prepared speech before wealthy donors in New York City on Friday night. She said that at the time, half of the people supporting Donald Trump and I were irredeemable, were not American. And frankly, I've never heard a major party candidate in the United States speak about the American people with such contempt. I mean, I'm out on the campaign trail every day. I'm campaigning with Donald Trump and for Donald Trump. And what Hillary Clinton apparently doesn't know is that the people that are supporting this campaign are hardworking Americans who come out to our rallies, come out to our town halls, who stop us in diners, who visit with us at meetings, at factories. They're people that work with their hands. They're people that run businesses. They're veterans, members of the armed forces. They're law enforcement officers, moms and dads and farmers. For Hillary Clinton to express such disdain for millions of Americans, I think it's one more reason that disqualifies her to serve in the highest office in the land. Anyone who has that low an opinion of the American people should never serve as President of the United States of America. As I said this weekend, I'll say again, that Donald Trump supporters are not a basket of anything. They are Americans, and they deserve the respect of the Democrat nominee for President of the United States. As Donald Trump, I said, his ambition is to be President of all the people of the United States of America. And as he said this weekend, and we believe from our heart, even...
My name is Kim Ryan-Guzino. I have 4 kids, 13, 11, 7, and then a baby girl. I finally got, she's 3. So we've had, instances at the house for the last 13 years.
If you guys are just joining us, we just switched in the upper right-hand corner to Donald Trump holding a round table earlier today. And full screen. We're still waiting for Donald Trump to go live for his rally here in Pennsylvania.
With a master's degree in science, but we wanted somebody at home, and so we did what we had to do, and we had health insurance through Home Depot for a little while. And I worked at an Orthodox day school. It was wonderful. They would help me condense my hours, and so I was able to work part-time. We call it the hustle. And currently we've taken students and boarders into our home just to sort of offset costs. And I was at home for a while as a cyber teacher. I was laid off with a huge sweeping layoff last February. So I'm now a school teacher in the school district of Philadelphia. So for the first year, my husband and I are both leaving the house in the morning. And we pay somebody to come in, somebody that has worked with us for a while. We pay an arm and a leg for her to come in. We originally planned to do a rate care, which is much cheaper. I'm on a good school. And then we were hit with some head procedures of our own origin. My name is Katie Jackson.
All right, guys, it looks like we did lose that roundtable feed for a little bit. We will bring it back to you if it comes back in, but right now you're watching live Donald Trump rally. We're waiting for him to come out and speak in Pennsylvania.
I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivanka Trump.
Good evening, everyone. A few years ago, I read about a single mother facing homelessness whose child care arrangement failed her the morning of a final job interview. Out of options, she made the tragic choice to leave her young children in a hot car while she attempted to secure the job in order to better the life of her family. She returned to the parking lot following the interview to find her vehicle surrounded by the police. Her children had been hospitalized, and she was jailed and charged with felony child abuse. As I have traveled around the country with my father, stories about the hardships caused by our existing childcare system, one that is too expensive, too outdated, and too inaccessible, come up time and time again. Just last week, I spoke with a military spouse who recounted the vicious cycle responsible for holding so many American families back economically. She relayed to me the frustration I've heard all too often of not being able to work and bring home a second income because she can't afford quality and reliable childcare. Stories like these go straight to my heart, and they've sealed my belief that there has to be a better way. I have 3 young children myself, and I'm grateful daily for the means to pursue 2 of my dreams, being a mother and investing in a career that fulfills me. I recognize that far too few women can say the same for themselves, and that I am more fortunate than most. This must change. As a society, we need to create policies that champion all parents, enabling the American family to thrive. My dad agrees, and he's in a very unique position to do something about this problem and the numerous other problems facing tens of millions of parents and caregivers across our country. Today, childcare is the single greatest expense for many American families, even exceeding the cost of housing in much of the country. It's depleting the hard-earned savings of men and women across our nation, and it's at the root of wage inequality by disproportionately affecting women. The federal policies that are in place to benefit families were written more than 65 years ago to serve a primarily male workforce that no longer exists. Dual-income families were not the norm in 1949 when the current tax code provisions regarding families were established. Today, however, women represent 47% of the U.S. labor force, and in almost 2/3 of married couples, both spouses work outside of the home. 70% of mothers with children at home also work in a professional capacity, and 64% of these moms have kids aged 6 and under. The number of households led by single mothers has doubled in the last 30 years, and approximately 2/3 of these women work in low-wage jobs that offer neither flexibility nor benefits. My father has created a plan that is designed to bring relief and to provide working parents with options so that they can make the decisions that are in the best interest of their families. Safe, affordable, high-quality childcare should not be the luxury of a fortunate few. Historically, this has not been an area that has received nearly as much attention in the policy world as it deserves. While there are systems in place for older children, hardly any intellectual energy has been devoted to addressing the needs of families with children from birth to 4 years old. In particular, little focus has been put on determining how best to alleviate the enormous financial burdens childcare places on low-income and middle-income families. At the same time, the United States is the only industrialized nation in the world that does not provide new mothers with paid maternity leave. My father's policy will give paid leave to mothers whose employers are among the almost 90% of U.S. businesses that currently do not offer this benefit. This is a reform that is of critical value and long overdue. My father's plan also recognizes and supports the many women who may not be mothers, but who have left paying jobs to provide care for elderly dependents. This is another example of people who have been routinely ignored by federal policies. Having employed and empowered thousands of women at every level of his company throughout his entire career, my father understands the needs of the modern workforce and is offering a new and innovative solution where others have not. My father's plan also acknowledges the vital contribution of stay-at-home moms and parents, fathers and mothers, who will ensure that they too will receive these new tax benefits. Raising children full-time is one of the hardest jobs anyone can do, and it's essential that our policies recognize and honor that reality. As an employer, a mother, and a woman who works, both inside and outside the home, these are topics I consider of critical importance. The policy my father is about to outline is one that I am proud to have helped conceptualize, and ensuring its enactment will be one of my top priorities when he is elected come November. This is not a woman's issue. It's a family issue. It's an American issue. It's an issue that's often been discussed, but has yet to be solved. My father plans to change that, and now he will tell you how. It is with great admiration and respect that I introduce to you our next president and my father, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's very nice. Beautiful. Thank you very much. And I want to applaud my daughter, Ivanka, for her work and leadership on this issue. She has been working very hard. Ivanka has been deeply invested in this since long before the campaign began, I can tell you that. And I'm very grateful to her for her work, her efforts, and this proposal, which we're going to be outlining right away. I think it's going to make a lot of people very, very happy, a lot of moms very happy. I want to also take a moment to recognize Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, the chairwoman of the House Republican Conference, and a mother of 3 small children, who's been such a leader and worked so hard with us. So, Kathy, we want to thank you very much. Also, we're joined tonight by some amazing members of Congress in our audience. Congresswomen Blackburn, Loomis, Black, Hartzler, and Elmers. Come on up here. Just come on up here. Come on. They worked so hard on this. Come on up.
Well, I will tell you, my name is Marsha Blackburn, and I'm from the great state of Tennessee. And I want to say thank you to all of you for the warm reception that you have given to us. And I want to say a special thank you to Mr. Trump. Focusing on the issues that affect working women is something that is vitally important to each of us standing on this stage. We come from a variety of backgrounds. We have a nurse, we have farmers, we have ranchers, we have teachers, we have small business owners and entrepreneurs. That's the skill set that we bring to Congress and the experience that we draw from. And we know that each of you are much like us. Those are the experiences that you have. We know that there are issues when it comes to child care, when it comes to dealing with the workplace. And just as Ivanka said so perfectly, this is a family issue. We know men always want more money. What do women want? More time. And we are thrilled to finally have a President of the United States who is going to put the focus on working with women to make certain that you can achieve your American dream. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Giuliani, please stand up. Rudy Giuliani. the nation's mayor. Oh, he's done a good job. So our campaign is about ideas. We're about solutions to big, big problems, problems that have gone on forever. I've traveled all over the country in recent weeks offering detailed plans to make life better for you and for your family, so important to me. I've outlined detailed proposals for providing school choice, we have to do that, reforming our tax and regulatory code, lifting restrictions on American energy, rebuilding our military, changing our foreign policy, fixing our immigration, so important, and keeping our country safe. Right now, thank you. Right now, our politicians have locked our country into endless fights about small and petty things. I'm asking the nation to lift our sights and to imagine what we can accomplish if we work together, trust each other, and put the needs of our citizens first for a change. We must break our ties with the failed and bitter politics and policies of the past and pursue a future where every American is honored, and I mean really honored and respected. We have to reject the arrogance of Washington, D.C. that looks down on everyday, hardworking people, and that's what's happening. Too often, those who have power have disdain for the views, beliefs, and attitudes of those who don't have any political power. Those in leadership must put themselves in the shoes of the laid-off factory worker, the family worried about security, or the mom struggling to afford child care. Child care is such a big problem. We're going to solve that problem. That means we need working mothers to be fairly compensated for their work and have access to affordable, quality child care for their kids. That's what we're doing. We want higher pay, better wages, and a growing economy for everyone. These solutions must update laws passed more than a half a century ago when most women were still not in the labor force. Most of them weren't even close. Today, nearly 2 in 3 mothers with young children have jobs. For many families in our country, child care is now the single largest expense. Who would think that? Even more so than housing. Yet very little meaningful policy work has been done in this area, and my opponent has no child care plan. She never will, and if it ever evolves into a plan, it'll never get done anyway. All talk, no action. Many Americans are just one crisis away from disaster. A sick kid, a lost job, a damaged home. There is no financial security in our country, especially anymore. But that will change under our pro-family profile. When you just take a look, it's pro-family, it's pro-child, it's pro-worker. These are the people we have to take care of, and this is what I'm going to be outlining tonight. Before going any further, I want everyone watching on TV, and there are a lot of people, right now, to go to donaldjtrump.com to read the full plan, great detail. The first part of my child care plan allows for every parent or family in America, including adoptive parents and foster parent guardians, to deduct their child care expenses from their income taxes. That's a first. I see the women who I just met in the front row are very happy about that. They will fully be able to deduct the average cost of child care for their state from birth through the age of 13. Because of the way the benefit is capped and structured, our plan will bring relief to working and middle-class families. The deduction also applies to elder care, capped at $5,000 deduction per year, $5,000 deduction. Importantly, our policy also supports mothers who choose to stay at home and honors and recognizes their incredible contributions to their families and to our society. Families with a stay-at-home parent will be able to fully deduct the average cost of child care from their taxes. It's a big thing. Wow. I'm hearing wow. I like to hear wow. The congresswomen like to hear wow. Makes your life a lot easier, right? For low-income individuals who have no net income tax liability, we will offer an expanded Earned Income Tax Credit, that's EITC, in the form of a child care rebate. Working parents can get an expanded EITC benefit that equals up to half of their total payroll tax, a major relief for low-income parents. Low-income parents have it tougher than anybody. This translates to as much as an extra $1,200 in EITC benefits for working families. Next, our plan allows every parent in America to open up a dependent care savings account. Families can contribute up to $2,000 a year to these accounts, completely tax-free. She's very happy about this. Bank is very happy about this. Crucially, unlike the flexible spending accounts that exist today, these accounts will be available to all Americans. You won't have to depend on your employer to provide them. Immediate family and employers can, and this is like right away, can also contribute to a dependent account, each of which is designed and designated for a specific child, including an unborn child. The money that is put into these accounts can also be spent not only on child care, but also child enrichment activities. Let's see. We'll start with that child. That will be our first child. That's cute. Additionally, the funds in these accounts do not expire at the end of the year. They don't revert to employers or to the Treasury. Instead, the funds roll over so that while only $2,000 can be contributed each year, unspent sums can accumulate and create substantial savings, tremendous savings, actually. These savings can be used by parents to help give their kids school choice and will thus contribute to the school choice reforms I outlined last week. A lot of good outlines last week on schools, and really popular, I will tell you. The funds will remain in the account until the age of 18. Whatever still remains at that time can be used to help offset the cost of higher education for your child. For low-income individuals, the federal government will provide matching funds. If parents contribute $1,000, the federal government will provide a $500 match. To help low-income families reach these targets and save money, we will put a box on federal income tax forms allowing these parents to have their earned income tax credit funds directly deposited into their dependent care savings accounts. Pretty simple. These dependent care savings accounts can also be set up to provide care for elderly dependents, of which we have many. Many, many, many. Our plan also includes much-needed regulatory reform to incentivize private sector solutions. The new funds offered by our plan will create a new market for innovative child care solutions. But to make sure these solutions are available, especially in low-income and rural communities, we must reduce regulations that favor large institutional care facilities. You know what I'm talking about. It's called special interests, got them there. We will allow the states to make the decisions that are right for them. In this era of sharing economy, we want parents to be able to access lower-cost, competitive, and innovative solutions at the click of a button, including services like nanny sharing. Our plan would also cover care provided by relatives and grandparents. Our plan includes incentives for more employers to offer on-site child care as well. We want the employers to get involved. Now they'll start getting involved big league, right? And you'll start liking your employer a lot more. That's one of the benefits. This can often be a good solution for many working parents and can save them up to 30 minutes in commute time. It's a lot. Currently, only 7% of employers provide these services, not very much. Our plan will expand tax deductions for employers, allow companies to pool resources to provide shared, and this is, I think, so important, provide shared child care services, and remove needless requirements that have prevented employers from using the credit. The requirements are so onerous that they never get to use it, even though in many cases they would like to. Finally, our plan offers a crucial safety net for working mothers whose employers do not provide paid maternity leave. This solution will receive strong bipartisan support. Do you agree with that? Do you think? When you go to the other side, they'll be okay? I'm hearing they will be. We'll get them to be okay, right? And we'll be completely self-financing. I think you will. You'll have bipartisan support. By recapturing fraud and improper payments in the unemployment insurance program, we can provide 6 weeks of paid maternity leave to any mother with a newborn child whose employer does not provide the benefit. This maternity leave will be paid straight out of the unemployment insurance fund. And again, the safety net will be completely paid for through savings within the program. There are more reforms and solutions in our child care plan, and you can review them all on the website. On Thursday, I will outline my full economic plan, which is completely paid for through economic growth and proposed federal budget savings. It's going to be something special like this country hasn't seen in many, many decades. Together, our tax, trade, regulatory, and energy policies will add trillions and trillions of dollars in new deficit-lowering growth. These are the kinds of solutions I want to bring to the White House as your president. It's time to free ourselves from the baskets that politicians try to put us into and always have put us into, and instead to work together. And I think you know what I mean. That includes Democrats, Republicans, and all Americans. I think you know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. Well, my opponent slanders you as deplorable and irredeemable. I call you hard-working American patriots who love your country, love your family, and want a better future for all Americans. Thank you. Thank you. It's time to end the rule of special interests and to begin the rule of the American people. That's what it's all about. It's going to be a big change. It's time to stop fighting over the smallest words and to start dreaming about the great adventures that lie ahead for our incredible country. It's time to start believing in America again. Together, I promise you, together, we will make our country strong again. We will make our country prosperous again. We will make our country great again, greater than ever before. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And Ivanka, thank you. Congresswoman, thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, just watching Donald Trump there wrap up in Pennsylvania, talking about his maternity leave policy. All right, folks, and from earlier today, I do want to show you the State Department briefing and see if they talk about any of the Hillary Clinton email ongoing saga there.
Which is co-hosted by Bloomberg Philanthropies and the U.S. Department of Commerce, and will focus on trade and investment opportunities on the African continent. On the morning of Thursday, September 22nd, that morning will begin with a ministerial event on Libya that the Secretary will co-host with his Italian counterpart. And the Secretary will then give remarks at the U.S. and Croatia co-hosted meeting of the Equal Futures Partnership. The event will celebrate the achievements of the partnership, which is an innovative multilateral initiative launched by President Obama at the General Assembly 5 years ago, which supports increased women's economic and political participation. Later that day, the Secretary will host the Coalition to Secure Ambition, an event focused on concrete action to advance the goals of the Montreal Protocol, which since 1987 has helped protect the ozone layer by phasing out ozone-depleting substances. That evening, so this is Thursday, September 22nd, the Secretary will host the annual transatlantic dinner for his EU counterparts, NATO allies, and other European partners. And that then brings us to Friday, September 23rd. In the morning, the Secretary will host a special foreign ministers session of the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate, where the dialogue will continue on concrete initiatives and joint ventures that increase access to clean energy while cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Throughout the week, as Mark noted, the Secretary will also attend a series of other meetings and bilaterals that are yet to be confirmed. So that gives you a glimpse of how this year's UNGA schedule is shaping up, and we will keep you updated as additional events are confirmed.
Thanks. Just a few questions. I think we have.
Well, I just have one. It's
yeah.
very quick, and it's just logistical. There are no bilats that are confirmed?
Correct, at this time. None
Not
that we
a
can
single
confirm.
one?
Not a single one that we can confirm at this time.
I find that extremely hard to believe. Okay.
Go ahead.
Very quickly, you mentioned a lot of meetings for the Secretary. Is he holding any bilateral or trilateral meetings on the Middle East peace process?
There are none that we can confirm at this time, and as meetings get put on or things solidify, we will keep you updated.
Is it likely to happen?
We can't say at this point because we don't have any confirmation of how those meetings are shaping up, but if you look at the schedule of past UNGAs, I think you will see that there are generally meetings on this topic, and so we will just keep you updated as things get confirmed.
A question on the trilat. The India-Afghanistan U.S. trilat that the Secretary announced in Delhi. Any idea on when that could take place?
I don't have an idea at this point, so when we get some confirmation around that, we will let you know.
Okay, but it's still going ahead, or?
I don't have any information about it today, so we'll have to come back to you.
It's been announced as the 21st.
I think that's a target date, but again, we don't have anything to confirm at this point. Please, James.
Would it be safe to say that any interactions between the U.S. delegation and Iran's delegation would take place, quote unquote, on the sidelines of activity? In other words, the fact that the nuclear deal has been implemented or is being implemented, it does not put U.S.-Iran questions, such as I'm asking, into the category of the other questions about bilats, correct?
At this stage, we have nothing to say about any possible meetings that may be taking place between the Secretary and his counterparts. And I want to just make clear that I am talking today about things that have been confirmed for the Secretary's schedule. And so although there have been potential announcements about other meetings that are taking place, of which there will be many, the focus of today is on what the Secretary has currently confirmed in terms of his schedule.
If there were any interaction whatsoever, it wouldn't fall under the category of a bilat because there's no diplomatic relations, right? So it would be on the sidelines if anything occurred. Is that?
I mean, certainly he's had quote-unquote bilateral meetings with Foreign Minister Zarif in the past. We just don't really confirm at this point. In the broader sense of the term bilateral, which is a meeting between the two countries, even despite the lack of diplomatic relations. Michelle in the back, and then.
You mentioned this climate meeting and Ban Ki-moon's goal of getting enough countries to sign up. Can you tell me what role the U.S. is playing? Are you helping him achieve that goal? And what are you looking towards for that meeting?
So, I think the big thing to announce on that front was obviously our own announcement with China on the 3rd of September that we will be joining the agreement this year. But in the meantime, the Secretary and numerous other U.S. government officials are talking all the time to other counterparts in other governments to try to encourage other countries to sign up this year so that hopefully the agreement will come into force this year. And the aim of the meeting that the Secretary General will host is also to try to solidify that process and solidify getting to the number of countries that are needed for the agreement to enter into force this year and to encourage countries to do that. But yes, we are engaged in that activity as the United States as well.
But given the U.S. elections this year and the possibility that the next president may not want to be part of this, are you worried that the UN's trying to tie the hands of the next president, or are you helping them push this through before elections?
The United States, we've stated that we look forward to the agreement entering into force this year, and that is the goal of the meeting that the Secretary will be attending, which will hopefully be able to put some momentum behind that this year.
I think one more question, Charles.
Sure. The Security Council session on Wednesday on Syria, is that an opportunity for the Secretary and the Russian Foreign Minister to provide an update on the efforts to try to bring some sort of calm back to that country? Is this an opportunity to discuss perhaps some sort of effort to try to broker an eventual peace accord? What's the frame for the meeting?
I think it's too early to tell. I know you heard a lot from the Secretary yesterday from this podium about what's going on with the discussions with the Russians and the agreement that was reached. And it's too early to preview at this point, given that things are sort of fast moving as to exactly how that will shape up. It is something that just got put on the schedule last week, and that the Secretary has confirmed that he will attend, and certainly will give him an opportunity at that point that we will hear from all of the council members, including obviously the United States and Russia.
I think we're going to have to stop there. I apologize. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Sheba, for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks. And I know we weren't able to answer all your questions about bilats or about possible other discussions, as you mentioned, about concerning Syria and other. I think all of this will take shape over the next few days. So just bear with us. We'll probably put out for planning purposes only, media note, but we'll also, as we get closer to Saturday, we'll let you know what kind of the set in stone bilats are.
Thanks.
Yep.
Really, there isn't a single one set in stone right now. I don't.
You find that hard to believe?
Yeah. No, I don't find it hard to believe. I find it impossible.
When we have something to announce, as you've often heard, then we'll announce it. Go ahead, Matt.
You don't have anything to start with? How about a preview of the upcoming General Assembly session?
Check.
Yeah. So as your previous briefer just said, yes, the Secretary did speak quite a bit about the Syrian deal yesterday. Fortunately, not all of it was 100% accurate, apparently. I have a couple questions. I just want to see how much more we can clarify what this deal does and what it doesn't do.
Okay.
If in fact we get to 7 days of reduced violence.
Right.
So the first question is, under the terms of the deal, as everyone knows, that if there is this 7 days of reduced violence, the U.S. and Russia will set up this joint, the JIT.
Right.
Does that exist, or will it exist as soon as people have confirmed the 7 days of reduced violence? Or does the 7 days, the confirmation of the 7 days of reduced violence merely mean that the process of getting the JIT stood up begins?
So you are right that we need to see the 7 days of reduced violence. At that time, once that assessment is made, and let me just clarify as well, when we talk about 7 days of reduced violence, we're also talking about sustained humanitarian access as well. And too often that's left off left out of the discussion or not emphasized enough, but we need to see both. At that point in time, my understanding is that the JIC, Joint Implementation Center, will begin to be set up. It's not, my understanding, again, is that there won't be an open sign hung out on a door immediately, but that once we get to that point in time, 7 days of reduced violence and humanitarian access, at that point in time, we'll set the JIC up. Now, how long that will take before it's operational, I don't have a solid answer for you. I'll try to get you more clarity on that.
Okay, well, what needs to be done? I mean, what needs to be done between you and the Russians should we get to the 7 days and the sustained humanitarian access to set up the JIC? Have the rules of engagement or the decisions about how much and what kind of intelligence sharing Have those details been arranged, or is that something that is still TBD?
Sure. I don't want to get into too much.
Will be still
Sure.
TBD.
I don't want to get into too much detail and get too far down this hypothetical road because we're just one day into this. But I think in response to your question, we have been, obviously, throughout the past several months now, been talking and coordinating closely and trying to reach this agreement with the Russians. So, to an extent, these channels are already established. And indeed, as we've talked about a lot from this podium and elsewhere, there are these groups working in Geneva already. So in terms of what needs to be done to set up the Joint Implementation Center, after we reach the 7 days of calm or reduction in violence, my impression is that it's not going to be a tremendously heavy lift because, again, we've already established a lot of this and done a lot of the legwork in just getting to the point of agreement. But there will have to be a certain level or certain degree of coordination ongoing. We'll have to establish processes. We'll have to establish a means of communication, and we'll have to, as you mentioned, talk about the mechanisms by which we share information and intelligence and how that works. We all know globally how this works, right? We're going to have an agreed upon area that, and then the regime would not be able to fly anymore within that area, that consolidated area that we've talked about. And once we get to that point, then we would begin coordinating with Russia on airstrikes specifically targeting Nusra in a strategic and a very calculated way.
Well, the reason why the
Yeah, go
timing
ahead.
of all this is important is because it is not the creation of the JIC that is the trigger for Assad having to ground his air force over the designated area, correct? It's actually when the U.S. and Russia begin the joint operations that they will be, according to what was said yesterday and repeatedly over and over again, it is not the JIC being established that is the trigger. It is the commencement of joint U.S.-Russian strikes. And what you laid out just now and noted that it's taken several months to get just to this point without any of the details of how this cooperation or coordination is going to take place, you're looking at potentially weeks more where Assad's Air Force isn't grounded while the two sides try to hash out exactly how the JIC is going to do, how it's going to do its job, right?
So a couple of points on that. One is we all recognize that the urgency of putting the JIC up and running, getting it up and running as quickly as possible once we get to that 7-day mark of a reduction in violence along with sustained humanitarian access. We all recognize that that is key to the agreement of Assad's forces no longer being able to fly missions within that designated airspace. So I don't think it's going to be a matter of weeks. I can't put a specific day or time on it, but it's not going to be a matter of weeks.
But is it correct that it's not the creation of the JIC that stops, that grounds the Air Force, the Assad Air Force? It is the commencement of the joint operations, or is that wrong?
I'll try to get clarity on that. That's a good question. I believe it's the former, but or the latter rather, but I'll get clarity on that.
The former and the latter?
No, I said I believe it's the latter.
The latter, so it is the commencement of the airstrikes.
Let me double check. I'll take the question.
So in other words, there is another period of time after the 7 days during which Assad's forces can do whatever they want, essentially.
Again, nobody's talking about, certainly, that was the other point I wanted to make, and thanks for bringing it up, is, we are talking about a sustained period where there is a period where there's a sustained reduction in violence. What we have seen time and time again, and it's what caused the last cessation of hostilities to fray and ultimately collapse, was the fact that the regime carried out airstrikes saying it was going after Nusra, but in fact was taking out civilian targets. So to say, to make the claim or to ask the question of whether the regime can continue willy-nilly to carry out airstrikes in the name of going after Nusra, that's not the case. We're already looking at who is abiding by this reduction in violence in this, since yesterday, and we're already assessing when there are allegations of violations, who's responsible for that, and whether they're legitimate violations or not. So that part of that process is already going on.
There are legitimate violations?
I said where there are legitimate violations. We haven't seen that thus far, but I'm saying it's not like it's not like we're saying to the regime, sure, do what you want for the next 7 days or until a JIC is set up.
Does the clock
That's not at all.
reset, or is this coming Monday one-time only deal? In other words, if there's a violation tomorrow, a serious one, do you start again on counting 7 days from Wednesday?
So in theory, how this works is, and I can just say that over the last 24 hours, while we have seen some violations, and I think Secretary Kerry spoke to this yesterday, that this isn't going to be a clean start to this. There are going to be some ongoing incidents or of violence. But we have seen, as I said, some reports of sporadic violence, but thus far the arrangement as a whole seems to be holding, and the violence, God bless you, is lower in comparison to previous days and weeks. But as I said, we anticipated an uneven start to the cessation of hostilities. So as we move forward, just to answer your question directly, every day we continue to work within the U.S. government, but also consulting closely with the Russians, assessing, as I just talked about, where there are credible reports of violations. We're assessing those jointly. If we get to a point where we believe that there is a credible series of violations or a credible incident of a violation of the cessation of hostilities, we do reserve the right to make the decision to say we're setting the clock back to 0.
So the clock can reset.
The clock can reset.
All right.
And then, sorry, just to finish my answer, we also reserve the right, if this goes on and on and on to a point where we believe it's no longer in anyone's interest to continue this, to simply walk away and say
All right.
the agreement is null and void.
Last one.
Please.
A lot of this confusion could be cleared up if you guys would just make this deal public. Foreign Minister Lavrov said earlier today that he saw no reason not to make it public, and in fact it should be made public so that people could judge for themselves whether or not it was being violated. And he said that it put the onus on you guys to make it public. So what's going on? I mean, will you make it public? So
Well, we certainly appreciate his commitment to transparency. Look, Matt.
Really? Did I sense some sarcasm in that, or are you
Not
being
at all.
serious?
Look,
Let the record reflect that even the answer, quote, not at all, was also sarcastic.
Thank you, James, for your commentary. No, look, let's be very clear. So we were and have been very clear about saying that given the level of detail of this agreement, there are some operational details, areas of sensitivity that we believe we don't want or would not be in the interest of the agreement or in anyone's interest to share. Secretary alluded to yesterday the fact that there's a lot of would-be spoilers out there who want to bring this deal and take it apart and make it fail. We're mindful of that. So it's still our assessment that we don't want to share this thing publicly, but that assessment's ongoing. We're still continuing to look at it. And if we get to a point where we believe we can share the details, we will.
Mark, Alison.
Yeah, please, Leslie.
So, yesterday we heard the Secretary say that there were some violations, but what are you seeing today?
So, as I said, it was an uneven start, but what we saw over the first 24 hours was the fact that, or we believe that the arrangement as a whole appears to be holding. and that violence is lower than it was in the previous weeks and months. I'm not prepared to say this is check the box that this is day one of 7 days. I think we're going to continue to assess that as we go forward. And as I just made clear to Matt, we can always see a significant violation in the days ahead that force us or force the Russians to reset the clock. And so going forward, we're just taking this day by day, hour by hour, really, and assessing that this is meeting the criteria. But the other thing is, just the fact that we've seen a reduction in violence isn't enough. We need to see access for humanitarian assistance. Now, we believe that's moving. We've seen some signs that that's moving, but we still haven't seen the access. We need to see that concretely take place.
And are you, for this access, are you talking about Aleppo specifically? Because that seems where it seems to be targeted.
It's one of the critical areas, but there's many besieged areas in Syria. And I wouldn't say that it needs to be 100%, but we need to see a significant and sustained humanitarian access.
And then I have a follow-up on
Sure.
what this deal is about. So several senior U.S. officials told us that Assad's forces had to be grounded. That was the U.S. push. Now, over the last few weeks, things started developing in which we saw the U.S. saying, well, the Assad's forces can continue to fly even after the JIC is formed in certain areas where Nusra and Islamic State are operating, but that the opposition is not there. What happened in between? Was that a concession that happened on the U.S. part?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, I think we've been very clear how we envision this arrangement to work, which is that once the JIC is established, it would cover a designated area. In that area, the regime's air forces would no longer be able to fly. The intent here is to take that element out of the equation, because what we saw with the last cessation of hostilities, by far the preponderance of violations of the cessation were on the part of the regime. And the preponderance of those violations were the regime saying, oh, we're just striking Nusra targets, when in fact they were going after opposition targets and in many cases hitting civilian targets. And as we all saw, what was a credible ceasefire in the initial weeks and even months frayed and deteriorated rapidly because of that. So we're trying to take Assad's air forces out of the equation. That's the goal here. And if we get there, then we can have coordination between the U.S. and Russia deciding what targets are legitimate targets, Nusra targets, and then agreement on who hits those targets between us, the U.S., or Russia. So again, it's also about strategically going after Nusra. And we talked a lot about in this room and how in the previous weeks and even months, there was this marbleization, however we want to refer to it, in and around Aleppo, where you may have regime forces or Russia's may have said, well, we're going after Nusra, but in fact they were hitting opposition forces, moderate opposition forces who were intermingled. What we're talking about now is a much more strategic approach. And at the same time, concurrently, there's an effort to disaggregate these forces. We have made very clear to the opposition that it is in their interests to, where they are intermingled or commingled with Nusra, to disengage.
And then, so
Sorry for the long answer.
Assad's forces can continue to fly in those areas outside that
Designated area.
Even through this week and continuing into the next months.
That's my understanding, yes.
First of all, will the JIC have like a physical address like CENTCOM?
That's a very good question. I'll have to look at that. I don't know. I mean, in this day and age, that's important, but you know, so much can be done, obviously, through the wonder of cyberspace and other connectivity that, I can't say that they'll actually be cohabitating a specific building.
And this area that is in effect a no-fly zone for the Syrian Air Force, if, let's say, a Syrian fighter jet violates this rule, who's going to shoot it down, the Americans or the Russians, or both?
So, fair question. I don't necessarily want to talk about rules of engagement or how these violations will be dealt with, except to say that just as we have taken on the responsibility of ensuring that the moderate opposition abides by the cessation of hostilities, Russia has agreed to take on the responsibility of ensuring that the regime abides by its responsibilities, one of which is to adhere to this no-fly zone.
And my last question on
Yeah,
this.
please.
Now, as a result of this agreement, are, let's say, the lines delineated a lot better? Do we know who's who in what area? Do you have, like, all the group laid out and so on? Do you have a map of all
I think there's a much clearer understanding, and that was, again, a lot of the legwork of the past weeks and months was in trying to establish who was where. But I think also in the coming days, as we communicate with the moderate opposition, and they understand that it's, as I said, not in their interest to remain commingled with Nusra, we are going to see a separation. Please, James.
To this point of how only fairly recently we have been able to acquire a better sense of who exactly is where, by what means? Have we placed chips or other electronic tagging devices on the fighters we like?
I would really defer to the Department of Defense to talk about some of the operational aspects, and I'm not even sure to what level of detail they would be able to get into, since it does touch on intelligence assets and other ways and means by which we gather information about who is where.
How is it that our...
But sorry, just to finish my response, but recognizing the fact that this has been a challenge and remains a challenge, and is part of the reason why we've made an effort to work out with the Russians or a mechanism by which we can share information about, if we get to that 7-day period and get to the point of establishing a check, whereby we can share information, again, not based on trust, but based on a very sober assessment of who is where and located where, so that we can avoid, what we saw in the previous weeks and months and indeed years, which is indiscriminate attacks that hit hospitals, hit schools, hit civilians.
I just
Please.
am curious about a state of affairs in which a given conflict involving multiple parties has been underway for over 5 years, but you are telling us here now that only very recently, as in the past week or so, we have suddenly been able to acquire a much better ability to discern one combatant set over another.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. And again, if that was what I conveyed, then let me try to put it another way. I think that we have put great effort into trying to delineate, because we realize how critical that is to any kind of sustainable cessation of hostilities on the ground. So we put great effort into that through various assets. We also have, obviously, eyes and ears within the moderate Syrian opposition who we've worked with over the past years. And again, I think it's absolutely critical for the success of this agreement, which we're by no means ensuring the success of. There are a lot of challenges, but one of the big challenges is, how do you separate the moderate opposition from Nusra, where everyone agrees that Nusra is Al-Qaeda affiliated and is a common enemy and threat that we all can target.
Lastly, to Matt's question about the release of the plan, in addressing that, you cited the remarks of Secretary Kerry, who averred to the existence of some number of concerned parties who are very eager to see the plan defeated or collapse. And I just wonder if that isn't a recipe for never releasing any policy or any plan, because there will inevitably always be individuals
who look upon the policies or plans as promulgated by any administration and have a vested interest in defeating them or seeing them collapse.
Well, that's a fair point to make. I think at this point in this stage, it is still our assessment that it's too early to release the full details of this plan, but that's something we continue to assess. I'm far be it for me to say never will we release it. I don't think that's the case at all. And certainly, there's a case to be made for being as transparent as possible. We've made efforts to explain what is, in fact, a very complex plan, but we'll continue to assess that going forward. I think the concern is just that it's a very complex battle space, and we need to be very cognizant of the fact that given that complexity, there are a lot of spoilers and a lot of potential spoilers out there.
Can we go to Iran?
Let's finish up. Guys, and I apologize, I've got about 5 more minutes. I know there's a lot of questions.
On
Please,
the
Ed,
subject then of transparency, will the JIC, when created, be able to issue joint statements publicly, or are we still going through the podium if we want to ask about their assessments? When the previous ceasefire came into effect, we were repeatedly told we don't want to litigate individual allegations of ceasefire violations. This is going on in private. Will the JIC continue with that? Will deliberations of the JIC remain secret?
It's a good question. It's my understanding that they won't become or have a mechanism within the JIC to issue statements, but I don't have a solid answer on that.
Ask you what the JIC thinks.
I think that's my understanding. Okay. If that changes, I'll let you know.
And does it replace the deconfliction body that existed in Geneva beforehand? Is it a development of that?
No, I would say it's somewhat separate, because the deconfliction is about deconflicting the overall airspace in Syria, where you have U.S. fighters and other anti-ISIL coalition fighters operating, and in that same airspace, Russian jets operating. And that, as we made very clear, was simply a very straightforward logistical deconfliction mechanism to ensure that we weren't operating in the same airspace, to ensure the safety of our crews.
Insofar as to follow up on the previous question, we don't know whether it'll have a physical address, but if it has one, it's in Geneva.
That would be most likely, yes.
And is there a table with soldiers and spies and...
I'll try to get more color and context for you as we go forward.
Yes.
I'd love that. Please.
Just some clarification on the targeting. So is the idea that with this no-fly zone, the Syrian Air Force would not have anything to target other than ISIS if it was airborne?
That's correct.
And would the Russians and the Americans also carry out joint operations against ISIS, or are you very much focusing on Nusra?
In terms of joint operations against ISIS,
or like through this mechanism, I mean.
Right. I'm not aware that ISIS targets are on the table. My understanding is that it's just Nusra within that designated area.
And just finally, quickly.
I mean, obviously, separately, we're obviously going to continue to carry out airstrikes against ISIL. But my understanding, not coordinated and not part of the JIC.
Okay. And in terms of, you keep saying that Nusra is clearly Al-Qaeda and therefore it's beyond the pale, but some of the arguments from the opposition is A, Nusra hasn't carried out attacks outside of the country, so it should be looked at differently, and B, Hezbollah is also on the terrorist list of the United States, and it wasn't designated in this in the way the fighting is going on in Syria, so there are double standards. How do you respond to that?
Well, look, in terms of Nusra, it's our assessment that they do have aspirations to carry out attacks on the West. And in response to your second question, I would just say that there is joint agreement that Nusra poses a threat, not just to Syria, but also to the region and to the United States. I would also add that with Hezbollah and other groups that Iran has signaled that it will abide by the agreement, and that this agreement, as much as it holds, it is incumbent on all the members of the ISSG to exert whatever influence they have on the various operators on the ground in Syria to abide by the cessation of hostilities. We've always said that. This cessation of hostilities is only as strong as the members of the ISSG, the stakeholders, who exerting the influence that they have on the different players and factions and operators on the ground in Syria. I want to very quickly, if we can just finish, and then I know you have a question, and I'll take your question, Nike, I apologize. Oh, yeah, yes,
Okay,
James, yeah.
On Iran, we saw yesterday, we reported yesterday that on Saturday, September 10th, 2 U.S. Navy reconnaissance planes flying 13 miles off the shore of Iran received a warning from the Iranian military to either alter their course or be shot down by Iranian missile capabilities. First, most broadly, do you have a response to this set of developments?
My response would be in line with what we said, because frankly, there have been previous incidents much like this. I think we had one a week or so ago. And they're concerning, obviously. They escalate tensions and needlessly escalate tensions, frankly. And our forces within the area, within the region, are operating according to freedom of navigation standards. We have conveyed our concerns to Iran. I know the DoD has conveyed its concerns. First and foremost, I'm doing them publicly. I don't want to speak to other means of communications that we've had with the Iranian government, but the fact of the matter is, it is a matter of concern because we've seen a succession of these events over the past month or so. And go ahead.
To that point, just this year, we've seen the seizure of our sailors. We've seen a doubling, according to the Pentagon's numbers, in the number of naval confrontations over this time last year. Now they're threatening to blow our planes out of the sky. We've seen a very aggressive series of ballistic missile tests from the regime. There's more American hostages in Iran. And so I just wonder how you can possibly assess the evolution of this relationship, in which the landmark moment is the finalization of this nuclear deal, and rule out the possibility that, in fact, one of the byproducts of this deal has been to embolden the regime to worse rather than better behavior.
Well, we always were very clear that their objective in reaching a nuclear agreement with Iran was to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon, which we, I think all agree, would only exacerbate the threat in the region of Iran, as well as exacerbate tensions in the region, and pose a real national security risk to the United States. We never said that this was going to solve all of Iran's bad behavior. And in fact, we would like, as much as we would like to see Iran's behavior change in the region, we've not seen a significant shift.
In fact, you have seen a shift. It's gotten worse.
Well,
am I correct about that?
Well, again, I don't have all the facts and figures in front of me, but we have seen some disturbing, as you cited, trends. And I think two things. One is that, in our view, it only makes the significance of the nuclear agreement that much more important, because the last thing anyone would want to see in the region is a nuclear-armed Iran. But it also shows that Iran has a choice to make, and if it wants to engage further with the West, following on the engagement that led to the nuclear agreement, more productively and play a more constructive role in the region, or continue with, as I said, its bad behavior. Thus far, we've not seen that shift to a constructive engagement.
But you can't rule out that, in fact, this deal has served as a cause for this more aggressive posture.
I mean, I can't roll that out. It's just, we've, Iran, like many countries, has an internal political process that's defined by a lot of different dynamics. But I can't give an assessment one way or the other in that regard.
So is it correct that you're saying that the nuclear deal is important because Iran would be doing all the same stuff that it's doing now,
and pursuing a nuclear weapon,
and with a nuke? Is that
right,
what you're saying?
Possibly with a nuke, or at least pursuing a nuclear weapon.
But I think you're right that they have shown a willingness to engage with the West, but it's to engage militarily, isn't it not?
Well, I mean, they are a member of the ISSG, the International Syria Support Group. They have signed on to the goal of that organization, which is to end the conflict and lead to a political transition in Syria. We continue to look for signs that they're willing to engage constructively across the board.
That's the only thing that they've done in terms of engagement, or except for the military stuff that you've been talking about. That's pretty slim picking.
Well, again, I'm not here to advocate on behalf of the Iranian government and their engagement with the West.
If more American hostages were taken, could you please suggest that more American hostages were recently taken?
I don't have a list in front of me, but there continue to be detained Americans, and we've expressed concern. I don't have a number on. We continue to raise their cases, obviously, with the Iranian government at every opportunity. Please, Nike, last question.
Yes, Mark, thank you. Myanmar or Burma, the de facto leader of Myanmar is visiting Aung San Suu Kyi.
She is.
What would be the focal point, and how should we expect the issues of remaining sanctions to be discussed?
Well, you're right that we are very excited to welcome State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi on her first visit to the United States in her new role in government after Burma's significant steps in its democratic transition. I think much has changed over the past several years for the Burmese people, but our goal remains the same with respect to Burma, which is to see a peaceful, prosperous, democratic nation emerge, in which all people can live in relative harmony and are able to fully exercise their rights and continue to build a close friendship between our two countries. So I think, we're going to talk about the gamut of issues, human rights certainly, concerns, but also continued steps that Burma can take along the path towards a fuller and stronger democracy. Again, we've seen progress, but there's more work that needs to be done. So that's going to be I think the focus of our engagement over the next couple of days.
Last time the U.S. announced the ease of some of the sanctions is on May 17. How do you address criticism and urge from the human rights groups that the remaining sanctions are critical to ensure the improvement of democracy?
I mean, look, we've always, as you posited in your question, the lifting of sanctions has always been in response to what we have seen as democratic progress on the part of the Burmese government. We're not ready to pull back all those sanctions yet. Some remain in place, and we always retain the right to continue those as long as we feel that they're useful. Thanks.
In the past 4 months, do you see what improvement? Do you see the lowest?
All right, everybody, you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate, as always and every day, for you joining us where anything can possibly happen around the country. We'll have you covered right there. Now we're going to go to a White House event, Making Healthcare Better series on cardiovascular.
Everyone. Oh, come on. I think a good majority of this room has just taken a White House tour, which is very cool. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Excellent. Well, thank you for coming. First and foremost, welcome to the White House. Welcome to our day on cardiovascular health here at the White House. We are just so thrilled to host all of you here for the morning on the tour, and then today for our next iteration of our Making Healthcare Better series on cardiovascular health. We couldn't be more thrilled to host you, and I just cannot go any further without thanking two very important people that have made this day possible, and that is Susan Campbell with Women's Heart and Sue Nelson from the American Heart and Stroke Association. So let's give them a round of applause. There has been a lot of thought and effort that has gone into this for the last many months, actually, to make sure that this day was a really special day where we celebrated the accomplishments that the administration has made over the last 7.5 years, but more importantly, that we celebrate the accomplishments that each one of you as advocates for cardiovascular health have made in your community. So we're just absolutely thrilled that you're here. We have an absolutely packed day, and I want to remind folks of a few things. First, this is a live streamed event, so we have friends and family of folks in the audience, folks on our panels that are watching from home. So I'd like everyone to take out their cell phones and put their phones on silent. As much as we would like to hear your Taylor Swift ringtone, we want to make sure that all of our friends and family at home can hear everything that's going on in the important conversations that we're having in this room. The next is that we'll have 3 panels today, as you can see on your agenda. And during each one of those panels, we'll have question and answer time, and we'll want to make sure that the entire audience has an opportunity to ask questions if they've got them. We might not be able to take all questions, but we want to make sure that this is an organic and thoughtful conversation with everyone in the room, not just to everyone in the room. A few things that I'm legally required to say: exits in the back of the room and in the front of the room here. And restrooms. I know that that is always the #1 question. Right outside this door, ladies, you'll take a right and then a right, and it's the first door on the left. Gentlemen, you'll take a left, and it's the last door on the right. So ladies, right, right, left. Gentlemen, left, right. So without further ado, I am just absolutely thrilled to introduce our first speaker, who is the president of the American Heart and Stroke Association, Dr. Stephen Hauser.
Wow. I thought there'd be just a few folks here for me to chat with. Thanks for all of you for being here. It's a hot day. Feel free to take your coats off if you need to. So good afternoon. I just have a few prepared comments to give to you. I want to thank you for joining us here today. I'm Stephen Hauser. I speak to you today on behalf of the AHA, for whom I've been a volunteer since I received my first grant in 1979. I'm currently serving as AHA president. In my day job at Temple University School of Medicine, I serve as the Senior Associate Dean of Research, the chair of the Department of Physiology, and the director of the Cardiovascular Research Center, where for the last 35 years I've studied the mechanisms of ischemic heart disease and cardiac repair. It's a privilege to be here today, be with you as we gather to focus on the critical topic of cardiovascular disease, which, as all of you in this room know, is the leading cause of death, not only in the U.S., but across the world. It's an honor to be in the company of so many distinguished guests and thought leaders in this field. We've all shared the same commitment to advancing cardiovascular science and healthcare. The reason today's gathering is possible is because of the outstanding leadership of President and First Lady Obama and the entire administration, who have shown unwavering dedication to improving and saving lives of all who face cardiovascular disease. The vision of the Obama administration brought us the Affordable Care Act, and as a result, already 20 million people who were previously uninsured have gained access to insurance coverage, including more than 7 million Americans with cardiovascular disease or with significant cardiovascular disease risk factors. I'm sure many of you have heard recent reports that in the first quarter of this year, the uninsured rate fell below 9% for the first time ever, dropping all the way to 8.6%. Under this administration's leadership, we saw the passage of the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act, landmark legislation that gave the FDA authority to regulate the manufacturing, distribution, and marketing of tobacco products. The administration's focus on healthy eating and physical activity has been unparalleled with the First Lady's Let's Move campaign. The release of the 2010 and 2015 dietary guidelines for Americans, updating nutrition standards for school meals, revisions to nutrition facts panels, and most recently, the development of voluntary sodium reduction targets, all really great things for the American population. The administration brought multiple stakeholders together to create the Million Hearts Initiative, an unprecedented partnership between the public and private sectors to prevent 1 million heart attacks and strokes. I am proud to say that the AHA is a member organization. And earlier this year, close to my heart, Dr. Gibbons's heart, we saw a $2 billion increase signed into law for the National Institute of Health, the largest regular appropriation increase since 2003. I encourage all of you to see the administration's new report, which was issued just today, which takes an in-depth look at the progress being made against cardiovascular disease in our great nation. I have devoted my entire career to cardiovascular disease research and to find meaningful solutions that change patients' lives. Words cannot describe how much it means to know how deeply this administration cares and how determined they are to provide support in every way they can. So once again, thanks so much to the President and First Lady and to all of you. And now it's my honor and privilege to introduce the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Thomas Frieden. Dr. Frieden has been the CDC Director since 2009 and previously was Commissioner of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. He is the well-deserved recipient of numerous awards and accolades and has been included in Time Magazine's list of the world's 100 most influential people. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Thomas Frieden.
Thanks very much, Steve, and thanks so much to all of you for everything that you do to prevent heart attacks, strokes, and cardiovascular disease all year round. As we all know, heart disease and stroke and other cardiovascular disease are the #1 killer in America, 800,000 deaths a year. It's a stunning, it's almost an unfathomable number. To bring it down to specifics, that means 2,200 people dying every day, 1 every 40 seconds. It is the #1 killer of both men and women. It is the #1 killer for everyone over the age of 45 in this country. More than 85 million Americans are living with some form of cardiovascular disease. Direct and indirect costs beyond the human costs are more than $320 billion a year, or $36 million an hour. And beyond the numbers, beyond the dollars, I believe that everyone here has been touched at some level by heart disease, stroke, and other cardiovascular disease. Not only is it the #1 killer in America, but less well recognized is the leading cause of health disparities between black and white Americans. It is the single greatest cause of the difference in life expectancy. There is also a disproportionately high rate of cardiovascular disease among American Indians and Alaskan Natives. And this isn't unique to the U.S. Globally, tobacco is the only thing that, globally, hypertension is the only thing that kills more people than tobacco around the world. It causes about 1 in 3 deaths, and we're seeing a continued increase in deaths around the world. In fact, 80% of deaths from cardiovascular disease are in low and middle income countries, and it is woefully neglected in terms of both prevention and treatment around the world, with control rates down in the 15% rate for much of the world. Beyond that, and what makes it all the more tragic, is that much of cardiovascular disease is preventable with tools that we have today. Interventions that can be done in communities, in healthcare settings, by patients and families could prevent many and perhaps most of the cardiovascular events and deaths that occur each year. There has been progress. There's been progress in overall health for Americans. There's been progress increasing access. It is extremely important that 20 million more people have access to health insurance, have health insurance. We know from studies that CDC has done that control of blood pressure is higher in people who have health insurance. So this is literally something that will save lives. We also know that the proportion of Americans smoking has fallen to historically low levels, down to 15.2% in 2015. And through the Million Hearts Initiative, which you heard announced earlier or mentioned earlier, more and more Americans are learning of their blood pressure, their other critical vital signs, and taking steps to prevent heart attacks and strokes. But we're not doing nearly enough. There's much more to be done. If we think about where we are versus where we may be, the American Heart Association, which we're delighted to have as a key partner here, has produced trend analyses that are sobering. If current trends continue, nearly half, 44% of the U.S. population will have some form of cardiovascular disease by the year 2030. If current trends continue, total costs will rise to nearly $1 trillion a year. That's more than $2.5 billion a day, a difficult number to even conceive of. And we're fighting some temporal trends which are challenging. If we look at what's happened with adult obesity in the United States, the gold standard studies done by CDC and Haynes show that obesity has increased from 23% to 35% by 2012. So a substantial increase in obesity, and of course following that has been a substantial increase, in fact a doubling of diabetes. So as the Red Queen said to Alice, we have to run faster and faster just to stay in place. In order to maintain the pace of reductions in cardiovascular disease, we have to accelerate the intervention of prevention programs. Now, we also have to be particularly mindful of the impact of cardiovascular disease on health disparities. African Americans are much more likely to have hypertension and less likely to have it controlled. We have to ensure that not only do we address something that affects all Americans, but we bring everyone up to the same high level of control, high level of health as rapidly as possible. There are also major geographic disparities. CDC is based in Atlanta, part of what we refer to as the stroke belt. And if you look at southern states, you see a much higher observed stroke and heart disease mortality than you would get from just the basic risk factors. And we're teasing out what some of that is about, but we know that the cascade of cardiovascular prevention needs to get better at every step, from prevention in the community to recognition to treatment to control. The Affordable Care Act ensures that evidence-based screening and treatment are available and affordable, and with support from the White House at CDC, we've been able to launch a series of cardiovascular prevention programs, including the Million Hearts program, which we've done in collaboration with CMS and more than 130 federal and private sector partners nationwide. This is an ambitious program which said, in 5 years, let's try to prevent 1 million heart attacks and strokes. In the community, the goal has been a 10% reduction in smoking prevalence, a 20% reduction in sodium intake, and the elimination of artificial trans fat. In the healthcare system, substantial improvements in the ABCs, use of aspirin, control of blood pressure, management of cholesterol, and smoking cessation efforts, ABCS. And if you see how we've done, there has been real progress. There are now at least 5 million fewer smokers than there were when President Obama took office, and that's a remarkable achievement. There is a slight increase in the control of blood pressure. In fact, the proportion increase is about 11%, relative increase from about 49% to about 54%. It's been going up by about a percentage point a year. We need that to increase to about 5 percentage points a year. But parts of the U.S. and healthcare systems around the U.S. are showing that it's possible, are showing that if you focus on effective management of a chronic condition, you can get the vast majority of your patients adequately and effectively treated. Through Million Hearts, we've recognized Million Hearts champions that have gotten to more than 70% control rates in large practices, small practices, independent practices, urban areas, rural areas, through a wide variety of models, but all of them have certain key characteristics, including getting all members of the healthcare team involved, reducing barriers to treatment by the patients, including financial barriers, ensuring that there are protocols in place to follow. And this kind of improvement in the quality of healthcare is going to be a pathfinder for all areas of healthcare, because first and foremost, we have to prevent cardiovascular events. This is the leading cause of death, the leading cause of health disparity. But what we learn in doing that will be enormously important in every aspect of healthcare to improve the quality and the performance of our healthcare system, to which now tens of millions of more Americans have access. Finally, I would just like to say that there is so much more to be done. Our work is so far from over. It's useful to take stock and say, yes, we've made substantial progress. Yes, there are millions fewer Americans smoking, millions more Americans whose blood pressure is controlled. We've eliminated or are well on the way to eliminating artificial trans fat from our food supply. The FDA action earlier this year with sodium sets on a path to steady reduction in sodium, which will put choice into consumer hands so that people have control over how much sodium they consume. Today, they don't, because there's so much in our processed and restaurant food. We need to work together both in the community and in clinical settings to do more to remember that each day, each second, there are deaths that could be prevented from cardiovascular disease, and working together, we can not only build on past successes, but further accelerate. So thank you so much for everything that all of you do.
Now, I know that this has just been an incredibly filled afternoon of information and storytelling, and we are just so thrilled that we are able to be closed this afternoon by Dr. Rob Califf. And before, to introduce him, we are so thrilled to be joined by Alvin Rouse, who is a retired partner at Deloitte and involved with the American Heart Association. So we'll bring him up now.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm Al Royce. I'm the chairman of the American Heart Association, and it's my great honor this afternoon to wrap this day up. It's been an amazing day with a lot of great stories, as has been said. A couple logistical matters. Before we finish, could you please stay in your seats? We want to get a group photo. You all look so good in all your red. And I'd also like to, again, thank the White House for co-hosting this event, and in particular, Bess Evans and Vidor Sharma for hosting this event with the American Heart Association. This has been a terrific way of celebrating the progress that's been made under this administration in our fight against cardiovascular disease and stroke, and to begin to chart a course for the next 4 years. And I'd like you all to give yourself a round of applause. Thanks for helping do this. Now, it's my honor today to introduce today's final speaker, Dr. Robert Califf, Commissioner of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Califf is recognized worldwide as a leading cardiologist and researcher, and I'm proud to say he's also a longtime fellow and associate of the American Heart Association and a volunteer. Before joining the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Califf was a professor of medicine and the founding director of the prestigious Duke University Clinical Research Institute, home for the world's largest and oldest institutional cardiovascular disease database. So, Dr. Califf, without further ado, welcome.
Thanks so much. How do you close a day like today? Really amazing, wasn't it? This is usually where you make the joke about, I know I'm standing between you and a drink or the airport or whatever it is, but I suspect many of you are not looking forward to emerging back out into the Washington weather. Still, I'm going to keep it short and hopefully sweet. And as I was sitting here today and also just walking in, it was amazing to see so many old friends. I mean, what a network of people that have accomplished so much over the years. Some of you are as old as I am. I was proud, actually. I had dinner with Andy Slavitt last night, the head of CMS, and I told him, you know, I was amazed you let me into your club. I got into Medicare this week. I actually applied online, and they sent back and said you were accepted. I was feeling I was a member of a prestigious club at that point. But when I started thinking I wanted to become a cardiologist, it was 1973. I was an orderly in a hospital. At that time, orderlies mostly emptied bad pans and put in Foley catheters. Foley catheter, a really important skill as I'm getting older. I need to know about that. But I saw a person die in the emergency room and get a shock and come back to life. And I thought, holy smokes, this is something I really want to be part of. I want to do it. And so I went on to medical school and a fellowship in cardiology. But many of you were around at the time and remember in the late 1970s, we were really at the peak of heart disease death. People died in their 40s, 50s, 60s, mostly of sudden death. As I started as a CCU director, our treatments were basically Lasix, morphine, and prayer. We didn't know what caused heart attacks, amazingly enough. When I tell interns about this today, it's like, how could you not know what causes a heart attack? It's so straightforward. But just think about what's happened since that time. The rate of death has been cut in half. If you make it to a hospital alive with a heart attack, your risk of dying with that acute problem is cut in half. But of course, the big advances have been in prevention, and we're seeing the effects of that. But to quote a mentor of mine, which I think explains why we still have a lot of work to do and why we're still here, what we're doing is helping people live a lot longer. Eventually, though, things happen. Or the quote was, life is a sexually transmitted disease with 100% mortality. So if you think of it that way, eventually something is going to happen, and to a large extent, it's been heart disease that has been the final event for people. And so just a quick run through things I've heard today that I found amazing and really exciting. I mean, the basis of all this, of course, is prevention. We've heard that over and over. And we sort of have to go back to the basics of prevention. It's food, tobacco, exercise, information. And I think the discussion that we just finished reiterated what a lot of people said. It's community engagement, but not just community engagement. It's community engagement increasingly with good evidence and good measurement of what we're doing. I heard that over and over during the course of the day. And I think it's critical that given the tools that we have today, we go beyond wishing that things were better or having ideas about how things could be better, but actually implementing and measuring. And we know at the FDA, for reasons I'll tell you in a minute, that we'll get it wrong a good bit of the time. But if we measure things, we'll know when we get it wrong, and we can adjust our course and get it better. The second area, of course, is treatment. And we heard about drugs today. It was exciting. Chris, you and I have a lot to talk about because, and I hope I get a chance to do it, because when the president offered me the job, which is kind of, you go into the Oval Office, you're kind of shaking. What did he want to talk about? How much he hates Duke basketball, and I'm a Duke guy. I don't know what you taught him. He's very competitive. You know, after 10 minutes of being told I was cheering for the wrong team, we were both high school basketball players and reminiscing. He got onto the business of what this is all about. But I also had the privilege of coordinating the big trial of TPA for heart attacks in the early 1990s. Many of you actually were part of that, and I remember your participation. As much as it was about the drug, it was really about building a community on a global basis that had decided it was going to do something about heart attacks, and not only do one trial, but then the whole community went on and reeled off clinical trial after clinical trial. And a real lesson that's still true today is that most of what we tried didn't work. We have short memories. We forget about all the things that didn't work. But even today, with all the discussion about targeted therapies in areas like cancer, over 90% of drugs that get into phase 1 don't get to market because they don't work or there's a toxicity that was unexpected. And unless we continue to do a better and better job, what so many of you talked about, which is participate, volunteer, not just in raising money, which is critical, but actually volunteer to participate in the studies. Because we frankly, no matter how good our science is, don't know whether something works until we try it out in real live human beings. And that is a tough business that requires really dedicated people. I had the chance to meet with women today at HHS. And, you know, I will note that in general, a lot of the discussion today has been about the value of women in many ways. And I think it's still empirically true that men basically will do what women tell them to do. And so I think the key to volunteerism here for participation is women taking it on, and your men will go along with it, maybe grudgingly, but it will happen. We heard a little bit about biologics today, and I want to just...
All right, folks, in just a little bit, we're going to be joined by our very own Jude LaCava talking about a new Arizona Cardinals book that is coming out. All right, everybody, welcome to joining us on the Fox 10 News Now stream, joined by our very own Jude LaCava, and talking about a new Arizona Cardinals book that is out by a local author here.
Yeah, Kent Summers has been on the beat since '94, and the book, I'll show you a little copy here, 100 Things Cardinal Fans Should Know and Do Before They Die. And it's that's a great title,
Raise
by
it
the
up
way.
a little
You got to take a look
yeah,
at it.
take a
right
look
here.
at that. That's
And
a nice title, yeah.
Nice title. Kent
Nice cover
Summers,
there.
And by the way, the foreword is written by Larry Fitzgerald. So
Awesome.
You get a little Fitz in this too, and it's a fascinating look. You know, a lot of people don't realize the history of the Cardinals. It goes back 100 years. I mean, if
Sure.
you look at the old man Charles Bidwell, who bought the team for basically peanuts back in the day in the early 1920s, they actually borrowed jerseys from the University of Chicago. They were maroon jerseys. They called them the Maroons at the time.
Wow.
But they were in Chicago, and he really was a colleague of the great Papa Bear George Halas, and they competed with the Bears, and then they moved to St. Louis, and then, of course, back in 1988, they moved to Arizona. But what's interesting, it's a lot of things that if you're a new Cardinal fan or an old Cardinal fan, you get a lot of depth on. Like the very first chapter here is on Pat Tillman, and it explains
Nice.
exactly what Pat went through to make that decision to join the Army Rangers. It goes from Pat, and then it kind of works around from the 1947 title game when they actually won the NFL title at that time, and then it looks at the history of guys like Charlie Trippi and Mr. Bidwell, Bill Bidwell, and he was the ball boy for the team.
Wow.
And then it fast forwards to Bruce Arians and Steve Keim and Larry Fitzgerald. And it looks at a lot of really notable players, Hall of Famers. Larry Wilson. It's a funny story you'll hear where Larry was really he was the man that put together with Chuck Drulis the safety blitz. Well, he didn't have any teeth. He got his teeth knocked out playing football.
Sure,
And he
yeah.
actually said, it's one of the great things that ever happened to me because I could drop my teeth off at the dentist, let him work on it, and then I could pick them up the next day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of funny
Yeah,
anecdotal stories in this. Larry Centers is in the book. Neil Lomax, who, when I arrived out here, he had a horrible hip injury. They had just beaten the Super Bowl champs. They were 7-4 the previous year in '88, and it looked like things were really moving. They had a chance to make the playoffs, and then Lomax gets hurt. Little did we know he would never return to the game again, and
Wow.
that spiraled this franchise into years of just despair. I mean, they were the 4-12 Arizona Cardinals. I mean, they're trying to find a quarterback, and then Jake Plummer comes along and has a little bit of magic back in 1998. So that was kind of fun. You look at all these characters back in the days: Jim Hart, Conrad Dobler, and so many talented players, Hall of Famers, Roger Worley. So
Amazing.
if you're a Cardinal fan and you really want to be like that Cardinal fan at the sports bar that says, "Hey, do you remember this guy?"
Yeah,
You'll really get up to date on the history of the franchise, the accomplishments, the challenges, everything from the old personnel director, the late George Boone, to so many different Duke Slater, the big swap, one of the biggest trades in the history of the NFL at the time, and he was a tremendous talent, a track star, Ollie Matson. A lot of people don't remember this. It was a 9-player for 1-player trade with San Francisco, the great Ollie Matson, who's in the Ring of Honor. But it's pretty cool stuff, and I think, and of course the arrival of Larry Fitzgerald, maybe the greatest Cardinal of all
Yes.
time.
And then he does the forward.
He does the forward. It's great. It's pretty cool.
That's great. Well, he was in the studio earlier today, Ken Summers,
Yes.
talking to you. Let's show everyone that interview that you did.
It's called 100 Things Cardinal Fans Should Know and Do Before They Die, written by this man right here, Kent Summers, the longtime, very respected beat writer for the Arizona Republic, covering the Arizona Cardinals. And it starts with, and appropriately so, Pat Tillman.
Yeah, there really wasn't a lot of teeth gnashing on my part about who would be the feature in the number one part of that. Pat Tillman, of course. I mean, I think maybe the most renowned Cardinal of all. Some of the others weren't so much a ranking, but figuring out what goes in, what doesn't go in was a challenge.
Well, there's so many interesting takes. I mean, we go through Ollie Matson, Roger Worley, Larry Wilson, and if you really want to become the ultimate Cardinal fan, you get a sense of the definitive history that starts with Charles Bidwell.
Charles Bidwell buys the team for $50,000, has a conversation, a party on a yacht in Chicago. The guy who owned the team wanted to get rid of it. He was bleeding money, and sort of Charles Bidwell, kind of pushed by his wife, said, "Why don't you buy it?" $50,000 he spent later And, you know, there he's got the team, and it's still in the Bidwell family.
And it's interesting because the jerseys back in Chicago came from the University of Chicago, and that kind of transitioned eventually to their colors, did it not?
Yeah, it did. That's where, you know, it came from the big red. A lot of people thought the first jerseys were more maroon than red, so there was some controversy over that. It's a very interesting history and the longest continually operated NFL team.
I don't think people realize how big the Ollie Matson trade was. I mean, Ollie Matson was a phenomenal track athlete and really one of the greats of that era, involved in a humongous trade by NFL standards.
Huge trade, big, you know, and the Cardinals were trying to rebuild and replenish in other areas, and they give up their biggest star. I mean, he was a tremendous, tremendous player. You read about him and you talk to some of the people who were even around then, and he really transcended his day. It was like a modern day player playing in that era.
You know, Kent, what I find interesting is the foreword is written by Larry Fitzgerald, and if there's anybody that can get a handle on the transformation of this organization, it's Fitz, because let's remember those first few years, they were rough, you know, 5-11, 6-10, and then the transcendence to a Super Bowl and now a Super Bowl contender, and he writes your forward, a nice perspective.
He really did. I mean, 12 years in the organization, now starting his 13th. I mean, you covered him when he got here. I've covered him from AZ Central since he got here. We've seen him grow up from a kid into a man, and we've seen this organization change in similar ways. And he writes about it in there early in his career. I mean, this is a guy who came from being a ball boy with the Vikings and how crazy that area was. So he comes here in his first year or two, he's in Sun Devil Stadium, and there's so many Jets fans chanting Jets. He's like, where have I gone? Is this the NFL? And he said, you know, now, he goes, now guys come up to me during games or during warm-up and say, hey, Fitz, I'm in the last year of my deal. You know, put in a good word for me. I want to get out to the desert.
There's some Hall of Famers in here that have such interesting journeys, and Larry Wilson is one who eventually became the GM of the club. But when you talk about safety blitz, impact on franchise, he was special.
He really was. He told me a great story. He said when he came to the Cardinals, he was a cornerback for about one preseason game, and he got burned so badly, they moved him to safety, and he excelled. And just a tremendous storyteller. For most of his career, he played without teeth. He had all his teeth knocked out. And I said, how was that? And he goes, greatest thing that ever happened to me. He goes, if I ever needed something fixed, I just took my teeth into the dentist, left, dropped them, and picked them up the next day.
Jim Hart was another guy that put up remarkable numbers in the mid-'70s, kind of never got his due.
Started more games than any quarterback, any person in Cardinal history, 17 years really as a starting cornerback, and really didn't get his due. You talked to Roger Worley, the Hall of Fame cornerback. He said nobody threw the ball as any better than Jim Hart did. He goes, I felt like I was going against the best in practice every day. And those teams of the 70s with Don Coryell and Jim Hart, I mean, Don Coryell comes in and plucks Jim Hart off the bench and makes him a starter.
It's amazing. And I think what's interesting is now the chapter when the Cardinals arrive in Arizona. And the previous year in '88, Lomax, they had beaten the Super Bowl champ 49ers. And I'll never forget pulling into camp in the summer of '89, and I'm seeing Neil Lomax walk with this horrible limp. And little did we know it would become the start of a chapter that was really downtrodden and dark and unsuccessful because of that particular injury.
It really was sad. I think they were, 7-4 in '88 when they came here, really starting to make strides. He has some ankle and some knee injuries that force him out, but ultimately it was that hip that was always the problem. And you look at that team with Roy Green and J.T. Smith and Luis Sharp at left tackle and Stump Mitchell in the backfield. That was a special offense, and they were getting better defensively. Then Lomax goes down, and the whole course changes.
And you get into the transition with Ken Wisenhunt as well, and the decision, fortuitous as it may be, with Kurt Warner at quarterback.
Yeah, it is amazing that the whole Kurt Warner story, you know, how he came here. We all thought he was washed up, at least I did, because I'd seen him the previous year with the Giants. But Wisenhunt saw something in him, and I know a lot of people give Kurt all the credit for taking this team to the 2008 Super Bowl, and he deserves a ton of it. But also I think Wisenhunt and Todd Haley helped Kurt Warner. I think that gets ignored, and that's in the book too, about how they get along. Kurt is pretty eloquent talking about the clash of egos among people in the NFL and how natural that is and how they work through it and how it made all of them better.
And then it goes to another level with Keim Time, as you point out in this book here. Steve Keim had been a longtime scout, really kind of broke into the league with the Cardinals, and a decision is made to make him GM.
Yeah, and you know, all of us who covered Steve coming up through the organization, you could see he had GM qualities. Was he going to get the job here or somewhere else? And I think Michael Bidwell had the foresight to hire him and to give him his chance after he paid his dues for so long. And I think what they've done now and what they didn't do for so many years is they have football people in charge, and they trust those guys. They trust them to make decisions, to make the right decisions, and understand that not all of them are going to be right, but you know, in Keim and Bruce Arians and even Michael Bidwell, I think you have people who aren't afraid to make a decision and put themselves out there.
I think what's interesting, too, is that the last guy hired, the year that Bruce Arians was hired, was Bruce Arians. There was a little bit of luck involved. There was the intriguing interview process with Keim and Mike Bidwell, and man, did that turn out well.
Yeah, it's a little bit revisionist history sometimes as people look back and say, oh, the Cardinals did a great job identifying Bruce Arians and going after him. That was the last job open, and he was really the last candidate. It was a lot like the Wisenhunt hire. They all were like, hey, I need a job, and we need a coach. But they did hit it off over that dinner where, you know, Bruce typically drops his expletives in all different kinds. You know, Michael Bidwell talks, you know, you never heard the F word used as an adjective, adverb, and verb in the same sentence, but they hit it off. And, you know, maybe more remarkably now into their fourth season, they're still getting along. And you review Cardinals history, it's probably the best coaching to management structure the organization's ever had. Maybe that's damning with faint praise, but it's remarkable how far it's come.
That brings me to George Boone. I had to bring that in there. Look, those were some dark drafts. I mean, quite frankly, it was almost like throwing darts. I think media could have actually done a more efficient job, but people would literally shake their head, and the late, great Steve Schoenfeld would say, you've got to be kidding me. I can just see him now. They took who in the draft? John Lee or what? You know, it was a mishmash, quite frankly, of the talent pool.
It really was. I mean, they had a philosophy in those days, and not to bash George Boone, who you know, died, you know, in last year or so, but they didn't believe in interviewing players before they drafted them. He thought that clouded the process. He thought guys could charm, I mean, it's inconceivable these days. So you can see why on draft day that, you know, they take a Kelly Stouffer and somebody blurts out in the press room, did they drafted a girl? You know?
There's so many anecdotes, many of which can't make it to the book.
Right.
But I think what's interesting, too, is when you look at this transformation of this franchise, Arians, and you know, we've been around Gene Stallings and Joe Bugle, and you look at Vince Tobin, and you realize, you know, Denny Green and Wiz and everybody else. But Arians had this unique knack of communicating with players like no other, in my opinion, commanding the room like no other coach I've been around.
No, me either. And the best ones I've been around, they all seem to have that ability to get guys hard on the field, but put their arm around them later. And talking to some of the old Cardinals, they thought Don Coryell had that ability. You know, there used to be a fine system back in training camp in those days where if you missed breakfast, it was $25, lunch, $50. And they had their first meeting in Deerdorf. Dan Deerdorf raises his hand and he said, are you still going to do this? I mean, a lot of us, after practicing 6 hours, don't feel like, you know, going and having an omelet. And Coryell's like, no, that's fine, forget it. And they loved the guy since then. And Bruce is kind of like that. It's like there's no BS. If there's a rule, it's there for a reason. He doesn't play games. He's not going to tell a guy one day, you're part of my game plan, I love you, da-da-da-da-da, and cut him the next day. We've both seen that happen.
Yes, that's
covering
for
this
sure.
team.
Well, this is really interesting if you want to know about this franchise, and it's a rich, lengthy history. And there's so many interesting stories. The late J.V. Kane, you can look at Conrad Dobler, one of the real personalities in the history of the National Football League. If you're a true Cardinal fan, you got to get this book, 100 Things Cardinal Fans Should Know and Do Before They Die, by this man right here, Kent Summers. It's a great read. You'll become a better Cardinal fan. And the foreword is written by Larry Fitzgerald. Kent, thanks for stopping by.
Jude, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Wow, what an amazing book there
Covered a lot of turf.
Yeah. And talk about a book for Cardinals fans. I mean, if you went to trivia night for a Cardinals themed party, you'd absolutely kill it.
No, it's great stuff. I mean, if you really want a sense, you know, people may not remember, of course, you go way back, 47, they won the title. There's so many interesting twists and turns. How did they get from Chicago to St. Louis to Arizona? There's more in here about Bill Bidwell. There's Larry Centers, so many of the notables, the Hall of Famers. And I think what's interesting is the way it's a great read, because they'll look, I'm looking at Eric Swan. Here's a young guy, and I remember like it was yesterday, Swan never went to college. He was playing for a minor league football team called the Bay State Titans. I think it was in Massachusetts. And he was basically one of the first players. There had been a couple previous, drafted kind of a year out of high school.
Wow.
A year out of high school, and it was a real risky proposition. And Swanee proved to be a very good player for a few years, a Pro Bowl player. But can you imagine, 6th overall pick, I think it was, when Eric Swan was coming out of the Bay State Titans, a minor league football league, and they took a chance on him. He was a very talented player, suffered some injuries. We mentioned that big trade, the 2004 draft class when they made the move to draft the likes of Larry Fitzgerald and Darnell Dockett, and when Denny Green kind of planted the foundation for what would become the Super Bowl team. Simeon Rice, very colorful, his contract dispute. There's some sad points in here. J.V. Kane, who actually passed away during training camp, a fabulous tight end when they were back in St. Louis. Larry Centers, he had a great little anecdote right here. His name was Larry Centers, okay? So he goes, and at the time, the teams weren't very good. Now, he did play on one playoff team. So Larry said, hey, man, I got my own PR marketing agency and my own slogan. And he goes, what's that, Larry? He goes, well, Larry runs, Larry blocks, Larry catches, Larry Centers. That was his name. It was funny stuff. I mean, it really gives you Carson Palmer in here, Roger Worley, Patrick Peterson's, the remarkable rookie year with all those returns that he had and his shoes placed in the Hall of Fame. Anquan Bolden, one of the toughest receivers. He actually fractured his jaw in a game against the Jets, and remarkably, he was back in less than 2 weeks. Didn't take painkillers during the surgery. I mean, this guy was, I don't think I've ever been around a tougher wide receiver ever. Charlie Trippi, some of those games back in the late 40s, Dick Night Train Lane, the Pottsville Curse. Now, I'm a little bit familiar with this because back in high school I played in Eastern Pennsylvania, and Pottsville was a place where we played. Well, this is interesting here. It's a curse that involves the Pottsville Firebirds at the time. It goes back to 1925 and the Maroons' first year in the NFL. And the team owner wanted to cash in on the success. He agreed to play Notre Dame in the famous Four Horsemen in an exhibition game, but there was a problem. The Franklin Yellow Jackets, that was out of Philadelphia, complained to the NFL president, and they had to postpone the game, and they awarded the championship to the Cardinals.
Wow.
And they put a curse on him. And apparently that curse lasted for quite some time. But that's in here, and they explain that in the book as well. So it's pretty cool. Larry Wilson, the Hall of Famer. The building of University of Phoenix Stadium and the proposition that put it over the top to allow this franchise really to flourish over the last 10, 11 years. So it's pretty cool stuff.
That's amazing. Talk about just all the history in that book.
There is a lot.
It's great for someone that's just following them or their whole life, and to think about, there's stuff even if you were following them for 15 years.
There's more you can know.
Yeah.
There's a rich history here. It's kind of interesting when you look at it, Mike, on how the league, if you really look at the history of sports in America over the last 100 years, up until, baseball was America's pastime, especially when you go from the 20s right through to the 1950s, 1960s. And then with television and Pete Rozelle, football starts to really grab hold with the Super Bowls. And here's another interesting, the greatest quarterback the Cardinals ever drafted, he never played here, Joe Namath.
Oh.
They drafted Joe Namath.
Think about that.
Unfortunately, the American Football League, the AFL, was coming along, and Sonny Werblin made him a better offer, so he went to the New York Jets, to the opposing league at that time. And now, of course, considered one of the all-time greats. So that's another piece of trivia. Did you know that the Cardinals drafted Joe Willie Namath? It's amazing stuff. I mean, it's pretty cool stuff.
That is something there. And this is a great book to even have read up on some of the history after the sad loss that we had on week one. It kind of gets you right over it and gets you ready for week two.
It'll occupy the mind.
Yeah, it'll get you off of that. Yes. Well, thank you for highlighting that, Jude.
Anytime,
that's awesome.
Mike. You got
thank
it,
you.
man.
We appreciate that. And looks like we have right now President Obama coming back from New York City. All right, everybody, and this is President Obama coming back to D.C. after a day of campaigning for Hillary Clinton and doing some fundraisers as well.
All right, you guys, now I'm going to take you to a rally earlier today where Obama visited Philadelphia to campaign for Hillary Clinton.
Hello, Philly! Hello, Philadelphia. Oh, it is good to be back in Philly. Can everybody please give Patrick a big round of applause for that great introduction? Ah, it is good to be back on the campaign trail. Now, I understand I know I'm not the first person from the White House to come to Philly this week. Some of you may have seen Joe Biden at the Eagles game. He told me, Barack, you got to get on the Wentz wagon. Said we got a new quarterback. We got hope in Philly. And I had to explain, Joe, I am a Bears fan. And we play Philly next Monday night. So I got to stick with my team, but I am going to go to Philly and scout out what all the fuss is about. I also am here because you've got some of the best public servants in America. They work their heart out every day for you. You got Scranton's favorite son, in addition to Joe Biden, Senator Bob Casey, one of the best senators in the country. Your outstanding governor, Tom Wolf, is here. Your wonderful mayor, Jim Kenney, is here. One of your outstanding members of the House of Representatives, Bob Brady, is in the House. Your candidate for the United States Senate, this is a special woman. She's going to do a great job. Katie McGinty's here. And your candidate for Attorney General, an old friend of mine, somebody who was with me early on, Josh Shapiro. Give Josh a big round of applause. Now, I love you too, but we got some business to do here. So we got some business to do. This is going to be one of the last times I visit Philly as president. And so my first order of business is for all the support you've given me all these years. And I've got incredible memories here in Philly, most recently at the Democratic National Convention. And I could not be prouder of the leader that we have nominated to take my place. So even though I've run my last campaign, I am going to work as hard as I can this fall to elect Hillary Clinton as our next president of the United States of America. Hillary. Now, you know, in election season, you will often hear crazy stuff. But I got to say, this year we've been hearing a little more crazy than usual. Having said that, after almost 2 terms as your president, I am here to tell you I am more optimistic about our future than I have ever been. Look, because I've seen an America that, for all the challenges, for all the noise of the politics, still has the capacity to come together and do great things. You think about it. We fought our way back from the worst recession in 80 years. We turned around a declining economy. We helped our auto industry set new records. Our businesses created 15 million new jobs, slashed our dependence on foreign oil, doubled our production of clean energy, made marriage equality a reality in all 50 states. We brought more of our troops home to their families. We delivered justice to Osama bin Laden. Through diplomacy rather than war, we shut down Iran's nuclear program, opened up a new chapter with the people of Cuba, brought nearly 200 nations together around a climate agreement that could save this planet for our kids and our grandkids. That's what we've done. By so many measures, America's stronger and more prosperous than when we started out on this journey together. In fact, some of you may have saw there was a new report out just today showing that last year across every age, every race in America, incomes rose and the poverty rate fell. In fact, the typical household income of Americans rose by $2,800, which is the single biggest one-year increase on record. We lifted 3.5 million people out of poverty. That's the largest one-year drop in poverty since 1968. The uninsured rate is the lowest it has been since they kept records. The pay gap between men and women shrank to the lowest level ever. So now, let's face it, Republicans don't like to hear good news right now. But it's important just to understand this is a big deal. More Americans are working. More have health insurance, incomes are rising, poverty is falling, and gas is $2 a gallon. Thank you for reminding me. Thanks, Obama. Yes. So the steps that we have been taking over these years, they're paying off. We've shown that progress is possible. And of course, none of this was easy. We knew all along that change wasn't going to be quick. We knew that we wouldn't meet all of our challenges in one term or even in one presidency. But we're here today because we know we've got more work to do for every worker who still needs a good job, for every